Chapter 323. Lin Chen was still unable to contend with 2 Yuan venerates. Furthermore, no matter how big the passageway was, there was only a limited space. Once they caught up to him, only death would await him. Slow rune. Lin Chen suddenly pushed his palm downwards and the rune energy decreased by 15 million point. The grayish-white rune shot out from his palm and turned into a bolt of lightning that shot towards the bottom of the passageway. The grayish-white rune scattered in all directions, and the 2 sky scarlet pythons suddenly froze, their movements becoming extremely slow. This time, it didn't escape Dan Qianqiu's gaze. Her expression suddenly froze. What kind of battle technique is this? Dan Qianqiu's heart was in turmoil. Lin Chen was suppressing 2 Yuan venerates with just a 7th level Heaven Dipper realm cultivation. How was this possible? What kind of battle technique could suppress 2 level 6 dire beasts with just a Heaven Dipper realm cultivation? Peak blue rank. Purple rank. Impossible. Heaven Dipper realm cultivators can't cultivate any purple rank cultivation technique. Even if it was a purple rank, a Heaven Dipper realm cultivator wouldn't be able to suppress level 6 dire beasts even if he exhausted all his battle chi. At this critical juncture of life and death, Dan Qianqiu's curiosity grew wildly. She simply couldn't stop. Every time she thought that Lin Chen had already shown his true strength, he always overturned her understanding. How many more trump cards did he have? 15 million points of rune energy could only suppress the 2 sky scarlet pythons for less than a breath of time. In this one breath of time, Lin Chen's left arm surged with a dark aura, like a cold and gloomy abyss. Dark Dragon Palm. 5th level Dark Dragon Force. The charging runes overlapped with each other. Dark battle chi and pure strength that could shatter mountains and rivers flowed between his fingers. Lin Chen's palm was like a falling star, slamming onto the crack on the stone door. Boom. Bang. The mighty dragon force accompanied the dark-type battle chi and burst forth with dragon roars. It transformed into a dark dragon that shattered the stone door. The dragon's aura was condensed and didn't dissipate. The sky prides outside could clearly see a dark dragon shadow rushing out of the stone door. What they saw was Lin Chen's naked upper body flying out with Dan Qianqiu on his shoulder. Lin Chen's purple-gold eyes flashed, and he immediately discovered the position of Han Yizhi and the others. He flew over, and suddenly shouted in a deep voice. "Run! There are 2 Class 6 dire beasts down there." Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They executed their movement techniques and scattered in all directions. If the 2 Class 6 dire beasts escaped, no one present would be able to subdue them. Just as he flashed several hundred miles away, a roar that tore through the clouds came from behind him. Lin Chen looked back and saw that the 2 sky scarlet pythons had revealed their gigantic bodies. They hissed and struggled continuously, as if they were unable to leave the world below the stone door. After a while, the 2 sky scarlet pythons seemed to be dragged back into the tomb. They struggled from time to time and finally disappeared into the sea. The entire tomb accelerated the speed of sinking to the bottom of the sea and gradually sank into the sea. Lin Chen heaved a sigh of relief. With the 2 big guys out, with his current ability, he was afraid that he could only fight with his life. At the same time, Lin Chen had a plan in mind. If he could obtain enough power in this trip to the Holy Fire region, he even wanted to return to the tomb once more. After all, the attribute light balls inside could bring unimaginable attribute values. "How long do you want to carry me?" The beauty's cold and elegant voice rang in Lin Chen's ears, making him shudder. Lung Yuechi's cold gaze swept across him like a knife. She had been worried outside for so long, and Lin Chen actually carried this woman out with his bare upper body. Lin Chen immediately let go of Dan Qianqiu and coughed lightly. Cough, cough. "Master, this is an emergency." Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Chen tasted something sweet in his throat and blood flowed from his nose and mouth. Everyone was shocked to see this. Lung Yuechi's cold expression immediately disappeared and was replaced by worry. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Chen immediately turned around and landed on a reef on the sea surface. He then sat down with his legs crossed. Lin Chen activated his heart technique and focused on absorbing the qi and blood energy that was surging through his body. The Qi and blood attribute light ball that he had picked up in the tomb earlier contained 200 billion points of Qi and blood energy. If he absorbed it on his own, he would not be able to control the rampaging Qi and blood energy. The ancient azure dragon coiled around Lin Chen. At the moment, the azure dragon's origin hidden in his dantian was also sharing the burden of the Qi and blood that was growing stronger in Lin Chen's body. The monitor seems to be controlling the rampaging energy in his body. Let's not go near him and disturb him. Let him handle it himself. Han Yiji's spiritual power was far superior to ordinary people's, so she sensed the abnormality immediately. Streams of blood-red energy flowed through Lin Chen's meridians and merged into his limbs and bones. It was like rivers gathering to the sea, swallowing the stars and the moon. Boom! The space trembled as Lin Chen's pure power rose and created raging waves on the sea surface. In the end, Lin Chen's power stopped at the 3,100 dragon power mark. The ancient azure dragon's dragon power also rose from 3,900 to 4,200. What a powerful body tempering power! His heart technique is powerful, his body tempering is successful, and his spiritual realm is strong. It can be said that he is invulnerable and perfect. Dan Qianqiu's beautiful eyes glowed as she stared at Lin Chen with an intense and curious gaze. Amazing. One attribute light ball allowed me to increase my dragon power by 1,000 points. If I can go back and collect all the attribute light balls that belong to me, I'm afraid my pure power will reach the Yuan Venerate level. Lin Chen was both happy and regretful. Unfortunately, the situation at the time did not allow him to stay for even a second longer. Sorry to have made everyone worry. Lin Chen smiled casually. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that he was full of energy again. Some of the geniuses who had been helped by Lin Chen in the past cupped their fists respectfully before leaving. With a flip of his palm, a transparent jade box appeared in Lin Chen's hand. A sacred flame seed swayed and burned in the jade box. Everyone's eyes lit up. The flame seed in the transparent jade box was the sacred flame seed. Teacher Yueqi, I will give you this sacred flame seed first. Suddenly, Lin Chen smiled casually and handed the sacred flame seed to Leng Yueqi. Leng Yueqi was stunned. Her heart warmed as a tender smile appeared on her cold face. Then, she shook her head. No, I can't take this sacred flame seed unless you find more sacred flame seeds. Lin Chen scratched his head and handed it back to Han Yiji and Han Ziyun. Everyone shook their heads. Although Leng Yu, Leng Tong, and the others were looking at Luo Yunyang fervently, they knew their limits very well. Leng Yueqi stepped forward and said, Big brother Lin Chen, I think you should absorb this sacred flame seed first. The improvement brought by the sacred flame seed is immediate and lifelong. Yes, as long as the class monitor's strength increases, our chances of obtaining the next sacred flame seed will increase. Han Yiji looked at Lin Chen expectantly. He scratched his head. All right then. Since you guys are so modest, I won't stand on ceremony. Lin Chen was also very curious. Given his current strength, what kind of transformation would happen if he received the baptism of the sacred flame seed? Chapter 324. The sacred fire seed was a fire seed that had been split from the eternal sacred fire. It was more powerful than the fire seed from the sacred sun temple. The sacred fire seed could refine one's battle spirit, cleanse one's battle aura, and transform one's life form. It had an earth-shattering effect on a martial artist's improvement. Those who could accept the sacred fire seed's refinement would have a sacred mark. Only those who had more than one sacred mark were qualified to become the saint or saintess of an ancient family. Martial artists who absorbed multiple sacred fire seeds could open up multiple sacred marks. However, only those who had enough confidence in their own innate ability and potential would dare to try it. If one's potential was not enough to withstand the sacred fire's refinement after absorbing a second sacred fire seed, they would be destroyed on the spot. After opening the jade box, the primordial azure dragon and the rest stood guard for Lin Chen. Lin Chen absorbed the sacred fire seed into his body. Boom! The milky white flames formed a stream of light that surrounded Lin Chen. They spun rapidly and enveloped Lin Chen's entire body. Everyone was nervous and curious. If someone as powerful as Lin Chen were to accept the sacred fire seed's refinement, How powerful would he become? The milky white flames slowly seeped into Lin Chen's skin and covered his entire body. Lin Chen felt as if he was in a warm ocean. There was no pain, only endless relaxation and contentment. Every wisp of milky white flames flowed through Lin Chen's body. His meridians became tougher, and the 9-colored battle spirit in his dantian started to expand crazily. Just as Lin Chen was relaxing, a wisp of consciousness barged into Lin Chen's consciousness and dantian. However, this wisp of consciousness was very faint. Even Lin Chen himself did not notice it. He thought that this wisp of consciousness was like all the other prodigies, quietly hiding in Lin Chen's body. However, at that moment, the 9-colored battle spirit in his dantian and Lin Chen's consciousness exploded with terrifying power and momentum. Bang! With Lin Chen as the center, the mental storm and the 9-colored vortex erupted almost at the same time. Everyone present, including the primordial azure dragon, was sent flying. The 1,000-foot-wide 9-colored vortex spun like a funnel above Lin Chen's head, and at the center of it was a tornado-like spiritual storm, which began to revolve around Lin Chen's body. What happened? Something's not right. Why did Big Brother Lin Chen suddenly release his spiritual power? Lung Yu and the other 3 even suffered light injuries because of this. Everyone was shocked and puzzled. Logically speaking, Lin Chen had no reason to harm them. Normally, the tempering of the seed of holy fire for the first time would be very peaceful, and there wouldn't be such a terrifying reaction. Lin Chen doesn't look right. Let's stay away from him. This time, it didn't escape Dan Qianqiu's eyes. Lin Chen's face was twisted and painful, as if he was struggling with something. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Chen's spiritual power began to go berserk again. His spiritual power was like hundreds of blades, slashing through the air. Clang tilde tilde. Dan Qianqiu blocked all the spiritual blades. In terms of spiritual power, she was no weaker than Lin Chen. In fact, she was even stronger. Stay away from him. Dan Qianqiu waved her hand again, and everyone retreated hundreds of miles away. They were still in shock. How can this be? According to the ancient records, the tempering of the seed of holy fire for the first time should be very comfortable and peaceful. How can it cause such a terrifying reaction? Han Ziyun stared at the 9-colored vortex above Lin Chen's head, and her beautiful eyes trembled. It's not logical. It seems that this isn't Lin Chen's own mental cultivation method. Let's stay away from him. Outsiders can't help with this. Everyone nodded at Dan Qianqiu's words. On the other side, why would Lin Chen undergo such a terrifying change at this moment? The reason was that faint wisp of will that was trying to hide in Lin Chen's dantian and spiritual sea. This wisp of will was so small that even Lin Chen didn't notice it. However, when Lin Chen's 9 tribulations of creation and Genesis Holy Scripture were activated, they reacted almost simultaneously. These 2 techniques are rejecting this wisp of will from the seed of holy fire. Lin Chen noticed some clues and felt a little shocked. What on earth was the seed of holy fire? Why was he unaware that a wisp of will belonging to another living being had entered his body? A bone-piercing chill filled Lin Chen's heart. In the blink of an eye, a thought appeared in Lin Chen's mind. There's something wrong with the seed of holy fire. The 9 tribulations of creation and the Taisha Holy Scripture that I've been practicing are both techniques that the system has yet to identify. The circulation of their techniques naturally allowed me to sense this strange will. Between an external force and the system's appraisal of the 2 great cultivation techniques, Lin Chen naturally chose to believe in the latter. Immediately, he coordinated with the 2 great cultivation techniques and circulated them several times. Get out of my body! Lin Chen, who was ready to attack, suddenly pressed down with both hands. The 9 tribulations of creation and Genesis Holy Scripture exerted force at the same time and ruthlessly shattered that wisp of will. Before the wisp of will dissipated, Lin Chen heard an ear-piercing shriek. Rumble tilde tilde. The 9-colored vortex and the spiritual storm that filled the sky began to dissipate and return to Lin Chen's body. Everything returned to silence. The seed of holy fire glowed even brighter. When it burned in Lin Chen's body again, his celestial battle soul broke through the shackles of a realm. Intermediate level 7. 6 hours later, Lin Chen's battle chi cultivation finally stopped at the late stage of Heaven Star Border Realm Level 7. His entire body seemed to have undergone a metamorphosis. Every bone in his body was flowing with a glassy light. The battle soul in his dantian had more than doubled in size compared to 8 hours ago. Every meridian seemed to be hiding a giant dragon. The appearance of the meridian itself didn't change, but when he circulated his cultivation method, the speed of battle chi flowing through his body was 3 to 4 times faster than before. On Lin Chen's forehead, there was a faint line that was as thin as a needle tip. Is this the baptism of the seed of holy fire? Lin Chen opened his arms slightly and circulated his cultivation method to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. The spiritual chi within a radius of thousands of feet surged toward Lin Chen like a tide and entered his body. With a slight circulation of his cultivation method, he could convert the spiritual chi of heaven and earth into his own battle chi in half a breath's time. What a frightening refining efficiency! Whether it's the absorption of spiritual chi of heaven and earth or the speed of using battle chi to activate battle skills, it's all 3 to 4 times faster than before. Lin Chen's expression was gradually filled with shock. After experiencing it personally, he finally understood why the prodigies of the ancient families were so eager to obtain the seed of holy fire. It was because countless prodigies wanted to obtain the seed of holy fire even at the risk of losing their lives. Chapter 325. There was an absolute difference between a prodigy who had received the sacred fire seed and a prodigy who hadn't. Take Lin Chen himself as an example. If he used high-grade blue-rank battle skills with all 9 types of battle chis, he would only be able to use 3 high-grade blue-rank battle skills for each type of battle chi. After 3 times, his battle chi would be depleted by 90%. He could only absorb spiritual energy to replenish his battle chi or consume pills to recover quickly. However, after receiving the sacred fire seed's baptism, Lin Chen could use high-grade blue-rank battle skills 6 times with all 9 types of battle chi, and the power would be doubled. What was even more terrifying was that Lin Chen's fastest speed was to use high-grade blue-rank battle skills twice in 2 seconds. After the sacred fire seed's baptism, he could use high-grade blue-rank battle skills twice in 1 second. In a battle between powerhouses, life and death was only a hair's breadth away. This seemingly insignificant improvement was, in fact, a huge improvement for Lin Chen after breaking through his limit. This was a qualitative change that originated from life. It was not a realm that could be achieved through ordinary cultivation. The same battle skill in the hands of a saint and other prodigies is a world of difference. No wonder the ancient families have been fighting so hard for the sacred fire seed. This power is indeed the creation of heaven and earth. It's not a realm that can be achieved through ordinary cultivation. Lin Chen exclaimed in his heart. Then, his lips curled into a cold smile. Of course, that was under the premise that the wisp of consciousness did not invade. Lin Chen was almost certain that the sacred fire seed was not as simple as it seemed. Those who had refined the sacred fire seed had probably been implanted with that wisp of mysterious consciousness. Even when Lin Chen had used his purple-gold eyes to inspect it, he hadn't been able to tell that the seed of holy fire was a threat to him. Such a miraculous power would naturally not be given to us humans so easily. Perhaps one day when I'm strong enough, I'll be able to unravel its mysteries. Lin Chen did not dwell on this matter. Instead, he opened the system and listed out his attributes and panel. Heavenly Path Possession System version 3.0 Host, Lin Chen Cultivation, Late Stage Heaven Star Border Stage 7. Limit, 3100 Dragon Power. Beginner Stage Blood Chi, 591, 5512 billion. Beginner Battle Chi Essence, 478, 88 billion 69, 5 million points. Primary Spiritual Force, 11, 74 million points. Peak of the Spirit Transformation Stage, Basic Cultivation Method Soul Essence, 100 million points. Heavenly Tao Points, 50 Mental Cultivation Method, 9 Tribulations of Creation, 90%, Cultivation Techniques, Taisha Holy Scripture, 75%, Azura 9 Brilliant Transformations, Incomplete, 3 Pure Spiritual Water Seal, Lightning Flash 1000 Seals, 10,000 Yuxian Armor, Heavenly Gang Rebel Dragon Spear. Bloodline Energy, up to 3 types Azure Dragon Bloodline, 50,000 points, Purple golden pupil bloodline, 10,000 points, attribute runes, level 3 slowing rune, level 3 corrosion rune, level 3 charging rune, phantom rune fragment, 2/3, basic rune energy, 115, 2 million points. Elementary elemental energy, fire 100 million points, earth 100 million points, wood 98 million points, metal 100 million points, water 100 million points. Lightning, 100 million points, wind, 100 million points, light, 60, 21 million points, dark, 100 million points. Update requirement, Attribute Picking System version 4.0, collect 10,000 Heavenly Tao points and 3 billion Cultivation Technique Soul Essences. Treasures on hand, 14 Tier 5 pills, 129 Tier 5 herbs, 7 Tier 6 herbs. When he opened the system this time, the information that Lin Chen saw was completely different from before. There was even a new attribute, Heavenly Tao points. Lin Chen's elementary elemental energy, other than the wood and light elements, had all reached 100 million points. He had a feeling that if all 9 elementary elemental attributes broke through 100 million points, his 9 tribulations of creation mental cultivation method might step into a whole new realm. What kind of attribute is the Heavenly Tao points? I don't feel any increase in my battle chi cultivation, mental energy, and blood energy. Lin Chen asked the system in confusion. The system's screen popped up. System answer: the Heavenly Tao points can be used for new functions in future versions. The current version of the Heavenly Tao attribute picking system can only be used to upgrade the system. The system's answer once again made Lin Chen curious about the new version of the system. However, when he thought about the 3 billion cultivation technique soul essences, the corner of his mouth twitched. Ever since he got the Heavenly Tao attribute picking system, he had only used less than 1 billion cultivation technique soul essences. 3 billion. Where could he get them from? Did they fall from the sky? Let's not think about the new version first. I should focus on where I can find my last phantom rune fragment first. Lin Chen had just retracted his gaze when everyone gathered around him and looked at him curiously. Lin Chen, are you alright? Leng Yueqi asked worriedly. Lin Chen shook his head and smiled. I'm fine. I just felt a little emotional after the transformation of the sacred flame seed. The current big brother Lin Chen can probably compete with the top 3 of the top 10 geniuses, right? Leng Yu and the rest said excitedly. They were now convinced of Lin Chen's strength. Even though he had just revealed his cultivation level, it was only at the late stage of Heaven Dipper realm. Oh, the top 3 of the top 10 geniuses? Lin Chen was curious. Han Ziyun smiled sweetly. The top 3 of the top 10 geniuses are completely different from the other 7. It is said that they are all quasi-venerable, and their battle prowess is close to the 4 heavenly kings. If it wasn't for the 4 heavenly kings, they would be famous in the ancient family's history. Lin Chen pondered. At this time, 4 streaks of white light shot up into the sky. They could be seen clearly from 100,000 miles away. That was the light of the birth of the sacred flame seed. And there were 4 of them. It's the light of the sacred flame seed. It's at the 1,000 Beast Mountain range. Everyone's morale was boosted. 4 sacred flame seeds being born at the same time was a rare occurrence. Looks like we can't miss out on this good show. Let's go. Lin Chen laughed heartily as he leaped into the air. The ancient azure dragon's body suddenly twisted and turned. As it flew into the sky, it transformed into a mighty azure dragon that was 10,000 zhong long. It brought everyone along as it swept towards the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. 100,000 miles away from the Netherworld Sea region, 1,000 Beast Mountain range. The mountain range was like a coiled dragon, extending in all directions. The mountain range ran through the entire northern region, and was tens of thousands of miles long. In less than 45 minutes, Lin Chen and the rest arrived at the southern region of the 1,000 Beast Mountain range. Lin Chen crushed the spirit receiving rings that he had snatched from the other sky prides. Numerous high-grade elixirs, heavenly treasures, cultivation techniques, and even weapons floated in the air within the spirit receiving rings. Lin Chen kept all the cultivation techniques and treasures into his spirit receiving ring. He then threw all the heavenly treasures and medicinal pills into the ancient azure dragon's mouth, letting it chew and consume them to replenish the energy consumed during the journey. With the ancient azure dragon in his body, Lin Chen and the rest were almost fully recovered during the journey. There are 3 sacred flame seeds in the north, and 1 in the east. Let's split up. I'll go to the north, and the rest of you go to the east. Lin Chen's words were shocking. Everyone was shocked by his suggestion. Chapter 326. No. Han Ziyun, Leng Yueqi, and Dan Qianqiu said at the same time. How can you go there alone? There will definitely be many geniuses fighting in the north where the 3 holy fire seeds are born. No matter how powerful you are, you can't win against everyone. Han Ziyun was anxious. She knew Lin Chen well. It would be dangerous if he went there alone. That's right, Lin Chen. There's strength in numbers. If we form a team, we'll be ranked among the top in the holy fire level. We should go to the east together. Leng Yu was anxious too. Lin Chen was speechless. Only Han Yiji's eyes were glowing. Even Leng Yueqi seemed to have realized Lin Chen's intention. She calmed down. Calm down. I'll have the highest success rate if I go to the east alone. Think about it. I'll be a small target if I go alone. I can fight and retreat at will. I'm the most suitable person to fight alone. However, if we form a team, we'll be moving targets even if we get the holy fire seeds. We might not be able to fight our way out. Instead, there'll be casualties. Lin Chen's words woke everyone up from their daze. Everyone present was not stupid and they immediately understood. Big brother Lin Chen, what you're saying is that if we gather all of our strength to compete for the seed with the least amount of competition, we'll have the highest chance of success. You'll be in charge of sneaking into the 3 holy fire seeds and waiting for the opportunity to attack, right? Leng Yu looked excited. Lin Chen wiped his sweat. At least you're not stupid. As soon as he said that, Lin Chen caused all the beauties present to roll their eyes at him. Han Yiji covered her mouth and giggled. Before they left, Leng Yueqi looked at Lin Chen. He nodded and smiled at her, telling her not to worry. Suddenly, Lin Chen spoke to Han Ziyun, Han Yiji, and Leng Yueqi secretly. Everyone, remember, if you obtain the sacred flame seed, do not absorb it immediately. There is something wrong with the sacred flame seed. The 3 of them looked at Lin Chen in surprise. Feeling Lin Chen's serious gaze, they all nodded. Lin Chen didn't dare to rashly reveal the seed of the holy fire. Although he didn't think that the Leng clan and Dan Qianqiu would know about this problem, if they spread the news and the upper echelons of the ancient families found out about it, there might be some accidents. If he were to provoke a fatal disaster, the current Lin Chen would not be able to contend against any of the ancient families. Then, after we're done here, we'll gather here. Boom tilde tilde. Time was of the essence. After Lin Chen finished giving his instructions, he parted ways with everyone. Lin Chen unfurled his purple phoenix wings and transformed into a streak of purple flames that streaked across the sky above the mountain range. Unless it was an emergency, Lin Chen didn't plan on using the Wind Prison Dark King footwork. A mid-blue rank movement technique required a large amount of wind elemental battle force. The speed of the purple phoenix wings wasn't slow either. Lin Chen flashed past like a bolt of purple lightning. Now that Lin Chen had 3,100 dragon power points, the purple phoenix wings could be said to be extremely fast. If he used it with the Wind Prison Dark King footwork, Lin Chen didn't know how fast he would be able to move. At the very least, if Lin Chen met the 4 heavenly kings again, he wouldn't have to rely on special runes to fight them like he did when he first met them. So many savage beasts. The density of savage beasts in this all-beast mountain range is almost as dense as that of Abyssal Island. If it weren't for the 3 sacred flame seeds, I would like to clear out all the savage beasts in this mountain range with the ancient azure dragon. Lin Chen flew all the way. Along the way, he saw many geniuses being attacked by waves of high-level savage beasts when they got close to the sacred flame seed. Lin Chen, who possessed the purple golden eyes and the speed of the purple phoenix wings, avoided all the battles. He headed straight to the destination of the 3 sacred flame seed. 15 minutes later, Lin Chen flew 80,000 li *, 500 m per li. After bypassing many battles, He arrived at the core area of the Allbeast mountain range. Heaven-splitting abyss, a thin line of sky. A huge crack that looked like it could split heaven and earth was revealed. It was surrounded by ancient towering trees that were at least 1,000 jong *3, 33 m per jong, tall. Their branches and leaves were as dense as mountains. Below the crack was the location of the 3 sacred flame seed. At this moment, 20 super geniuses had gathered outside the heaven-splitting abyss. All of them were at the 9th level of Heaven Dipper realm. A few of them had reached the mid-stage of the 9th level. They were the dragons and phoenixes among men, second only to the 10 great geniuses. They were the leaders of various ancient families. Among the 20 geniuses, there were 4 of the 10 great geniuses. Ning Yunlan of the Ning family who ranked 8th and Xie Xiaochuan of the Xie family who ranked 6th. There was also Xue Hao of the Xue family who ranked 3rd. His cultivation base was at the early quasi-venerable realm. Ning Fan Tian who ranked 2nd was the number 1 genius of the Ning family. He was also at the early quasi-venerable realm. Below the heaven-splitting abyss, there was a 9-headed devil hound. Its fur looked as if it was made of molten iron. It was pitch black and indestructible. Its 4 limbs and palms were like mountains. Its 9 heads stood upright and its pupils were purple. Its entire body was emitting a ferocious baleful chi that could sweep across all directions. Its body was several thousand jong *3, 33 m per jong, long and 100 jong *3, 33 m per jong, tall. It was like a mountain that was lying horizontally at the bottom of the abyss. 6th grade ferocious beast, 9-headed earth devil hound. Roar bang 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 bang. The 9 heads of the devil hounds raised their heads and roared. Their roars turned into terrifying sound waves that spread out and shattered mountains and rivers. The roars spread across 10,000 li * 500 m per li. The sound waves turned into waves of chi and formed countless tornadoes that soared into the sky. The mountains within 1,000 li * 500 m per li were shattered by the roars. Thick cracks were formed on the ground. Smoke and dust rose into the air. Sand and rocks were blown away. Many towering ancient trees were uprooted. The entire heaven-splitting abyss shook violently. The ground cracked, the mountains collapsed, and the space was torn apart. The 20 sky prides who had just gotten close immediately retreated in shock. Their eardrums hurt. The peerless might of a level 6 savage beast showed the sky prides what it meant to have the strength of a Yuan venerable. Lin Chen was lying on the branches of a 10,000-year black-green tree 8,000 li * 500 m per li away. He clicked his tongue in wonder. Just a single sound wave has the power to destroy the world. Luckily, I was not caught by the 2 sky scarlet pythons. Otherwise, even 9 lives would not be enough. After being shocked and frightened, Lin Chen used the Azure Dragon possession and turned into an ancient Azure Dragon. He then used the Azure Dragon shadow and completely disappeared into the void. He did not intend to participate in this battle. He wanted to secretly sneak in and steal the 3 sacred flame seeds below the heaven-splitting abyss. Everyone has seen the strength of the 9-headed devil hound. We can only join forces. Otherwise, no one will be able to obtain the sacred flame seeds, Ning Yunlan said in a deep voice. Ning Yunlan said in a low voice. Xue Hao from the Xue clan glanced at him and sneered. Then, how can you guarantee that no one will withdraw from the battle halfway to snatch the 3 sacred flame seeds when we join forces? In the face of a level 6 savage beast, other than Xue Hao who was ranked 3rd among the 10 great geniuses and Ning Fan who was ranked 2nd among them, the only thing that awaited the rest of them was death. Chapter 327. No one dared to joke around with their lives. All the heavenly geniuses present fell into silence. When the atmosphere was a little heavy, Xie Xiaochuan of the Xie family stood out and said with a bright smile. Why don't we do this? Let's work together and lure this 9-headed earth devil hound 10,000 li * 500 m per li away. Then, we'll retreat and return to the heaven-splitting abyss. At that time, we'll rely on our own abilities. Whoever manages to snatch the seed of the sacred flame will be the winner. If anyone violates the rules, Everyone will retreat immediately and leave those who violated the rules to the nine-headed Earth Devil Hound. What do you think? Xie Xiaochuan's suggestion made many of the heavenly geniuses' eyes light up. It was not realistic to defeat this nine-headed Earth Devil Hound. However, if they widen the distance between them and the nine-headed Earth Devil Hound, they would still have a chance. If you want to make a decision, hurry up. I feel like that big fellow is preparing to attack. It might charge out at any time, Xuehao said in a deep voice. He held a crescent-shaped sixth-grade blade in his hand, ready to attack at any time. What if someone from other places sneaks in while we're keeping the nine-headed Earth Devil Hound busy? At this moment, Ning Fan asked indifferently. Xie Xiaochuan continued. Then we'll follow the original plan. If someone else intrudes, everyone will retreat immediately. At that time, we'll leave it to fate and rely on our own abilities. If anyone thinks that it's inappropriate, you can leave now. Xie Xiaochuan's suggestion made all the heavenly geniuses present look at each other. My Ning family has no problem with that. Ning Fan and Ning Yunlan were the first to speak. Among the ancient families present, their Ning family's overall strength was currently the strongest. My Yi family agrees. My Xie family agrees too. Just as they reached an agreement, the nine-headed Earth Devil Hound charged out with a roar. Its 9 heads shot out 9 rays of devil light that swept across the sky. Each ray of light could severely injure a quasi-venerable expert. Spread out. All the heavenly geniuses were not ordinary people. They had long been on guard against the hound. Each of them displayed their own abilities. Our Lord Xuehao, Lord Ning Fan. The 3 of us will attract its attention. Then, you 2 will provoke it and lead it to the north. Xie Xiaochuan said to the 2 of them through telepathy. As the 3 of them attacked, heaven and earth change. The 9-headed Earth demonic hound seemed to have a very strong murderous nature. It was constantly being attacked by the sky prides and was constantly being lured to the north. In the beginning, it was about 1,000 miles away from the heaven-splitting abyss. The prodigies fought with it at an extremely high frequency and speed. In just a short while, it had covered a distance of 3,000 miles. Wherever it passed, rivers were cut off, the ground cracked, and mountains collapsed. It was as if a large-scale natural disaster had swept past. Lin Chao, who was hiding in the dark, smiled in relief when he saw this. These guys are really smart. After I take the 3 sacred fire seeds, I'll leave a few little red flowers for them to encourage them to work harder. Lin Chen chuckled mischievously as he wandered through the void. Since his body had turned transparent and his aura had disappeared, no one noticed him at all. After the 9-headed Earth Demon Hound and the group of sky prides were further and further away, Lin Chen dove into the heaven-splitting abyss. The sky-splitting abyss was more than 10,000 feet deep, leading straight to the ground. At the end of the abyss, there was lava flowing. At the center of the heaven-splitting abyss, 3 sacred flame seeds were slowly rotating and arranged in a triangular formation. Lin Chen was delighted. He didn't expect that the process of obtaining the 3 sacred flame seeds would be so smooth. After dispelling the ancient Azure Dragon's Azure Dragon vanishing shadow, Lin Chen revealed his true form and reached out his hand. When Lin Chen's hand was less than 5 meters away from the 3 sacred flame seeds, something unexpected happened. An awe-inspiring saber light appeared like a ghost, as if it had jumped through space and appeared in front of Lin Chen. Someone's here? Lin Chen was shocked. The battle aura in his body instantly swept out like a storm. Faint cracks appeared in space. If this saber hit its target, Lin Chen's wrist might even be cut off. Clang! The 5 dragons' imperial spear flashed like a star. Lin Chen raised his spear to the sky. As the spear and saber collided, a white-robed figure appeared in the void. I didn't expect that there would be someone who has a similar mystic technique as me. They can actually avoid the detection of a stage 6 ferocious beast. The white-robed figure held the saber in his hand and stepped into the void. Battle chi formed in his palm and tied up the 3 sacred flame seed. His face was handsome and sharp. His eyebrows were straight and his eyes were filled with sharp light. It was as if his entire body was releasing endless saber intent. Ordinary geniuses might not even be able to look him in the eyes. His cultivation base was at the mid-quasi-venerable realm. He was even stronger than Xue Hao and Ning Fan, who were outside. Brother Chen, what I hate the most is sneaking around, especially when someone is in front of me when I'm sneaking around. Lin Chen sneered. The first level of the Azura 9 Brilliance transformation circulated throughout his body. His cultivation base rose to the early 8th level. He was determined to get the 3 sacred flame seed. What can an early 8th level cultivator do? The white-robed young man sneered. The 6th grade saber in his hand, moon seizing heavenly star, turned into a series of after-images and slashed out hundreds of snow-white saber light. Each of the saber lights surged with sharpness that could cut the heavenly river. They were 100 jong asterisk, 3, 33 m per jong, wide and contained endless killing intent. It was not inferior to a full-powered attack of a peak 9th level Heavenly Dipper realm expert. As soon as the saber lights appeared, the white-robed young man retreated without turning his head. He kept the 3 sacred flame seeds into the spirit receiving ring on his left hand. He did not think that Lin Chen, who was at the 8th level of Heaven Dipper realm, had the ability to resist his attack. That was an attack that even an early quasi-venerable realm expert could not withstand. The white-robed young man simply thought that Lin Chen was just an ant who had a secret technique to hide his aura and came here to try his luck. Devil Battle 1000 Lightning. Hundreds and thousands of lightning spears moved forward like a peacock spreading its tail. They shattered the saber lights of the white-robed young man into nothingness. What? The white-robed young man's expression changed. Before he could react, a grayish-white talisman soared into the sky. Slow talisman. The energy of the talisman decreased sharply by 10 million points. The grayish-white talisman completely suppressed the 100 jong asterisk, 3, 33 m per jong, space around the white-robed young man. Even the flow of spiritual energy became extremely slow. The purple flames were embellished with a faint green whirlwind. 1 step turned into the wind, 9 steps turned into hell. Lin Chen's figure arrived in an instant. This terrifying speed caused the white-robed young man's pupils to shrink slightly once again. You want to run after acting tough? Lin Chen sneered. He swung the 5 Dragons Imperial Spear with one hand. Without holding back, the 5 Dragons Imperial Spear shot out from the body of the spear. The moon-seizing Sky Star saber blocked in front of him. Clang tilde. An earth-shattering storm erupted with the 2 of them as the center. The white-robed young man's mouth was bleeding. He was caught off guard by Lin Chen's sudden and fierce attack. Dark Dragon Palm, 5th stage Dark Dragon Force. Lin Chen attacked with both hands. His right hand held the spear while his left hand rotated. The dark battle chi was as dark as the abyss, like a dragon's breath. He slammed his palm furiously on the white-robed young man's chest. 8 trigrams profound wheel. In a flash, an inconspicuous 8 trigrams profound wheel on the white-robed young man's waist suddenly rotated and turned into an 8 trigrams seal in front of his chest. Bang! Crack! Crack! It was not only the young man's 8 trigrams profound wheel that made cracking sounds, but also his bones. Chapter 328. Outside the Sky Fissure Abyss, 10,000 Forest Valley. The prodigies had just lured the 9-headed Earth Demon Hound 9,000 miles away when a huge battle aura collision came from the Sky Fissure Abyss. Not good. Someone has sneaked into the Sky Fissure Abyss. Stop the cooperation. Let's rely on our own abilities from now on. Damn it, which bastard has the guts to touch my, Xue Hao's, things? The prodigies immediately stopped the cooperation. Xue Hao and the rest, who were originally in charge of restraining the 9-headed Earth Demon Hound, moved quickly and jumped 1,000 miles away in a few breaths. The 9-headed Earth Demon Hound was like a mad beast. It immediately charged back, scaring 7 to 8 Heaven Star Border Stage 9 prodigies into making way for it. Below the Sky Fissure Abyss, the rotating Dark Dragon Force penetrated the opponent's defensive relic and cracked his ribs. The young man in white dropped 7 attribute light balls and a blue gold treasure chest. Phut tilde. The young man in white spat out blood and retreated. There was a rare trace of fear in his eyes. This was Heaven Star Border Stage 8. He had never seen such a terrifying Heaven Star Border Stage 8. Even a mid-stage quasi-venerable might not be able to produce such a series of attacks. Even his stage 6 artifact, the 8 trigrams wheel, had a crack on it. Who exactly was this guy? Why had he never heard of such a person in the ancient families? His palm landed on the chest of the young man in white. Lin Chen's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He stretched out his hand and broke the spirit ring on the young man's left little finger. Ah! The young man in white let out a shrill scream. With his ring taken away, he was furious. His killing intent soared and his battle aura shot out. He finally broke the restraint of Lin Chen's slow rune. With a flap of his purple phoenix wings, Lin Chen's silhouette flashed and retreated dozens of miles away. Wielding the 5 dragons' imperial spear, his silver robes fluttered as he stood in the void. There was a mocking smirk on his lips and he was not afraid at all. Oh no, the 9-headed earth demon hound is retreating. Our whereabouts are exposed. The young man in white's expression changed. If they encountered a stage 6 dire beast, even he would be in a tough battle. What's more, after being struck by Lin Chen's black dragon palm, his condition wasn't any better. This brat still looks like he's handling a butcher's cleaver with ease. Judging from the method he used just now, his strength is not inferior to mine. Furthermore, with his strange and unpredictable speed, it will be extremely difficult to snatch the sacred flame seed back. The white-clothed young man gritted his teeth and turned into a saber light to escape into the void. This person's character is quite ruthless. He slipped away at the first moment. Azure Dragon Possession. Lin Chen once again used the Azure Dragon Vanishing Shadow, entering the void and becoming transparent. With a flash, Lin Chen picked up the attribute light ball and the blue gold treasure chest dropped by the white-clothed youth. Host has received 47 million elementary cultivation technique soul essences, 13 million elementary light energy, 500,000 elementary mental energy, 30 heavens path points. Host has opened the blue gold treasure chest. Received 500 heavenly Dao points. The quality of the attribute light balls dropped by the white-clothed youth was so high that even Lin Chen was impressed. He even felt a little regretful that he didn't punch that young man a few more times. Outside the heaven-splitting abyss, right after the white-clothed youth left, a few people rushed into the abyss and headed straight for the 3 sacred flame seeds. However, there were no traces of the sacred flame seeds at this moment. When Xie Xiaochuan, Xue Hao and Ning Fan arrived first, there were only 3 little red flowers and a string of words left on the stone wall. Thank you, handsome young men, for purposely luring the 9-headed earth devil hound away and giving you 3 little red flowers as encouragement. Please keep up the good work F***CK. The 3 of them cursed at the same time. Even Xie Xiaochuan, who had a high level of cultivation, was no exception. They were actually beaten to it. Xue Hao crushed the stone wall with his palm. His cold and gloomy eyes were as sharp as a blade. Roar the 9-headed earth devil hound's roar made them realize that they didn't even have the time to be angry. The stage 6 dire beast was less than 2,000 li 500 m per li, away from the heaven-splitting abyss. A certain Lin who had snatched the white-clothed youth's receiving spirit ring had already retreated 10,000 li 500 m per li, away. However, he did not leave just like that. Instead, he activated his purple-golden eyes and discovered the other heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the Thousand Beast Mountain Range. Silver Amber Lake in the Thousand Beast Mountain Range. Lin Chen leaped out from the bottom of the lake, holding the silver amber essence that was about 3 jong * 3. 33 m per jong, large in his hands. It was sparkling and translucent like jade, shining brightly with silver light. I didn't expect there to be a level 6 dire beast or here, the silver amber essence. This thing is really good. It has both hardness and softness. Its material is both soft and hard to destroy. After pinching the silver amber essence that was as flexible as jelly, Lin Chen's playful heart was aroused. After Lin Chen received the inheritance and became a weapon forging master, he had never tried to forge a weapon or a treasure with his own hands. Today, I'll use you to forge my first treasure. Lin Chen took out a forging table that was about 3 jong * 3. 33 m per jong, wide and 6 jong * 3. 33 m per jong, long from his receiving spirit ring. Lin Chen used his palm as a knife, circulating with the sharp aura of gang metal. He used all his strength to cut out a small piece of the silver amber essence. Holding the forging hammer in his hand, Lin Chen's expression became abnormally focused, as if his body had already memorized the forging process. Forging materials, quenching, gathering spirit, all in one go. After half an hour of fiddling, Lin Chen forged a pure silver ball. Then, he used the high-level beast skin that he had prepared to carefully carve and grind, wrapping the silver ball. Finally, he used a spirit pen and black ink to draw the outline of a natural black pattern. A brand new basketball appeared in Lin Chen's hands. Yes, the first time he forged a treasure, he forged a basketball. Lin Chen was full of interest. He found an open flat ground. On the flat ground, when Lin Chen hit the ball, the ground would shake and make peng 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 sounds. In order to adapt to his strength, Lin Chen adjusted the weight of the ball close to the ground. Looks like the weight is just right for me. It's convenient and can warm up at the same time. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Then, as he hit the ball, he dribbled with his hands, dribbled with the ball, and turned around with the ball, leaving after images everywhere. As he hit the ball, Lin Chen leaped and aimed at a mountain peak in the distance and threw the ball. Boom tilde. When the ball landed on the mountain peak, the ground cracked and the mountain collapsed with a loud bang, flattening the entire mountain. Comfortable. Looks like I can play basketball in the Jojo continent in the future. Haha. When I'm free, I should build a basketball court to play with. Lin Chen flew over and took away his specially made basketball. Then, he used the Azure Dragon possession to perform the Azure Dragon shadow. Alright, now it's time to go back and kill that 9-headed Earth Demon Hound. Lin Chen's bright eyes flashed with a ruthlessness that said, I have nothing to lose. The reason why he didn't leave immediately was because he was thinking about the 9-headed Earth Demon Hound. Late at night, sky-splitting abyss. Huff tilde tilde roar tilde tilde the 9-headed Earth Demon Hound was lying in the heaven-splitting abyss, snoring. Every time it breathed out, it would bring up a gust of wind. At this moment, there were still some injuries on its body. All of them were caused by Xue Hao, Ning Fan, and the other geniuses breaking out of the encirclement. After fighting for a day, the 9-headed Earth Demon Hound was in a state of exhaustion and was sleeping soundly. Lin Chen, who had turned transparent, carefully approached the heaven-splitting abyss. Chapter 329. Lin Chen wasn't sure if his green dragon shadow could completely hide him from a Class 6 dire beast. He didn't dare to be careless as he approached and was prepared to activate the delaying rune. This kind of high-tier dire beast seemed to be in a dormant state, but it would wake up in a thousandth of a breath if there was any movement that could threaten it. A Class 6 dire beast's dormant state wasn't something a Class 2 or Class 3 dire beast could compare to. If he couldn't complete the sneak attack and was discovered in advance, Lin Chen would rather give up on killing the 9-headed Earth Demon Hound. Although his strength had increased greatly, Lin Chen wasn't arrogant. He knew very well how difficult it was for a Heaven Dipper realm to challenge a Yuan Venerate. It has already exhausted a lot of its energy from the fight with the ancient family geniuses. My green dragon shadow should be able to completely evade its detection. Suddenly, among the 18 eyes of the 9-headed Earth Demon Hound, a purple beast pupil opened, and Lin Chen froze in midair. The purple eye rotated slightly before slowly closing again. Lin Chen's almost suffocating heartbeat slowly returned to normal. It shouldn't have discovered it yet. Let's get closer. Lin Chen cautiously approached the 9-headed Earth Demon Hound. He pushed his purple gold eyes to the limit and scanned the 9-headed Earth Demon Hound's body. Finally, he locked onto the 4th and 5th head, where there was a wound that was more than 10 meters deep. Among all the injuries, this wound had caused the 9-headed Earth Demon Hound the most damage and was the deepest. 25 miles, 30 miles, 20 miles. Finally, when he was only a kilometer away, Lin Chen suddenly stopped. The 9-headed Earth Demon Hound's breath blew in front of Lin Chen, causing a foul stench to sweep up. Lin Chen held his breath and activated the 3 great runes at the same time: the delaying rune, the corroding rune, and the charging rune. This was the first time Lin Chen had used all 3 of the great runes at the same time. The system's screen showed that Lin Chen's rune energy had decreased by 40 million. 30 million of them were used on the delaying rune, Azura's 9 brilliance transformation, heavenly water transformation, thunder punishment transformation. Lin Chen's cultivation abruptly soared from late-stage 7th layer to late-stage 8th layer. At this moment, he revealed his figure and dispelled the Azure Dragon's possession. The ancient Azure Dragon came into being with him. The 5 Dragons' imperial spear flowed with the 5-colored dragon aura, like beautiful dragon shadow circling around the spear. The 9-headed earth demon hound's beastly eyes suddenly opened. A ferocious and violent aura swept across the bottomless abyss. Its ruthless beastly eyes locked onto Lin Chen. However, it was too late. Slow rune, corrosive rune, suppress. A 1,000-foot-long grayish-white talisman containing the power to suppress ghosts and seal demons fell from the sky. It fused into the demon dog's body, slowing down 70% of its strength to the point where it could barely mobilize it. Violent thunder of the 9th heaven, Azure Dragon soul-rending claw. Lin Chen activated the demonic might Wild Thunder's 4th style, 9 heavens Wild Thunder. Lightning surged all over his body, surrounded by endless lightning and gathered at the tip of the Golden War Spear. The Azure Dragon swung its claws, and the dragon aura light blade shot out like dancing flowers. The bright and sharp azure light blade exploded at close range. The dragon aura light blade slashed at the intersection of the Earth Demon Hound's 4th and 5th head, cutting open the wound. Beast blood spurted everywhere, and the wound continued to expand. The 5 Dragons' imperial spear was like a world-destroying thunder spear. Stacked with 3,100 points of dragon power, it burst out with a force that could pierce through the galaxy. Lin Chen fiercely threw it out, ruthlessly piercing into the Earth Demon Hound's wound. Roar! 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 The 9-headed Earth Demon Hound was met with such a fierce attack when it was awakened. The delaying rune had sealed its movements, and the corrosive rune was slowly eroding its strength. The 2 great runes had suppressed it first, causing it to be unable to counterattack at the first moment. Instead, it had been caught unprepared by Lin Chen's series of fierce attacks. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts pierced through the 9-headed Earth Demon Hound's body, as if wanting to destroy it. Accept my gift. Dark Dragon Palm, 6th layer Dark Dragon Force. Lin Chen's body was bathed in blood, like a demon king from hell. Dark chi surged around his body, and his palm was like a falling star. He fiercely slapped the 5 Dragons' imperial spear's tail. Kai! 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 The 5 Dragons' imperial spear was struck by Lin Chen's violent strength, and the golden spear violently shot out, piercing into the 9-headed Earth Demon Hound's body. The rapidly spinning spear twisted the 9-headed Earth Demon Hound's beast body. Flesh and blood were torn apart, and blood splattered everywhere. The sky was filled with blood-red attribute light balls dancing chaotically. Roar! 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 The 9-headed Earth Demon Hound's 9 heads roared crazily. Its 4 limbs rolled, and the 9 heads continuously shot out purple light pillars. Wherever the light pillars swept, mountains were torn apart. The entire sky-splitting abyss trembled, and rocks fell and shook. The ancient Azure Dragon's shrunken body constantly twisted and swam in the void. It was nimble and free, and its changes were endless. It was as if it had merged with space. This was the roaming dragon movement technique. It was a movement technique unique to the dragon race. It was one of the techniques that the ancient Azure Dragon had inherited from the 100 Divine Grave. The 9-headed Earth Demon Hound's counterattack didn't even touch Lin Chen and the ancient Azure Dragon. It missed. The purple phoenix wings combined with the wind prison Dark King steps allowed Lin Chen to retreat like a bolt of lightning. Not only did Lin Chen's Dark Dragon Palm burst forth with the 6th layer Dark Dragon Force, but it also struck the 5 Dragons' Imperial Spear. He wanted to use the 5 Dragons' Imperial Spear's peerless sharpness to completely pierce through the Earth Demon Hound. Poochie tilde tilde. The sound of flesh being torn apart reverberated throughout the sky-splitting abyss. The 9-headed Earth Demon Hound's lower abdomen had been pierced by the spear. A wound that was dozens of feet long opened up, and blood flowed like a river. In the end, the 9-headed Earth Demon Hound collapsed in a pool of blood after struggling for less than 20 breaths. A level 6 dire beast that was comparable to a Yuan Venerate had died on the spot. Although it was a sneak attack and the dire beast was injured, Lin Chen was probably the only person in the history of the spiritual state who could kill a level 6 dire beast with a Heaven Star Border Realm level 8. Lin Chen felt an immense pain in his left arm, as if his muscles and meridians were being torn apart. He had used the 6th layer Dark Dragon Force of the Dark Dragon Palm with the charge rune and almost broke his arm. The higher the Dark Dragon Force was, the higher the requirement for the user's strength and Dark Battle Force. Although Lin Chen had perfectly inherited the Dark Dragon Palm, it didn't mean that his body condition allowed him to use it freely. That was close. If it wasn't for this body that was tempered by the sacred fire seed, I might have broken my arm before I could use the Dark Dragon Force. Lin Chen secretly broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly circulated the true water origin scripture to heal his injuries and tried his best to endure the pain. Congratulations, host, for killing a level 6 dire beast for the first time and triggering a special reward mechanism. You have received 1 blue gold treasure chest. A dazzling blue gold treasure chest was floating in the void above the 9-headed earth demon hound's corpse. The ancient azure dragon immediately revealed its true form. The 3,000 feet long azure dragon bit the 9-headed earth demon hound's body and dug out its dire beast core. Chapter 330. Lin Chen's cultivation returned to normal after removing the double transformation of the Azura 9 Brilliance transformation. Lin Chen felt a wave of weakness in his body. He felt a little dizzy, but it didn't affect his constitution. After being purified by the sacred fire seed, Lin Chen's double transformation wouldn't have too many side effects. Compared to the first time he had used the triple transformation and had to lie in bed for 4 days and 4 nights, this result was already very good. As he circulated his cultivation technique, the spiritual energy within a radius of 1,000 feet turned into a white cyclone. It was like a river converging into the sea, with Lin Chen in the center. In an instant, it flowed into his body, reducing his weakness by a few notches. He held the Earth Demon Hound's dire beast core in his hand and squinted his eyes as he muttered to himself. If the ancient azure dragon absorbs it, its cultivation realm might rise to another level. However, it might take some time to refine it. Should I absorb it? The Class 6 dire beast core was about the size of Lin Chen's basketball. It was hexagonal in shape and contained a variety of colorful energies. Even Yuan Venerates would covet it, but they would also find it troublesome. Subsequently, the ancient azure dragon kept tearing the 9-headed earth demon hound apart, devouring its flesh and refining its endless blood energy. The ancient azure dragon, which had consumed a large amount of treasures and elixirs, had risen from 4,200 to 4,300 dragon power points. However, its current rate of advancement was several times faster than before. 4,500, 4,900, 5,200 dragon power points, and it was still rising. Lin Chen wasn't willing to fall behind. He picked up a large number of attribute light balls dropped by the 9-headed earth demon hound. Host has received 30 billion points of primary blood energy, 28 billion points, 44 billion points. Host has opened a blue gold treasure chest. Host has received 200 heavenly path points. Host has received 7 million points of primary dark energy, 1 million points, 5 million points, 5 million points. Host has received 30 billion points of primary battle chi essence, 26 billion points, 48 billion points. The attribute light balls dropped by the 9-headed earth demon hound could be considered luxurious. A Class 6 dire beast lived up to its name. After picking up the attribute light balls, Lin Chen found a secluded place in the heaven-splitting abyss and sat down cross-legged. The 5 Dragons' imperial spear was like a part of Lin Chen's body. It flew back as if it had a mind of its own and floated beside Lin Chen. Faint 5-colored dragon chi slowly grew and coiled around the golden spear. It was extremely mysterious. Lin Chen focused on controlling the rampaging blood and chi energy in his body. Streams of blood and chi energy, as vast and dense as a heavenly river, merged into his flesh, blood, and bones. Countless white spirit chi swirled and entered Lin Chen's 9-colored battle soul. It stirred and condensed again, and every time it revolved, it seemed to swallow the stars and the moon. 1 day and 1 night had passed. Lin Chen's battle chi and body refinement had made astonishing improvement. Lin Chen picked up a total of 139 attribute orbs from the 9 Earth Demon Hounds, obtaining 68 million elementary darkness energy points, as well as 310 billion beginner HP, 185 billion beginner battle chi essence, 200 heavens path points, and a blue gold treasure chest with a special reward mechanism. Congratulations to the host for advancing to Heaven Star Border Stage 8. The system screen popped up. Lin Chen's 9-colored battle soul had become even more condensed. Apart from that, Lin Chen's dragon power had reached 5,000 points in his body refinement level. If Lin Chen did not use any techniques and only competed with pure strength, he would be able to compete with early-stage quasi-exalts. If he combined his various techniques, his ability would be worlds apart from before he entered Holy Fire level. The ancient azure dragon roared into the sky, its roar echoing all around. At that moment, the azure dragon's scales were ferocious. As it hovered in the air, its teeth were sharp and its eyes shone with a domineering ferocity. As its whiskers danced in the air, it appeared evil and demonic. Its body grew to 50,000 feet long, as if a powerful demonic dragon from the ancient times had descended into the world. The moment Lin Chen turned to look, he saw that within a day and a night, the entire 9-headed Earth Demon Hound had been devoured by the ancient azure dragon until not even its bones were left. Lin Chen felt goosebumps all over his body. The ancient azure dragon seemed to have obtained a unique cultivation method that leaned towards the evil dragon from the inheritance last time. It only took it a day and night to devour the flesh and blood of a Class 6 ferocious beast. Amazing. 6,000. No, it's close to 7,000 dragon power. Lin Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. The ancient azure dragon's body had 699 dragon veins. Each dragon vein was extremely abundant and exuded an ancient dragon aura. The ancient azure dragon now had no problem fighting a mid-stage quasi-venerable alone. The benefits of this Class 6 ferocious beast hunt far exceeded Lin Chen's expectations. Just as Lin Chen was feeling ecstatic, blood-red invitations fluttered like snow, falling from the sky above the 1,000-beast mountain range and landing in every corner. These invitations were formed by battle chi and would disappear 2 hours after landing on the ground. Lin Chen took one of the invitations, and his eyes lit up when he opened it. Dragon Platform Invitations. The battle for the peak of the current generation of aristocratic families. Every member of the aristocratic families can participate. The one who fights to the end will become the most powerful primordial genius of the current generation of the spiritual state. One line sky, Dragon Platform. We await the arrival of all heroes. A few simple sentences had already expressed the meaning of this letter of challenge. The battle for the peak of the ancient aristocratic families had begun. The legendary dragon platform that would never change had begun. How can I miss out on such a good thing? Lin Chen's eyes flashed with intense battle intent. I'm looking forward to beating up all the top geniuses. How many attribute light balls will I get? Ha ha ha. After putting away the 5 dragons' imperial spear into his soul storage ring, Lin Chen looked up to the sky and laughed. He tapped the air, and the ancient azure dragon twisted its body and shrunk its size. It flew into the air and disappeared from the sky-splitting abyss with Lin Chen. At the southern entrance of the 1,000-beast mountain range, the ancient azure dragon flew at full speed, more than twice as fast as before. Because he had killed a Class 6 dire beast, Lin Chen was no longer interested in the large number of dire beasts in the 1,000-beast mountain range. Even if he killed them, there would be no improvement. As for Class 6 dire beasts, there might be more, but Lin Chen was in a hurry to participate in the dragon platform and had no time to look for them. Even if he did find a Class 6 dire beast, it would still be difficult to kill it with his current strength. Lin Chen had relied on a sneak attack, its original injuries, and many other trump cards to successfully kill the 9-headed Earth Demon Hound. It was the same for the Holy Fire Seed. Lin Chen had 3 Holy Fire Seeds. However, after absorbing the second Sacred Flame Seed, it would take a lot of time and become more dangerous. With a flash of his purple-gold eyes, Lin Chen immediately returned to the place where everyone had agreed to meet. He immediately found the people hiding in the southern forest. It's big brother Lin Chen. Class president is back. Seeing Lin Chen's ancient azure dragon, everyone who had been hiding in the dark revealed their faces and smiled happily. Other than that, there were two huge Class 5 dire beasts crawling under the ancient azure dragon's draconic aura. They were the lightning tiger and the sky poison python. These two dire beasts were completely under Han Ziyun's control. They were captured in the Thousand Beast mountain range. Previously in the Tomb of 100 Venerables, Han Ziyun had obtained the 10,000 Beasts Heart Sutra, the 10,000 Beasts Heart Sutra. This technique allowed one to use one's spiritual power to sign a contract with a dire beast and control it to fight. It was similar to the bloodline ability of the Bai Tianqi that Lin Chen had fought before. If Han Ziyun's spiritual power was strong enough, she might be able to become the second Bai Tianqi and form her own army of dire beast. Lin Chen smiled when he saw the two big guys. Judging from your expressions, it shouldn't be too bad. Han Yiji's cheeks were slightly red as she sent a secret voice transmission excitedly. Yes, class president, not only did we get the holy fire seed that we originally planned to get, but we also got 2 holy fire seed. You guys got 3 holy fire seeds. Lin Chen was dumbstruck. He was stunned on the spot. This was a heaven-defying opportunity. 3 holy fire seeds. Did that mean they could create 3 holy sons and holy daughters? Chapter 331. Not only could the sacred fire seed transform one's life form, but it was also crucial for breaking through bottlenecks. Almost all the prodigies of the ancient families would only consume it when they were at the peak of the quasi-venerate level. It could help them reach the Yuan venerate level in one go. Yes, after discussion, Dan Qianqiu contributed the most. She will take 1 sacred fire seed, the Han family will take 1, and the other will be left for the Lung family's 114, Lung Yueqi said with a smile. Lung Yueqi smiled faintly. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. He exchanged glances with Han Ziyun, Han Yiji, and Lung Yueqi. Everyone nodded slightly, remembering Lin Chen's advice. They must not refine the sacred fire seed so easily after obtaining it. Since the sacred fire seeds have been allocated, we should go to the one-line sky, the battle dragon platform. Lin Chen's fighting spirit was high. Everyone was shocked. Big brother Lin Chen, are you going to participate in the battle dragon platform? Lung Yu and the others were shocked. In fact, the battle dragon platform was a very small opportunity for some prodigies. This was because the number of holy fire level prodigies fighting for the sacred fire seeds would be reduced. Most importantly, most of the prodigies of the ancient families would participate. This was a rare opportunity for prodigies who were not strong enough. During the battle dragon platform, their chances of obtaining the sacred fire seed would increase slightly. Yes, I must participate in the battle dragon platform. Lin Chen nodded, his tone resolute. Lin Chen could obtain a lot of attribute light balls when fighting against extremely talented prodigies. This was very important for Lin Chen, who needed to upgrade his system and collect a large number of skill essence. It seems like we won't be able to accompany big brother Lin Chen to witness history. This will be the day we part ways. The 4 prodigies of the Lung family cupped their fists and said regretfully. Lin Chen was puzzled. Lung Yueqi explained a little to him before he came to a realization and smiled. It's fine. It's also a good thing for you to take this opportunity to look for more sacred fire seeds. With the 4 of you, the Lung family will have a chance to break out of the ranks of the ancient families. Both sides cupped their fists and left. Lin Chen, Han Ziyun, Han Yiji, Lung Yueqi and Dan Qianqiu began rushing towards the battle dragon stage. Half a day later, in the one-line sky. The valley was beautiful and tranquil. The smooth natural mountain walls on both sides formed a narrow gap. Through the clouds, the sky turned into a line. At this moment, over 100 geniuses from the ancient families had gathered on the cliff of the one-line sky. Furthermore, there were even more people flying over. Beyond the one-line sky was a bottomless abyss. In the center of the abyss, there was a green jade dragon platform that was tens of thousands of feet wide, like a small plane. Around the dragon platform, ancient chains that were hundreds of meters thick were intertwined and bound, stabilizing the dragon platform at the center of the abyss. Even the space crystal wall was several times more solid than before. Skyline, Abyss Dragon Platform. On the dragon platform, a figure in blood-red robes stood proudly. Opposite him, a girl with a green hairpin slowly fell into a pool of blood. Xiao Yu from the Xiao family challenged Shui Hao from the Shui family and failed. A cold and elegant voice spread across the one-line sky. On the cliff outside the Abyss Dragon platform, a beautiful woman stood there. She wore a purple-black long dress, like a blurry star blooming under the night sky, a secluded orchid in the empty valley. Her black hair was like snow, her eyes were like peach blossoms, her black brows were like the distant mountains in the clouds of March, her teeth were white and cherry lips were white, her figure was graceful like a startled swan, and her delicate mountain range was like a unique scenery. Her violet-black dress that was dotted with starlight added a mysterious color to her quiet and elegant beauty. This woman's name was Yang Qianyun, and she was the only descendant of the Yang family. Among all the ancient families in the spiritual state, the Yang family was the most special, ancient, and mysterious. They were the only fortune-teller family among the ancient families. They had all the heavenly secrets, and no force in the spiritual state dared to offend the Yang family. The Yang family knew a few truths and heavenly secrets, and they were the only family in the spiritual state that was proficient in ancient arithmetic. In terms of status and prestige, although Yang Qianyun wasn't one of the 4 heavenly kings, she surpassed them. In some ways, she was even more mysterious and dangerous than the 4 heavenly kings. She was the host of this ancient family's battle dragon stage. Holding a thick ancient book in her hand, Yang Qianyun's beautiful eyes turned slightly as she looked into the distant starry sky. This battle dragon stage seems to have the momentum of a tiger devouring a dragon. What makes me more curious is that there is a black star that I have never seen before that is getting brighter and brighter. She looked around and saw Yi Yanxia, Luo Qingyu, Murong Changsheng, and Ling Tian of the 4 heavenly kings. They each took a side and stood in the 4 directions of the one-line sky. Yang Qianyun scanned everyone present, but she didn't seem to find the person she was looking for. Yi Changqing of the Yi family challenges Feng Muyun of the Feng family. A figure flashed, and another person entered the Abyss Dragon stage. The white-robed young man stood with his sword pointed at the southwest direction of the one-line sky. Feng Muyun of the Feng family accepts the challenge. Another man with a saber on his waist descended from the sky and entered the dragon stage. The rules of the battle dragon stage were simple. Every time you defeated an opponent, you would get 1 point. Every ancient family only had 10 chances to challenge an opponent. No matter who they sent out and what the result was, they would use up 1 chance. If they accumulated 5 points, they could challenge the top 10 geniuses. If they defeated any one of the top 10 geniuses, they would get 5 points. If they lost, the points would belong to the top 10 geniuses who were challenged. In the end, the 4 people with the highest points would join the 4 heavenly kings in the battle dragon stage. The winner from the top 8 would be the most powerful genius below the saint son of the spiritual state, representing the new peak of the spiritual state. Now, the 4 heavenly kings and 7 of the top 10 geniuses were here. There were also hundreds of ancient family geniuses who were at Heaven Star Border Stage 8 and Stage 9. Apart from that, the mysterious young man who fought with Lin Chen might also be here. The Dark Horse would always be present in the Holy Fire level competition. However, no one knew if the Dark Horse would participate in the Battle Dragon stage. If he did, he would definitely shine. From Yang Qianyun's observation, there were 2 hidden geniuses who were on par with the top 10 geniuses. From the east of the one-line sky came a whistling sound. Lin Chen, Leng Yueqi, and the others appeared together. They were followed by 2 top-tier rank 5 ferocious beasts. They were the Sky Poison Boa and the Lightning Demon Tiger that Han Ziyun controlled. They landed on the cliff on the east of the crack sky. Cousin Qianqiu is back. She's still with that Lin Chen? The geniuses of the Dan family had strong spiritual senses. After Lin Chen and the rest entered the Battle Dragon stage, the geniuses of the Dan family immediately flew toward Lin Chen. Cousin Qianqiu, are you okay? We've been waiting for you here for days. A genius girl from the Dan family ran up to her and stared at Lin Chen with her almond-shaped eyes. Lin Chuan raised his eyebrows at the girl and teased, "Little girl, Why are you glaring at me? It's not like I'm the one who abducted your cousin Qianqiu. She was the one who forced herself to follow this handsome man. Don't tell me it's my fault that I'm handsome. Chapter 332. Shameless. You're not handsome. The young girl knew that she was in the wrong. She made a funny face at Lin Chen and stuck out her tongue mischievously. While Dan Qianqiu and the members of the Dan family were talking, Lin Chen turned to the Abyss Dragon platform and said with great interest while playing with the basketball he made. So this is the Dragon platform. Even the space and the battlefield have been reinforced. Han Yizhi looked at the basketball he was playing with and could not help but ask curiously. Class monitor, what is that? A new weapon? Lin Chen chuckled and said, this is one of the sports equipment from my hometown. It's called a basketball. To be precise, it's not a weapon. I just made it for fun. When Lin Chen appeared, the members of the Ning family wore serious expressions. Ning Yunlan said with a frown. I didn't expect that kid to come too. What's that ball he's playing with? Could it be some kind of treasure? I feel like it's made with materials of 6th grade rare ores. A young genius who was second only to Ning Yunlan and Ning Fan said with a frown. I vaguely heard him say something about a basketball or some sports equipment. Ning Fan gave Lin Chen a deep look. He had heard about this kid from Ning Yunlan. His strength was not inferior to the 10 great geniuses. Yang Qianyun looked at Lin Chen and realized that she could not see through Lin Chen's background and his strength. This young man, at this moment, the 2 geniuses on the Abyss Dragon platform had finished their battle. Yi Changqing of the Yi family won against Feng Muyun of the Feng family by a narrow margin. Yi Changqing wins. He obtains 1 point. He has accumulated 3 points. Yang Qianyun stood at the peak of the mountain and announced indifferently. At this moment, a figure flew to the dragon platform. It was Xue Hao of the Xie family. He suddenly turned his head and revealed a cold and ruthless killing intent. Then, he grinned hideously. I want to challenge Han Ziyun of the Han family. As soon as he said that, many people were stunned. The Xie family actually picked soft persimmons to bully and challenged a member of the Han family who wasn't even an ancient family. However, this also served as a reminder to everyone. It seemed like the Han and Lung families were the weakest among all of them. None of the geniuses from the Lung clan were present. Only Lung Yueqi arrived at the Battle Dragon platform. It was obvious that the Lung clan's heaven's favorites knew their place. Even if they came here, they would only be humiliating themselves. Lin Chen glanced at Han Ziyun. She was not afraid at all. Instead, she was calm as she leaped into the Abyss Dragon platform. Han Ziyun from the Han clan, accept my challenge. Han Ziyun scolded coldly. Xue Hao laughed coldly. Han Ziyun, let's see who can help you now. I'll let you know the consequences of refusing to be my woman. Many sky prides shook their heads and laughed. Han Ziyun's cultivation was only at the late stage of Heaven Star Border Stage 7. She was nothing in front of Xue Hao who was at the late stage of Heaven Star Border Stage 8. What a pity for such a beautiful woman. Hihi, Xue Hao really knows how to pick. I'm already regretting it. Who knows, I might even want to get close to her when I defeat her. While everyone was discussing, Xue Hao had just finished speaking when a deafening roar reverberated through the sky. Roar tilde. The swift lightning demonic tiger and sky venom python leaped into the Abyss Dragon platform and stood beside Han Ziyun, guarding her very loyally. Many people's expressions changed slightly. The 2 stage 5 dire beasts suppressed Xue Hao with their ferocious auras. Bringing dire beasts into the competition? This is against the rules, right? Xue Hao was a little shocked. As the host, Yang Qianyun smiled calmly and said, it's not against the rules. These 2 dire beasts are under Miss Han Ziyun's control. They should be her own force and not external help. There's nothing against the rules. Now, let the battle begin. As soon as Yang Qianyun finished speaking, Han Ziyun smiled and pointed at Xue Hao from afar. Beat him up. The swift lightning demonic tiger, whose entire body was surging with wind and lightning, let out a long roar that shook the heavens and earth. It transformed into a hurricane of lightning that shot towards Xue Hao. 2 stage 5 dire beasts surrounded Xue Hao. The scene was extremely violent and bloody. It was too horrible to look at. Shuai Hao didn't even have the chance to shout the word surrender before he was attacked by the swift lightning demonic tiger. What kind of joke is this? Isn't the Han family a declining alchemy family? How can they have the ability to control dire beasts? That's right. If they had this ability, they wouldn't have been wiped out so easily, right? When Shuai Hao was beaten until he fainted and was almost eaten by the two dire beasts, the Shuai family members shouted the slogan of surrender. That's too scary. If this woman gets the holy fire, won't she be the second Tianqi Holy Sun? It's hard to say. I've seen the Tianqi Holy Sun's dire beast army before. It's still slightly better than this woman's. Moreover, he can control stage 6 dire beast. No matter what, the Han family has completely risen this time. Everyone's evaluation of the Han family in the past had changed drastically at this moment. Apart from the 20-odd people second only to the top 10 geniuses, most of the people present might not be Han Ziyun's match. Han Ziyun's eyes reddened as she felt everyone's respectful and fearful gazes. Those arrogant fellows who had trampled on the Han family's dignity in the past had never looked at the Han family with such respect. We, the Han family, have finally won back our honor among the ancient families. Han Ziyun clenched her fists and looked at Lin Chen with gentleness. I don't believe that the Han family will have another person like Mo Hong from the Mo family to challenge Han Yizhi from the Han family. At this moment, someone had set his eyes on Han Yizhi from the Han family. He wore a grayish-green robe and flew into the Abyss Dragon Arena to challenge Han Yizhi. After all, those who had low abilities were like points that were placed in front of them. Everyone wanted to challenge them. Class monitor, I'll be back soon. Han Yizhi smiled gracefully. Her seemingly delicate and slender figure gently leapt into the arena. Lin Chen was not worried at all. Han Yizhi's current spiritual level was slightly higher than his. She was even closer to Dharma power than him. Among the people present, perhaps only Murong Changsheng, who was one of the 4 heavenly kings, had a higher spiritual level than Han Yizhi. Heaven Star Border Level 5. Oh my god, is Han Ziyun the only one from the Han family? How dare they send a Heaven Star Border Level 5 to challenge the Holy Fire level? Are they looking for death? What a pity. The Mo family beat us to it. Murong Changsheng was the only one who opened his eyes, which was rare for him. His pupils that contained an endless spiritual storm had a glimmer of light. His cold expression changed for the first time. She has a virtual spirit physique and her spiritual level is only second to mine. Interesting. The Mo family and the Dan family were the 2 biggest medicine refining families. Most of the geniuses in their families were medicine refiners. Therefore, their spiritual level was very impressive. Mo Hong, who was challenging Han Yizhi, had a spiritual level that was at the peak of the middle stage of spirit transformation. Han Yizhi from the Han family accepts the challenge. Han Yizhi clenched her fists and Yang Qianyun chuckled. What a cute child. Chapter 333. Challenge accepted. Begin. Yang Qianyun waved her hand. Mo Hong's battle aura surged, and his palm swept out like a destructive wind. Soul-shattering sound shattering palm, the whistling sound of the air being torn apart was accompanied by a terrifying spiritual attack. It condensed into a battle aura palm, grabbing toward Han Yizhi's slender body. With the cultivation of late-stage 8th stage combined with the spiritual power of mid-stage spirit transformation realm, even an early-stage 9th stage heaven dipper realm would have to dodge these 4 palm. A spiritual battle aura attack. Just nice to test my combat power. Han Yizhi smiled happily. Her slender fingers pointed out. Her fingers were like alternating blades. Suddenly, thousands of energy vortexes appeared out of thin air. The vortexes absorbed the battle aura palm, reducing most of the battle aura attacks. Han Yizhi pointed her finger out. Earth Terminus Void Spirit Finger. A vast amount of spiritual power condensed from Han Yizhi's slender body and turned into a spiritual energy finger that could shatter the void. It crushed Mo Hong's attack head-on. What? Mo Hong was shocked. That spiritual energy finger was like a huge wave. Only then did he realize that he was just a lone boat in a huge wave. Once he was hit by the spiritual energy finger, his spiritual sea would be shattered instantly, and he would become an idiot on the spot. No, don't. I admit defeat. Mo Hong was terrified. He trembled and crawled on the ground. He thought that his spiritual sea was going to be shattered. Boom tilde tilde. The spiritual energy threads in the sky turned into nothingness and wandered in the void, returning to Han Yiji's spiritual sea. After bowing slightly, Han Yiji left the arena. Most of the prodigies were stunned. Yang Qianyun glanced at Mo Hong and said indifferently, "The winner is Han Yiji from the Han family." Mo Hong was panting heavily. He looked like he had just survived a disaster. Warm liquid flowed out from his crotch. Some of the sharp-eyed prodigies were even more shocked after seeing this. Mo Hong was actually scared to the point of peeing. The people from the Dan and Mo families stared at Han Yiji's figure. The prodigies of the two alchemy families were everywhere with powerful spiritual power. However, none of them realized that Han Yiji's spiritual power was so profound. The disciples of the Mo family swallowed their saliva as their hearts trembled. What a terrible spiritual attack! Even the Heavenly Dipper Realm 9th layer late stage does not dare to take it lightly. Mo Linglong from the Mo clan, ranked 10th among the top 10 geniuses, said with a serious expression. She was an elegant beauty in a green dress. She was Mo Linglong from the One-Line Sky Peak. I didn't expect this person to have the ethereal physique. In the previous battle, he had already perfectly controlled the connection between his physique and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. He interrupted Mo Hong's attack midway, and in the end, he used some kind of strange mental energy control method to instantly unleash a mental energy attack. The geniuses of the Mo family all looked at each other in shock. Who would have thought that such a talented prodigy would appear in the declining Han family, as expected of an ancient family that once shared the world with my Mo clan and Dan clan? We can't underestimate them. However, with the Han family's history of close to 10,000 years, it's impossible for them to produce two amazing geniuses in such a short period of time. Mo Linglong's beautiful eyes moved. Like many other top sky prides, they all looked at Lin Chen at the same time. Could it be him? It can't be wrong. This person's performance at the medicine refining ceremony organized by the Ning clan and others was simply stunning. It said that even in our Mo clan, he would be an existence that could overturn history. With the Han family's current foundation, it can only be said that they were lucky to be able to cultivate one. However, for two such amazing geniuses to appear in such a short period of time, it must have something to do with external forces. The Sky Prides were extraordinarily intelligent. They immediately realized that it was impossible for the current Han family to cultivate such amazing geniuses like Han Ziyun and Han Yiji at the same time. The person behind the scenes who was adding fuel to the fire was most likely Lin Chen, who was playing with the strange ball. The two people beside Lin Chen are so strong. They must have obtained the inheritance of the 100 Ancestors' tombs. Ning Yunlan, who had entered the 100 Ancestors' tombs back then, immediately saw through the clues. The Sky Prides who had entered the 100 Ancestors' tombs also had the same thought as him. They were amazed and surprised. Dan Chenqiu smiled knowingly. She had witnessed Lin Chen unravel the secrets of the 100 Ancestors' tombs with her own eyes. Even the inheritance she had obtained had been given a hint by Lin Chen. Upon seeing the smile on Dan Chenqiu's face, some of the Dan family's Sky Prides asked Dan Chenqiu a little and found out that Lin Chen had actually been able to see through the inheritance within the Yuan Venerate's tombs. They were shocked. Luo Qingyu, one of the 4 heavenly kings, glanced at Leng Yueqi and said slowly, "That beautiful lady from the Leng family doesn't seem to be easy to deal with either." Yi Yanxia, who was on the other side, narrowed her eyes and smiled. She was secretly surprised. This guy called Lin Chen seems to have hidden his abilities very well. The moment he came into contact with the Han family and the Leng family, the people of these two families seemed to have undergone a qualitative change. At that moment, the gazes and attention of some elite Sky Prides had already been fixed on Lin Chen through Han Ziyun and Han Yiji. Even the 4 heavenly kings were no exception. I don't believe this. When he first entered the Holy Fire Realm, he was only a Heaven Star Border Stage 6. Such a weak ant with a little brute strength. Don't tell me he can overturn the heavens. A Bai family's elite sky pride stood proudly in the southern area of the one-line sky and shouted coldly through battle aura, "Lin Chen, Bai Li Xiao from the Bai family challenges you. Do you dare to accept the challenge?" Lin Chen glanced at him, shrugged, and chuckled. "Get lost. I, Lin Chen, do not accept the challenge." As soon as he said this, some sky prides were stunned. "Huh? Reject the challenge?" Although Bai Li Xiao had the strength of an early stage level 9, many people did not think that Lin Chen would lose to him, let alone reject the challenge. Especially Ning Yunlan, who was very clear about Lin Chen's strength. Even if Bai Li Xiao was a level stronger, he would not be a match for Lin Chen. But why would he reject the challenge? Ha ha ha. Did you see that? This guy is a coward. He doesn't even dare to accept the challenge. All of you are praising him to the heavens. Bai Li Xiao laughed. Some of the sky prides who had just learned about Lin Chen could not help but shake their heads in disappointment. They glanced at him in disdain and scolded him as a coward in their hearts. Then, they did not pay any attention to him. Lin Chen did not seem to feel those gazes. He continued to play with his basketball as if the battle dragon ring had nothing to do with him. Under Talin's gaze, the Abyss Dragon platform was filled with elemental light balls. Red, blue, white, yellow, and other attribute light balls were everywhere. There were even some attribute light balls with mysterious patterns of heavenly path value. Almost all of the ancient sky prides present had a higher cultivation level than Lin Chen. In their previous battles, they had also left attribute light balls in the Abyss Dragon Ring. Hence, Lin Chen was not in a hurry to go on stage. He did not make a sound, but once he did, it would shock the heavens and earth. He wanted to wait until most of the ancient sky prides had participated in the battles. When most of their attribute light balls had dropped, it would be time for him to go on stage and reap the reward. Chapter 334. As for some clowns, Lin Chen did not care about them at all. Which strong man would care about the provocation of a weak chicken that didn't even have the strength to truss up a chicken? Lin Chen's refusal to accept the challenge disappointed many of the geniuses who wanted to watch the show. Many of them stopped paying attention to him. Only Ning Yunlan and Yang Qianyun were interested. The former was very sure that Lin Chen was planning something, while the latter was curious but could not figure out Lin Chen's background. She was getting more and more curious about Lin Chen. As time passed, the fierce battles in the dragon platform did not stop. The feuds between the ancient families were triggered at this time, and many of them fought to the death. The number of geniuses who watched the battles increased as everyone knew that the later the battles, the higher the level of the battles. During this period, within 5 days, Han Ziyun and Han Yizhi were challenged twice and still defeated their opponents. Lung Yueche's combat skills were even more powerful. She was only at late-stage grade 8, but she won 4 battles in a row. Everyone thought that she was second only to the top 10 geniuses. The Lung family, who was known as the last ancient family, also began to receive a lot of attention. Except for Lin Xian, he was also challenged 4 times, but he did not accept, did not fight, and had an attitude of "it has nothing to do with me." Therefore, Lin Chen was mocked as the weakest chicken and the most cowardly person in the Holy Fire level this time. After so many days of battles, the Abyss Dragon platform did not suffer any major damage except for some fine marks. The material used to build the dragon platform was not ordinary. The space in the dragon platform was also completely reinforced and could not be broken easily. On the 7th day, at sunrise, the dragon platform came to an end. Out of the 198 people present, no one went up to fight. If no one wants to fight, then the top 8 will begin, Yang Qianyun announced calmly. Looking around and seeing that no one wanted to fight, she was about to announce the next round. Wait a minute. A calm voice slowly spread throughout the entire one-line sky and even the Abyss Dragon platform. Silver robes fluttered as a figure stepped into the Abyss Dragon platform. Lin Chen smiled faintly with his hands behind his back. He looked at the heroes present and smiled domineeringly. There's still me. Forgive me for speaking bluntly, but other than my lovely darling Yizhi and the 2 beauties, there's no one else. You muggles don't even have the qualifications to help me warm up. With that, he raised his hands high and gave a thumbs up. Then, he faced all the sky prides in one-line sky. He slowly turned his thumb down. From now on, I, Lin Fan, will accept anyone's challenge. I'm not afraid. Boom. Bang tilde. An earth-shattering boom reverberated through one-line sky. Lin Chen erected a stone tablet on the spot. On it, there were 6 clear words. Zhuan. Cure. No. Convinced. Lin Chen. The crowd of experts stood rooted to the ground in shock. None of the heavens' prides had regained their senses. Lin Chen's sudden change was like an old beggar suddenly announcing that he was a billionaire. It wasn't just arrogance, it was contempt for everything. Mother ***, I want to see what qualifications a coward like you has to be so arrogant. Lin Chen, I think you're courting death. Yi families. Yi Feiyun challenges Lin Chen. By families. By Li Xiao challenges Lin Chen. Boom, boom, boom. 4 of Lin Chen's previous challengers suddenly unleashed their battle auras. With a stomp of their feet, they jumped into the dragon platform. Li Xiao, kill him. Mother ***, how dare he look down on us? Let him see the terror of our Bai family. Mother ***, a coward actually dares to bark like that. Feiyun, chop him up. Let him see your flying daggers. Many of the heavens' prides were furious. All of them condemned Lin Chen and cursed loudly. Some of the heavens' prides had already revealed their killing intent. They were ready to challenge Lin Chen at any time. Lung Yueqi and Han Yizhi looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. A few days ago, he rejected everyone's challenge. Now, he's accepting everyone's challenge. No one could see through Lin Chen's actions from beginning to end. No one could guess what he wanted to do. Interesting, very interesting. Yang Qianyun sized up Lin Chen with great interest. She previously thought that she had misjudged Lin Chen. She didn't expect him to endure until now. According to the rules, the dragon platform battles can only be one-on-one. Yang Qianyun announced the rules. Yi families. Yi Feiyun immediately jumped out and said angrily, then, I, Yi Feiyun, will be the first. Lin Chen shrugged. It doesn't matter. Whether it's one-on-one or a group battle, I'll accept it all. Okay, the challenge is established. Yi Feiyun versus the representative of the Lung family, Lin Chen. As soon as Yang Qianyun finished speaking, the sharp sound of wind breaking echoed throughout the dragon platform. Only a few people present saw Yi Feiyun make a move. The silver flying dagger at his waist shot out and transformed into a silver stream of light that shot out at an extremely fast speed. Its speed was extremely fast. Although his cultivation was only at the late stage of Tier 8, his ultimate flying dagger was unrivaled in the spiritual state. Many heavens' prides were wary of him. Once the flying dagger was thrown, life and death would be decided. This dagger condensed Yi Feiyun's essence, energy, spirit, technique, and all of his strength into this one dagger. He wanted to kill Lin Chen in one hit. The scene of Lin Chen being killed in one hit did not happen. His figure tilted slightly, and the spirit collection ring flashed. Lin Chen's right hand stretched out like lightning. Crack! The dagger light flashed past like a fleeting shadow. Then, the light dimmed rapidly, and the sharpness disappeared. Clang! Clang! The flying dagger spun and fell to the ground strangely. Lin Chen was not hurt at all, and he was calm and collected. The heavens Tier 9 and above prodigies were dumbfounded. They did not see when Lin Chen made his move. Impossible. My ultimate flying dagger can even kill an early stage Tier 9. Even an ordinary mid-stage Tier 9 wouldn't dare to take it head-on. How could he dodge it so easily? Yi Feiyun, whose face was slightly pale, stared in Lin Chen's direction in disbelief. This look had completely become the shadow of Yi Feiyun for the rest of his life. He saw that Lin Chen was holding a section of neatly cut green jade sugar cane. He opened his mouth and bit it. His lips and teeth were fragrant and sweet. He patted his chest with satisfaction and praised. Well, you are called Yi Feiyun. This knife skill is good. Tomorrow, go to the kitchen in Guangshui City's 666 community and report my name, Lin Chen. How much do you want to pay? Silence. A strange silence ensued. Even the 4 heavenly kings, who had always been cold to anything, showed surprise for the first time. Lin Chen actually used Yi Feiyun's ultimate flying dagger that was enough to kill an early-stage Tier 9 Heavenly Dipper realm to cut sugarcane. Individual Heavens Tier 9 who had been seriously injured by the ultimate flying dagger, their mouths opened so wide that eggs could be put in. What the hell is cutting sugar cane? If this was to let the powerhouse who had died under this flying dagger know in the underworld, I am afraid that he would be so angry that the coffin lid would fly. Chapter 335. Taking advantage of the moment when everyone was stunned, Lin Chen flicked his finger, and a light green finger energy shot out and hit Yi Feiyun right in the middle. Phut tilde. Yi Feiyun spat out blood and retreated, dropping a dozen attribute light balls. Lin Chen chewed on the green jade sugarcane and waved his hand again. A dozen gung gold energy rays appeared around Yi Feiyun. The spinning gung gold energy rays reversed in the air and shook Yi Feiyun into the air. He spun a few rounds in the air and fell to the ground, unconscious. The gentle breeze caused his silver robe to flutter. Everyone stared blankly at Lin Chen, who was leaning against the stone tablet. He was chewing on the green jade sugarcane with a calm expression. He did not take Yi Feiyun seriously at all. Even the experienced Yang Qianyun was stunned by such a unique scene. He waved his hand casually. "Carry him away." Next. Yang Qianyun, who was stunned for a moment, quickly recovered and waved her hand. Winner, Leng family representative, Lin Chen. Many people were shocked and couldn't calm down for a long time. At this moment, Xiao family's Xiao Zhanfeng jumped and stepped into the Abyss Dragon platform from the edge. He clenched his fist and laughed. "You really think you're invincible after defeating Yi Feiyun? I'll open a few bloody holes in your body today and let you know what a genius is." Xiao Zhanfeng held a crimson snake battle spear in his hand. His expression was sharp and dangerous like a poisonous snake. "Xiao family, Xiao Zhanfeng. I challenge Leng family representative, Lin Chen. The challenge begins." Yang Qianyun didn't say anything and immediately started the second battle. "It's time to exercise after eating." Coincidentally, a sparring partner came to my door. Lin Chen smiled slyly and finished the last bite of the green jade sugarcane. The soul acceptance ring on his palm flashed, and a self-made jazz hat flipped over. With a toss of his palm, the jazz hat nimbly landed on his head. "Go to hell, you barbarian trash." Xiao Zhanfeng's face showed a sinister smile. He held the spear with both hands, and the spear's shadow was like a storm of pear blossoms. As it spun slightly, it suddenly pierced forward. Refined 100-snake spear. The crimson-red spear shadow was like a scarlet serpent king that suddenly swept out. Every spear strike was as fast as a scarlet serpent king's bite and pounce, surging with a surging crimson-red baleful aura. Hiss tilde, hiss tilde, hiss tilde. Within the shadow of the spear, there was a faint hissing sound of the red refined serpent king. Within a radius of several thousand feet, it was completely enveloped by the shadow of the red spear. What a sharp spear art. Is he going to use it? That brat's strange and unpredictable movement technique. Ning Yunlan's eyes focused. The next moment, his expression became comical and startled. Lin Chen placed his hands between his chest and abdomen. His footsteps were strange as he stepped forward, but even though he seemed to be moving forward, he was actually moving backward. "Hit me when you move tilde tilde." With a twist of his waist, Lin Ming turned around beautifully and dodged another dozen spear shadows. Xiao Zhanfeng's attribute light orbs began to continuously drop. Every time he stabbed out 3 times with all his strength, there would be an additional attribute light orb on the field. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen revealed a trace of a smile. He immediately chose to wear down Xiao Zhanfeng's battle tactic. As he turned around, Lin Chen suddenly leapt up and spun in the air. When he landed, his legs moved, and he once again used the strange movement technique from before. The rhythm and amplitude of his swaying legs clearly indicated that he was moving forward, but his entire body rapidly retreated, completely causing Xiao Zhanfeng's spear to miss. Lin Chen's waving hands, turning, swinging legs, and kicking legs all perfectly dodged the tip of Xiao Zhanfeng's spear. It was just right, just a hair's breadth away. Everyone was stunned. What kind of movement technique was this? Movement technique? But Lin Chen did not circulate his battle chi. Damn it! Why can't my spear hit this brat? Xiao Zhonfeng was angry and sullen. His spear speed was one of the best among those of the same level. Even prodigies with excellent movement techniques would not dare to rashly dodge at close range. They would usually choose to distance themselves. But Lin Chen's strange and unpredictable movement technique was simply unpredictable. Furthermore, his gaze seemed to have already seen through the trajectory of his spear. This made Xiao Zhonfeng so angry that he almost vomited blood. Movement technique? No, more accurately, it's more like a dance, Leng Yueqi said with some surprise. She had also never seen Lin Chen do this kind of movement before. It seems so interesting, so handsome. Some of the young female prodigy's eyes were somewhat fiery. They stared unblinkingly at Lin Chen, who was perfectly dodging Xiao Zhonfeng's attack with a moonwalk. The psychedelic moonwalk stunned everyone. The tip of the spear furiously flicked, and Xiao Zhonfeng's battle chi was almost exhausted. Lin Chen took a step back and elegantly turned around, his leg sweeping out like a meteor. Clang! His scarlet snake spear was fiercely kicked away by Lin Chen's whip kick, stabbing into the ground. The exhausted Xiao Zhonfeng's eyes trembled slightly. Lin Chen casually took off his Black Knight's hat, and it spun in the air. In the next moment, Lin Chen's fist was like a dragon as it violently landed on Xiao Zhonfeng's abdomen. As the wind from the fist swept through the entire arena, Xiao Zhonfeng's defensive artifact shattered on the spot. His eyes rolled back as he was sent flying by Lin Chen's punch. When Xiao Zhonfeng's entire body fell to the ground, Lin Chen's Black Knights had just happened to cover his spear. All the prodigies present could not help but suck in a cold breath. Lin Chen actually did not use any battle techniques or movement techniques. He did not even use a trace of battle chi. He only used a kind of dance technique to defeat Xiao Zhonfeng. His pure strength seems to be stronger than it was at the beginning. Yi Yanxia of the Four Heavenly Kings smiled with interest. A rare trace of battle intent appeared in her eyes. Winner, Leng family representative, Lin Chen. Accumulated battle points, 2 points. Yang Qianyun waved her hand lightly and announced the result. She looked at Lin Chen with her beautiful eyes even brighter. This young man, how many secrets does he have? At this time, the two challengers at the edge of the Abyss Dragon platform had not left yet. Bai Lixiao took the lead and jumped into the Abyss Dragon platform. Yi Feiyun and Xiao Zhonfeng, these two pieces of trash. Nice to look at but useless. Lin Chen, let me show you what true terror is. Bai Lixiao did not waver at all. He rolled up his sleeves and his entire body released a grayish-white battle chi that gradually condensed. This battle chi was like an unparalleled evil spirit from the ancient times. It stirred up the wind and clouds, and a gale began to blow on the Abyss Dragon platform. The grayish-white battle chi began to slowly form into an ancient dragon, and then merged into Bai Lixiao's body. Fierce Sky Dragon Technique, Bai family's high-grade blue-rank mental cultivation method. It is said that this mental cultivation method can burn battle chi into pure strength. One strike can have the power to shatter stars. If this is combined with Bai Lixiao's 2000 dragon power, the power is unimaginable. This brat is going to suffer. It is said that he also has a blue-rank movement technique. He is so fast that no one can see his shadow. Any opponent who is forced into close combat by him will suffer a series of close combat attack. Many of the prodigies from the ancient times came back to their senses and were full of confidence in Bai Lixiao. Bai family, Bai Lixiao challenges Leng family representative, Lin Chen. The challenge begins. Yang Qianyun could not wait to see the third round and immediately announced. Everyone was curious. How far could Lin Chen go? Chapter 336. Lin was calm and collected. He took back his hat, crossed his arms and looked at Bai Lixiao with ridicule. Bai Lixiao's face was ferocious as he laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen, stop pretending. You're just a trash who has some achievements in body refinement. You don't want to use battle chi? Are you afraid that everyone will see your Heaven Dipper Realm 6 stage cultivation? Let me, Bai Lixiao, tell everyone that you're just a trash. From the beginning, Bai Lixiao thought that Lin Chen was just pretending. He didn't even put him in his eyes. The proof was that he had been hiding his battle chi cultivation and only dared to use his pure strength against the enemy. Bai Lixiao was much stronger than the previous two challengers. He was in the early stage of Heaven Dipper realm and his body refinement level was 2000 dragon power. He also mastered a blue rank intermediate movement technique. He was confident that as long as he got close to Lin Chen, he would be able to tear off his pretentious mask. Boom tilde tilde. The soaring murderous aura formed 100 feet long Qi Jiao Jiao. It was above Bai Lixiao's head. Bai Lixiao took a step forward and his figure turned into an after-image. He was like a flood dragon moving at a high speed. Every time he changed his body shape, he would leave 3 flood dragon shadows behind him, which were also changing at an extremely high speed. So fast. Worthy of being a blue rank intermediate movement technique, mysterious Jiao Dragon Snake Step. Bai Lixiao has almost mastered this movement technique. Lin Chen is going to suffer. While everyone was exclaiming, Yang Chenyun was very curious about what Lin Chen would do this time. Who knew? Lin Chen just crossed his arms and didn't move at all. Tear tilde. The space rippled slightly and a sonic boom came. Bai Lixiao's brutal fist was aimed at Lin Chen's chest. This fist was full of 2000 dragon power, plus Bai Lixiao's cultivation technique was mysterious. He transformed his battle chi into pure strength. The power reached 3700 dragon power. Even a Heaven Dipper realm 9th stage late stage would be afraid. Die for me, Lin Chen. Inside the Abyss Dragon platform, smoke and dust were flying everywhere. Boom. Bang. The momentum was like a meteor crashing into the continent. Air currents tumbled about chaotically. If it weren't for the fact that the dragon platform was constructed from special materials and reinforced space, this fist would have been enough to shatter 10,000-foot tall mountain. Everyone focused their eyes and looked up. Could it be that Lin Chen was really like what Bai Lixiao said? That he was just putting on an act? No, look. Lin Chen is still standing. This guy really isn't that easy to defeat. Hey! Exclamations of surprise came from all directions of the one-line sky. Many geniuses were even more shocked. They saw that Lin Chen was standing indifferently in the dragon platform. Bai Lixiao's full-strength punch did not even break the corner of his cloth. What's going on? Bai Lixiao flew back, his whole body covered in cold sweat. When his fist landed on Lin Chen's body just now, it was as if he had hit a mountain made of high-grade ores. Not only did it not budge, even his own arm felt a little numb. Lin Chen patted the dust off his shoulders and chuckled. Not bad, your strength is not bad. I've been lacking sleep for the past few days, and I need a massage therapist to help me loosen my muscles and bones. I think you have quite the potential. Come, continue, don't stop. Lin Chen urged and pointed at his left shoulder. And here, I've been reading too many action romance novels recently. My shoulder is sore. Give it a few hits here too. Looking at Lin Chen's expectant and even somewhat urging expression, the geniuses looked as if they had seen a ghost. Ning Lanfeng and the others who had a grudge with Lin Chen in the past were even more stunned. They were stunned on the spot. A massage therapist with 3700 dragon power? Is this AF * King massage for a level 6 dire beast? Is he crazy? Mother *K, how dare you look down on me? I'll fulfill your wish today. Bai Lixiao's blood rushed to his heart and his eyes almost popped out. As if he had received the greatest humiliation in his life, he burst out a hysterical roar and rushed towards Lin Chen. His fist was like a star falling from the sky, fiercely hitting Lin Chen's shoulder. Lin Chen could not help but moan. Cool tilde, don't stop. Bai Lixiao's leg was like a guillotine slashing horizontally. He kicked Lin Chen's calf and knee, but he did not move at all. Yes, that's it. And the knee, use more strength. Lin Chen even stretched his back in the midst of the opponent's frenzied attacks. Impossible. He didn't even use his battle aura and he blocked all my attacks. I don't believe it, I must kill this bastard. Bai Lixiao was like a mad beast. His elbows, fists, knees, legs, and his entire body were like precise killing weapons, bursting out with all his strength every time. Bang bang bang. The wind whistled and the air kept exploding, as if an ancient beast was going crazy. But the sound of the air constantly exploding, coupled with Lin Chen's comfortable and lazy voice, made everyone's scalp tingle. What kind of monster is this? Bai Lixiao hit him more than 100 times, but his body did not even move a single step. Even the 4 heavenly kings and Yang Chenyun began to pay attention to Lin Chen seriously, with different degrees of surprise and doubt in their hearts. Blocking Bai Lixiao's attacks was easy for the 4 heavenly kings. However, if he didn't use his battle chi or a precious weapon, it would be a different story. Although they were peerless geniuses, their cultivation was only at the late or middle stage of the prospective venerable. For Lin Chen to block hundreds of attacks without any defensive means, perhaps only Yi Yanxia, the body-refining maniac, could do it. No, every time Bai Lixiao attacked, his body would appear faint traces of dragon scales. Yang Chenyun, as a master of ancient secret arts, saw through Lin Chen's clues with a few glances. Dragon scales? Could it be that he has the bloodline of the dragon race? Interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. Her beautiful eyes were full of splendor, and Yang Chenyun smiled unconsciously. She had not met such a person that she could not see through at all for a long time. Lin Chen used the Azure Dragon possession to mobilize part of the ancient Azure Dragon's dragon scales to block Bai Lixiao's attack. The ancient Azure Dragon's pure strength was 6,990 dragon power. The body refining level was divided into several domains between the Heaven Dipper realm and the Yuan Venerable realm. When the pure strength reached 5,000 dragon power, it was comparable to the early stage of the prospective Venerable realm. 5,000 dragon power was the first watershed. Breaking through 5,000 dragon power with 4,999 dragon power was equivalent to entering the prospective Venerable realm from the 9th stage of the Heaven Dipper realm. It seemed to be just a difference of 1 dragon power, but in fact, it was a world of difference. 7,000 dragon power was comparable to the middle stage of the prospective Venerable realm. 9,000 dragon power was comparable to the late stage of the prospective Venerable realm. 10,000 dragon power was equivalent to the Yuan Venerable realm, but 10,000 dragon power was a watershed, and the difficulty of breaking through was equivalent to entering the Yuan Venerable realm. The ancient Azure Dragon with 6,990 dragon power only needed to mobilize a little power to defend against Bai Lixiao's attack. After a series of more than 200 violent attacks, Bai Lixiao suddenly stopped attacking and quickly retreated. What kind of freak is this guy? I can't beat him. Bai Lixiao was panting like a cow, sweating profusely. He stared in disbelief at the motionless Lin Chen, and a touch of fear emerged in his heart. Chapter 337. Bai Lixiao's 3,700 dragon power was temporarily increased by battle chi. In a real battle, he couldn't last as long as an expert who could control pure strength. Did you use up all your battle chi? 53 attribute light balls dropped. Not bad. Lin Chen turned his neck. Before Bai Lixiao could react, he took a step forward. Boom. The wind from the wind prison swept over. Lin Chen turned into a green light and instantly moved to Bai Lixiao's side. His speed was 3 times faster than Bai Lixiao's. What? Bai Lixiao's expression changed. Lin Chen suddenly turned around. His pure strength was like a flash flood as he suddenly exerted force on his waist. No one expected this scene. Bai Lixiao's waist suddenly tilted and his whole body was instantly blown away. He turned into a meteor and flew out of the Abyss Dragon arena. Bang! Bai Lixiao collided with the one-line sky cliff. Most of the geniuses didn't see what happened. Carry him away. Next. Lin Chen waved his hand confidently and smiled indifferently. What happened? What did this guy do? I only saw that his movement technique was extremely fast. When he flashed to Bai Lixiao's side, he instantly flew out. A small number of geniuses who were at the middle stage of Tier 9 had a dignified expression. Some of them were stunned and couldn't believe it. It's actually a butt attack. This guy just shook his butt and defeated Bai Lixiao. Ning Yunlan's pupils shrank. Hearing what he said, the geniuses of the Ning family were all stunned. There's such a technique. Butt attack. He really didn't expect anyone to know what he was going to do. Han Ziyun, who was watching from the one-line sky, was speechless. Normal people don't fight with their butts. Doesn't this mean that to defeat Bai Lixiao, he doesn't even need to use his battle chi? He just needs to shake his butt. Yang Qianyun, who had a panoramic view of what happened just now, covered her mouth and chuckled. This was the first time she saw such an interesting guy. Bai family, Bai Lixiao, lost the ability to fight. Winner, Lin Chen. 3 consecutive victories, accumulated battle points, 3. The moment Yang Qianyun announced the result, everyone was shocked. Up until now, Lin Chen had defeated 3 geniuses in a row. Furthermore, he had not even used an ounce of his battle chi cultivation. Just as he had said, the people currently on the field were not even qualified to warm him up. This is the only time you can be arrogant. The young man in a long robe stepped into the Abyss Dragon platform indifferently. He carried a sword with a blue flowing light on his back. His expression was cold, and his eagle-like eyes shone with the sharpness of a sword. It's the Thunderclap sword, Fang Ryu. What a powerful aura! As expected of the number 1 expert below the top 10 geniuses in the Battle Dragon arena, some of the geniuses looked at Lin Chen gloatingly. This time, things wouldn't be so simple. Fang Ryu's strength was 2 levels higher than Bai Lixiao's. Although his cultivation base was at the middle stage of Heaven Dipper realm, the oppressive feeling he gave off was not inferior to the early stage of Quasi-Venerable. In fact, apart from the top 10 geniuses, none of the top 20 geniuses who participated in the hunt for the 9-headed Earth Demon Hound could defeat him in a one-on-one duel. You're the Fang Ryu who wanted to challenge me before? Lin Chen sneered. This Fang Ryu had challenged him before and thought that he was a pushover. He wanted to use him as a stepping stone. That's right. After defeating you, my battle points will be 5 points. It's just enough to challenge the top 10 geniuses. Fang Ryu smiled coldly. His fingertips moved, and the thunderclap sword behind him let out a dragon's roar as it was held in his hand. The sword light flowed with a faint lightning intent, and traces of the sharpness of the lightning twisted the space to the point of ripples. It was a 6th grade low-grade sword, Thunder Sword, Thunderbolt. Interesting. Seems like you're a man who can warm me up. When Lin Chen's fingertips touched the soul-receiving ring, the geniuses couldn't help but hold their breaths. As expected, Lin Chen had to show his true strength in the face of a strong opponent, Fang Ryu. The soul-receiving ring flashed, and many people were looking forward to seeing what kind of weapon Lin Chen would take out. They were all puzzled and shocked. They saw Lin Chen holding his special basketball with one hand, hooking his finger at Fang Ryu and winking flirtatiously. What's going on? All the geniuses were stunned again. What is he trying to do with a ball? What weapon is that? Why haven't I seen it before? I've never heard of it. Although it has the aura of a high-grade ore, it doesn't seem to have any destructive power. He seems to remember that it's called something like a basketball. He also said that it's a sports equipment. The 194 people who were watching the battle were obviously not thinking straight. When they saw Lin Chen holding the basketball, they were all puzzled and shocked. Are you looking down on me? Veins popped out on Fang Ryu's forehead, and thousands of lightning bolts surged all over his body. Rumble tilde tilde. Streaks of spiraling lightning sword aura exploded from the top of his head like a whirlpool. It seems that his trump card is far more than that. How many more surprises will this Lin Chen bring to me? Let's wait and see. Yang Qianyun announced with a smile. Her heart was in full bloom. Fang Ryu of the Fang family. I challenge the representative of the Leng family, Lin Chen. Fang Ryu's elegant voice rang out, and he turned into a streak of lightning, his sword intent sweeping around the Abyss Dragon platform. It's the 1,000 lightning shadows. It's a mid-grade blue rank movement technique. So fast. Some of the top geniuses who surrounded the 9-headed Earth demonic hound could only vaguely catch Fang Ryu's movement. Boom tilde tilde. Fang Ryu's lightning sword, Thunderbolt, went straight for Lin Chen's head, full of killing intent. When he pushed his movement technique to the highest level, he stabbed at the center of Lin Chen's eyebrows. Whoosh! The afterimage shattered, and the lightning sword shattered Lin Chen's afterimage. Boom! 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 The fast-paced sound of the basketball reverberated around the Abyss Dragon platform. Lin Chen appeared behind Fang Ryu with a faint green wind swirling around him. He still had that frivolous smile on his face, and his right hand was still bouncing the basketball. The geniuses of the Dan and Mo families looked solemn. They used their spiritual senses to watch the battle, unwilling to miss any details. "You dare to underestimate me? Today, I'll make you use your real trump card." Fang Ryu was so angry that he laughed. He waved his sword like thunder, and his sword tore through the void, slashing horizontally at Lin Chen's waist. At this moment, Lin Chen used the Wind Prison Hell King steps. Everyone could sense that Lin Chen's cultivation was in the early stages of Heaven Star Border Stage 8. It's only been a few months, and this kid has already entered Heaven Star Border Stage 8? What kind of demonic cultivation speed is this? It might be because he hid his cultivation from the beginning. The show is just about to begin. Fang Ryu's 3000 Thunderclap sword will only get faster and faster. Inside the Abyss Dragon Arena, Lin Fan turned around elegantly, and a green wind swirled around his legs. He took 2 steps and used the Wind Prison Hell King steps. In addition, he changed hands and dribbled the ball, easily dodging the hundreds of feet-long lightning sword. Fang Ryu closed in with his sword and stabbed more than 20 times at Lin Chen's shoulders, knees, eyes, and other vital point. Lightning flashed across the void, and the sword wind was as fierce as thunder. The sword light shredded the afterimages. Lin Chen dribbled the ball alternately from left to right, dashed out like an arrow, and quickly turned around. Bang! 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 The entire arena echoed with the sound of Lin Fan's rapid dribbling. When he turned around, he quickly dribbled the ball under his crotch. Then, he suddenly bent over and retreated. His speed was unbelievably fast. The two of them fought with speed, and it was more accurate to say that Fang Ryu was the only one attacking. The Abyss Dragon Arena was filled with the afterimages of the two of them. Fang Ryu followed Lin Chen closely, and his sword technique became faster and faster. However, the afterimages of Lin Chen dribbling the ball also became faster and faster. Along the way, there were more than a dozen afterimages in the Abyss Dragon Arena. All the geniuses standing in the one-line sky felt their scalps tingle, and they gasped. He was playing basketball in the Battle Dragon Arena where the most powerful young generation of the spiritual state was about to be decided. More terrifyingly, he was playing basketball while dodging all the sword techniques of the number 1 master below the top 10 geniuses. What kind of freak was this? Chapter 338. The sword was like a ray of divine light, slashing straight at Lin Chen's right shoulder. Lin Chen dribbled the ball and turned slightly. Dribbling the ball behind his back, he flipped the ball with his right hand and used the Wind Prison Hell King steps to move 3,000 meters away in an instant. The electric sword slashed horizontally, following closely behind Lin Chen. It rose up and slashed at Lin Chen's neck. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen seemed to have predicted it in advance. A purplish gold light flashed in his eyes. Lin Chen leaned slightly and stepped to the left of Fang Ryu. With a flip of his hand, the basketball immediately went past Fang Ryu's crotch. His sword missed, and Lin Chen took advantage of the gap to turn around and catch the basketball that came out from under his crotch. A playful smile hung on his lips. Damn it, this kid is humiliating me. Fang Ryu was so angry that his face turned red. His sword moved even faster and was abnormally fierce. The sword whistled and surging thunder and lightning fell again, slashing at Lin Chen's head. Bang! Lin Chen slapped again, and the basketball went past his feet. With the Wind Prison Hell King steps, Lin Chen flashed behind him like a ghost, caught it with one hand, and continued to dribble. Boom! 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 Fang Ryu's sword moved faster and faster. In the end, only a few people could see it clearly, but even if they couldn't see the details of the battle, based on the afterimages left in the Dragon Arena and the basketball that bounced as if it had a mind of its own, everyone clearly knew that Lin Chen didn't show his true strength. Just as he said at the beginning, this battle was just a warm-up for him. That's right, a warm-up. It was just King warm-up for basketball. Fang Ryu was completely in the palm of his hand just by using his body movement to play basketball. Fang Ryu didn't even have the qualifications to make him show his true strength. Damn it, this F***king bastard. Is the gap between us really that big? Fang Ryu looked up to the sky and roared. Suddenly, he held his sword with both hands and slashed fiercely. 3000 thunderclap sword, 3000 thunderclap sword. Between the swords crisscrossing and crisscrossing, thousands of thunderous sword shadows flashed out. At the place where the two of them had fought before, the remaining faint lightning aura seemed to have been summoned and instantly transformed into a rotating lightning sword aura. Thousands of lightning sword auras sealed off Lin Chen's escape routes in all directions. Even an early-stage quasi-venerable would find it hard to dodge this attack. The geniuses that Fang Ryu had fought a few days ago were all shocked. They were defeated by Fang Ryu's miraculous sword technique at the very last moment. A total of 37 lightning-attributed light balls dropped. Not bad. This should be the killing move, Lin Chen said with a faint smile. Then, he smacked the basketball and it bounced 1,000 meters high. Lin Chen's legs flashed with a translucent and dazzling green radiance. The whirlwind was like 10,000 strong winds. Lin Chen's entire body flashed past like a flickering light and passing shadow. At this moment, a few sharp-sighted geniuses cried out in shock. Wind energy bloodline? Does he have a special energy bloodline? It can't be wrong, he must have a special energy bloodline. This kid hid it so well. Bang! 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 More than 1,000 lightning sword auras bombarded the central area of the dragon platform. Fang Ryu's expression changed drastically. I missed. Oh no, take my slam dunk. Lin Chen grabbed the basketball in the air. The dragon power in his palm erupted, and he threw the ball out. Bang! The basketball hit the back of Fang Ryu's head and sent him flying into the air. He spun a dozen times in the air before falling to the ground. The violent shock hit the back of his head, causing him to foam at the mouth and faint on the spot. Lin Chen turned in the air and landed steadily on his stone tablet. The self-made basketball bounced back and landed in Lin Chen's hand. Fang Ryu has lost consciousness. Lung family representative, Lin Chen, wins 4 consecutive victories. Accumulated battle points, 4. The moment Yang Qianyun announced the result, the geniuses of the ancient families stared blankly at Lin Chen, who was standing on the stone tablet. This might be an unforgettable scene for them. The young man stood with the ball in his hand, his silver robe fluttering in the wind, and a wisp of a teasing smile that hadn't changed since the beginning hung on the corners of his mouth. He seemed to be cynical, mysterious, and filled with charm. 4 consecutive victories. Defeating the number 1 expert below the top 10 geniuses was just a warm-up. Could it be that a new heavenly king is about to appear? Perhaps even the number 1 heavenly demonic blade by Ming can't defeat Fang Ryu as calmly as he can. The geniuses who had participated in the hunt for the 9-headed earth demonic hound that day were amazed. Suddenly, a figure stood up slowly. Everyone looked in the direction of the Bai family. The man had a green sword at his waist. His eyes were red, and his brows were sharp. There was an unconcealable rage on his handsome face. We've lost contact with Big Brother Bai Ming. Since that's the case, I'll take charge of the Bai family. This young man has humiliated our Bai family. If we let him get off the stage peacefully, wouldn't our Bai family's face be completely lost? The expressions of the geniuses changed. Even the top 10 geniuses were surprised and curious. Is he going to make a move? The number 1 of the top 10 geniuses of the current generation was Bai Ming of the Bai family. Number 2 was Ning Fan of the Ning family. Number 3 was Xue Hao of the Xue family. Number 4 was Mo Ruling of the Mo family. Number 5 was Bai Ichen of the Bai family. Number 6 was Xie Xiaochuan of the Xie family. Number 7 was Mo Feng of the Heavenly Song Academy. Number 8 was Ning Yunlan of the Ning family. Number 9 was Dan Qianqiu. Number 10 was Mo Linglong. The man in embroidered robes with a green sword at his waist leaped into the air and stepped onto the Abyss Dragon platform. Bai Ichen of the Bai family challenges the representative of the Lung family, Lin Chen. Bai Ichen drew his sword and pointed it at Lin Chen, announcing the challenge with an indifferent tone. It was actually Bai Ichen who was ranked number 5. Many geniuses subconsciously swallowed their saliva. They did not expect to witness another battle between the top 10 geniuses so soon. If they defeat one of the top 10 geniuses, not only would they obtain 5 battle points, the points accumulated by the other party would also be added into the winner's point. The face of the Bai family isn't something you can slap as you wish. How about it, Lin Chen? Do you dare to accept my challenge? Bai Chen sneered. His battle chi fluctuated and even the crystal walls of the space above the Abyss Dragon platform were faintly distorted. Yang Qianyun took light steps and hovered in the air. She floated to the other side of the Abyss Dragon platform and said to Lin Chen with a sweet smile. Lung family's representative, Lin Chen, are you sure you want to accept the challenge? Since Mr. Bai Chen, who is ranked number 5 among the top 10 geniuses, is challenging you, you don't need to obtain 5 battle points. However, if you lose, all the battle points will belong to the other party. Why wouldn't I? I haven't warmed up enough yet. Lin Chen leaped into the air. The self-made basketball spun rapidly on his fingertips, stunning the geniuses standing in the one-line sky once again. What's going on? Could it be that he still wants to continue playing basketball when facing one of the top 10 geniuses, Bai Chen, who is ranked number 5? Chapter 339. What kind of joke is this? The top 5 of the top 10 geniuses aren't something that Fang Ryu can compare to. Could it be that he doesn't plan to show some strength? I think he's bluffing, planning to ambush Bai Chen at the critical moment. Currently, only the top 3 of the top 10 geniuses have advanced to quasi-venerable, but that's before entering Holy Fire level. Now, nobody can figure out Bai Yi's cultivation level. That's right. If Bai Chen advances to quasi-venerable, even the 4 heavenly kings won't be able to defeat him easily. Almost all the geniuses thought that Lin Chen could not maintain the same level as the last battle. If he did not show his true strength, perhaps his legend would stop there. Some of the geniuses from the ancient families thought that he was waiting for an opportunity to use the basketball as a feint, saving his strength for later. Wait a minute, before the battle starts, I want to prepare first. Suddenly, Lin Chen raised his hand and said to Yang Qianyun, "Prepare." Yang Qianyun was puzzled. Was he going to show his true strength? Yes, about 15 minutes. Lin Chen chuckled. Yang Qianyun frowned slightly and nodded. Sure, if it's only 15 minutes. I'd like to see what tricks you want to play. Bai Chen stood with his hand on his sword, his face full of disdain. He had enough confidence in himself. No matter what tricks Lin Chen played, he was absolutely not afraid. The current him was far from what he was when he had just entered Holy Fire level. You're quite confident. The purple gold eyes flashed. Lin Chen seemed to have seen through where Bai Chen's confidence came from. Lin Chen leaped and dashed around the Abyss Dragon platform, starting to pick up all the attribute light balls. In the previous battle, Lin Chen had only absorbed a small amount of attribute light balls during the battle. Wave after wave of challenges, Lin Chen did not have time to pick up the attribute light balls on the Abyss Dragon platform at all. Although it was not a problem for him to pick them up during the battle, it would not be as easy for him to expend his energy as before. At this moment, the Abyss Dragon platform gathered the attribute light balls left behind by all the geniuses from the previous battles, and the large number of attribute light balls dropped by top prodigies like Lin Chen. The host has received 5 million points of elementary wind energy, 4 million points of elementary metal energy, and 7 million points of elementary fire energy. The host has received 6 million elementary lightning energy points, 5 million elementary dark energy points, 4 million elementary wood energy points. Host has received 13 billion points of beginner chi and blood, 24 billion points of beginner battle aura essence. The host has received 6 million points of primary light energy, 3 million points of primary dark energy, 9 million points of primary metal energy. Lin Chen was the first to pick up a large number of elementary elemental energy balls. Many of the prodigies were puzzled and surprised. After picking up the ones on the east side, Lin Chen turned around. Behind him, the ground was covered with attribute light balls. It was a dazzling array, emitting all kinds of dazzling lights. Lin Chen picked up the treasures ferociously again, and the other prodigies were all dumbfounded. What was this guy doing? She fumbled around in the air and smiled like a blooming Chinese rose. Could it be that he is setting up a formation? But he doesn't even have the basic formation I needed to set up a formation. I can't see through him. I really can't see through him. In terms of results, it's like he's scratching the air. Dan Qianqiu and the other prodigies of the Dan family all shook their heads. Not only them, even the 4 heavenly kings and Yang Qianyun couldn't see through what Lin Chen was doing. Only Han Yizhi and Lang Yueqi smiled knowingly. Dan Qianqiu saw their smiles and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Do you know what he is doing?" Han Yizhi shook her head gently and smiled. "I don't know. No one has ever been able to see through our class monitor's actions. But what we can be sure of is that when he does something that others can't see through, it proves that his intentions and goals are even more unexpected." Inside the Abyss Dragon platform, the system's screen quickly popped up. The host has received 8 million elementary cultivation technique soul essence, 12 million cultivation technique soul essence, 7 million cultivation technique soul essence. The host has received 50 heavenly Dao points, 30 heavenly Dao points, 150 heavenly Dao points, 50 heavenly Dao points. The host has received 8 million elementary rune energy points, 1,300,000 elementary spiritual power points. The host has opened the blue treasure chest. The host has received the advanced blue rank battle technique Demon Soul Slash. The host has received a cultivation technique attribute Light Ball. The host has received the intermediate blue rank battle technique Dragon Slaying 10 Hands. The host has received a cultivation technique attribute Light Ball. The host has received the intermediate blue rank defensive battle technique Boundless Spirit Shield. Lin Chen didn't know whether he had picked up hundreds or thousands of attribute light balls. His stats kept soaring and never stop. Boom tilde tilde. An even more powerful 9-colored battle aura rose in Lin Chen's dantian, and his cultivation advanced to the middle stage of level 8. He circulated the myriad fire web art, and countless fire elemental battle aura weaved into layers of fire in his body, concealing the small improvement in his cultivation. This time, Lin Chen had picked up a total of 6,315 attribute light balls. His stats had experienced an unprecedented increase. Especially the elementary cultivation technique soul essence and elementary elemental energy. Of these two types, apart from the latter which would appear in the bodies of fierce beasts with powerful attributes, the elementary cultivation method soul essences would usually appear in the bodies of human warriors. Moreover, the ones who had picked up this time were the top prodigies of the ancient families in the spiritual state. Each of them would be the best of the best if placed in the outside world. If placed in the Heavenly Song Academy, any one of these prodigies could easily enter the top 50 of the blue military rank. The elementary cultivation technique soul essence that they had dropped made Lin Chen tremble. With a thought, Lin Chen opened the system. Heavenly Dao Possession Pickup System version 3.0. Host, Lin Chen Cultivation, middle stage of Heaven Star Border Realm level 8. Limit, 5,350 Dragon Power Points. Elementary Qi and Blood Energy, 1035. 7 billion points. Elementary Battle Aura Essence, 87. 65 billion points. Elementary Spiritual Power, 22. 7 million points. Complete Spirit Transformation Realm, Elementary Cultivation Technique Soul Essence, 1, 3 billion points. Heavenly Dao Points, 1,890 points. Cultivation Technique, 9 Calamities of Creation, 95%, Cultivation Techniques, Taisha Scripture, 80%, Azura 9 Brilliance Transformation, incomplete, Sanqing Spiritual Water Seal, Lightning Flash 1,000 Seals, 10,000 Mountains Armor, Heavenly Dragon Spear Technique Bloodline Energy, maximum of 3 types Azure Dragon Bloodline, 50,000 points, Purple Golden Eyes Bloodline, 10,000 points, Specialty Runes, Slow Rune Level 3, Corrosion Rune Level 3, Recharge Rune Level 3, Phantom Rune. Fragment, 2/3, Elementary Rune Energy, 234 million points. Elementary Elemental Energy, 400 million points for fire, 400 million points for earth, 350 million points for wood, 500 million points for metal, 500 million points for water, 500 million points for thunder, 500 million points for wind, 200 million points for light, 300 million points for dark. Update version 4.0 requirements. Collect 10,000 heavenly Tao points and 3 billion elementary cultivation technique soul essences. It is estimated that talent and fusion functions will be unlocked, and initial stats will be upgraded. Treasures on hand: 34 types of level 5 elixirs, 210 types of level 5 herbs, 18 types of level 6 herbs, 18 types of intermediate blue rank combat techniques, 4 types of advanced blue rank combat techniques, 21 types of level 5 treasures. Chapter 340. This time, the attribute light balls, large amounts of herbs, combat skills, and treasured weapons were all in Lin Chen's bag. Although he had obtained 4 types of advanced blue rank combat skills, he needed to update the system now and needed a large amount of ability essence. In terms of combat skills, Lin Chen could not bite off more than he could chew. He only needed the combat skills that could combine with the 9 calamities of creation to bring out the most perfect effect. Apart from that, Lin Chen's beginner elemental energy had almost undergone a qualitative change. Apart from the 2 rare light and darkness attributes, the rest were all more than 300 million point. Lin Chen's current thunder, water, and wind attributes were as high as 500 million point. When the same combat skill was used, the power would have an earth-shattering change. 15 minutes have passed. Lung family representative Lin Chen, are you ready? Yang Qianyun calculated the time and spoke first to break Lin Chen's consciousness. He withdrew his gaze from the system and smiled. No problem at all. Then, by families by Ichen challenges Lung family representative Lin Chen. The challenge begins now. Yang Qianyun closed the ancient book she was flipping through and announced softly. Clang. As soon as she finished speaking, her sword was unsheathed like a dragon's roar. Sword will spread across 3,000 miles and pointed directly at Lin Chen, a sword aura that caused the space to tremble and made the many prodigies outside the arena feel unstoppable rose from the Abyss Dragon platform. The top 10 prodigies present all looked surprised. Bai Ichen had hidden his strength so well. His already at beginner quasi-venerable level, Xie Xiaochuan, who was ranked 6th, stood in the sky and muttered to himself with a bitter expression. Before he and Bai Ichen entered Holy Fire level together, they were both at peak 9th level. The difference between them was not big. Among the top 10 prodigies, only the top 3 had advanced to quasi-venerable. But now that Bai Ichen had advanced to quasi-venerable, his combat strength was close to the top 3. No wonder he's so confident to challenge Lin Chen and win back the Bai family. He's already a quasi-venerable. Hehe, Lin Chen is going to suffer now. All the heavens' favorites were gloating. They were all waiting to see Lin Chen's sorry state. Lin Chen, die. As Bai Ichen sneered, his sword struck out like a dragon's roar. The 6th rank low-level Polaris sword circulated with a faint snow-white starlight. A bright white spiral sword light flashed out from his hand. It was hundreds of feet long, and it shot out in a conical shape. A sharp aura pierced through the void. Lin Chen was 70 to 80,000 feet away, but he could still feel the sharpness of the sword tip. What a powerful sword skill. However, wind prison hell king step. Lin Chen took a small step forward. A faint wind swirled around him. His figure suddenly trembled and swept across the void, disappearing without a trace. This time, his wind energy was 4 times more than before, and his speed was more than 3 times faster. As expected, your movement technique can be even faster. However, I already have a way to deal with it. Bai Ichen's lips curved in disdain. His fingertips shook the sword hilt. As the spiral sword light flashed, it exploded with a mysterious and violent suction force. The entire space of the dragon platform began to distort continuously. The spiral sword light formed a vortex, and the center of the vortex was the tip of Bai Ichen's sword. Lin Chen's figure suddenly paused, and his movement technique speed decreased by more than half. Bai Ichen stabbed over with his sword. Lin Chen was about to be pierced and minced by the sword light. Wind bloodline transformation. Whoosh tilde tilde. The moment Lin Chen circulated the 9 tribulations of creation to transform his special bloodline, his speed suddenly increased by several levels. He tore through the void and escaped from the spiral sword light. What's going on? Bai Chen revealed a trace of disbelief. His speed could actually increase by another level. Although Lin Chen's speed earlier was troublesome, it was nothing in the eyes of an early-stage quasi-venerable peerless heaven's favorite. His special energy bloodline suddenly increased by several levels, and his cultivation also broke through a small realm. When did he break through? He didn't take any elixirs, nor did he absorb a large amount of heaven and earth spirit energy. Yang Qianyun had divined all the secrets of the heavens. The moment Lin Chen revealed his cultivation, she immediately sensed his abnormality. Before the heavens' favorites had time to be surprised, Lin Chen, who had dodged out of Bai Chen's attack range, smacked the self-made basketball in the center of the dragon platform with one hand and skillfully dribbled the ball away. Seeing this scene, many heavens' favorites were so angry that they cursed on the spot. F***CK. Is he done yet? Damn it, he still wants to play basketball? This is one of the top 10 quasi-venerable geniuses. He's much stronger than Fang Ryu. Don't tell me he still wants to play basketball with others like last time? Lin Chen's actions could no longer be described as arrogant. He was completely looking down on Bai Chen, and even the majority of the heavens' favorites present. Bai Chen was undoubtedly the ceiling of this generation of heavens' favorites. On the surface, his strength was already ranked in the top 10 among the heavens' favorites. Lin Chen still wanted to play basketball in front of him. Damn it, I'd like to see how you still want to play. Bai Chen was so angry that he laughed instead. Wielding his sword, he charged forward fiercely. The tip of his sword slashed out 3 times in a row, its sharpness shaking the heavens. The greenish-white sword slashed open the void, transforming into a horizontal and 2 vertical sword shapes that slashed towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen dribbled the ball at extreme speed, smacking both hands together. He took a step back, turned around, and immediately switched hands to dribble the ball. It was as smooth as moving clouds and flowing water. Lin Chen's footwork flowed with wind-prison cyclones that swept through the void. The blue-rank intermediate movement technique, wind-prison hell king steps, combined with his wind bloodline, was even more terrifying than when the creator of this movement technique used it. Damn it, I don't believe you can dodge all of my attacks. Bai Chen seemed to have been greatly humiliated. He switched from holding his sword with one hand to holding it with both hands, and his entire person turned into a blurry afterimage of sword light. The Paulari's sword flowed with a green rainbow and a white glow. Bai Chen rapidly moved the tip of the sword, his speed extremely fast as he madly closed in on Lin Chen. The sword's glow was like a tide as wave after wave of attacks chased after him. Bang! 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 The violent vibration of the ball reverberated throughout the entire Abyss Dragon platform. The two of them turned into 2 streaks of rainbow light, shuttling from the sky to the dragon platform, and from the dragon platform to the void. Lin Chen's movement technique was extremely fast. His afterimages were left in the Abyss Dragon platform in the hundreds and thousands, and they were shattered by the greenish rainbow sword light time and time again. The afterimages of the sword light slashed on the Abyss Dragon platform again and again, leaving a finger-deep sword mark. Previously, the battle between the top 10 geniuses had also erupted, but the only one who could leave such a deep mark on the Abyss Dragon platform was Bai Chen. It was clear how terrifying his strength was. No. Look. What's that on the dragon platform? Hiss. It's words carved with sword marks. Some of the stronger geniuses noticed the abnormality in the Abyss Dragon platform and sucked in a breath of cold air. In the central region of the Abyss Dragon platform, from east to north, where Lin Chen and Bai Chen had fought previously, there were shocking sword marks left behind. The sword marks were connected to each other, forming 4 large words, each of which was hundreds of feet large. Di Huasho? He's actually using the sword moves left behind by Bai Chen to carve the 4 large words flower show while playing basketball? What kind of freak is this? How long is he going to show off for? Chapter 341. The moment they saw the 4 words on the Abyss Dragon platform, the prodigies felt their scalps go numb. Some of the prodigies who were not mentally strong were dumbstruck, standing in the sky in a daze, unable to say a word. That was Bai Chen, a beginner quasi-venerable. He was ranked in the top 10 in the current generation and had a high chance of becoming a holy son in the future. He would become one of the 4 peak figures in the spirit state. A mid-stage Heaven Star Border Stage 8 actually played by Ichen? Moreover, he was in a state of ease. Even a novel would not dare to write like this. The Mo family prodigies could not help but hold their foreheads and rub their temples, unable to accept reality. My head hurts from the show. Can someone tell me what the F***ck is going on? It's already unbelievable that he could dodge all of Bai Ichen's attacks, and is still playing basketball. Just how terrifying was Lin Chen when he was at his peak? My God, what kind of monster is this? He even deliberately used his opponent's sword attack to carve the 4 words. What the F***ck is this show of flowers? I'm convinced. If there were any surprises in this world, then letting Lin Chen participate in this holy fire level competition was the most unexpected thing in the entire spirit state. Just how many trump cards does he still have? Yang Qianyun's beautiful eyes shone with a brilliance that had never been seen before. She originally thought that she had already figured out part of Lin Chen's background, but she did not expect that this was far from the tip of the iceberg. Bai Ichen, who was silently chasing after Lin Chen, only realized that he had been completely led by Lin Chen when he turned around to draw his sword. Show of flowers. He actually dared to play with me. F***ck, I'll definitely destroy you today. Bai Ichen bit his finger and smeared the blood on his fingertip onto the sword. The sword flowed with a sharpness that could reverse yin and yang, cutting through the universe. He retreated and suddenly pulled away from Lin Chen. He raised the Polaris sword high, and the sword aura suddenly soared into the sky, triggering the 9 heavens mystic light. Borrowing power from the universe, 9 mystic sun. Boom 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 tilde tilde. Countless dazzling and blazing rays of light flashed from tens of thousands of feet high in the sky and gathered within the sword. Within Bai Ichen's Polaris sword, 9 profound rune-like rays of light appeared, condensing into a 3,000-meter-long energy sword. This energy sword was flowing with a mysterious and eternal light-type battle aura that converged into a sharp edge, as if it was condensing the vast energy of the heaven. His face slightly pale, Bai Ichen threw his head back and laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, Lin Chen. Let's see how you're going to hide this time. Bai Ichen's laughter shook the entire area. Endless white light surged out from his body as he transformed into a 3,000-meter-tall giant formed from battle chi. Holding the Polaris sword in his hand, he stood proudly in the center of the Abyss Dragon platform. This is the advanced blue rank sword technique, 9 profound glorious sun sword, which has been passed down for generations in the Bai family. What a terrifying power! It's said that this sword technique, when combined with the corresponding mental cultivation method, can unleash a power that's infinitely close to that of a top-grade blue rank technique. Some of the Sky Prides who knew about the Bai family couldn't help but retreat a little. Even though the One-Line Sky and the Abyss Dragon platform were far enough apart, they still couldn't help but tremble when they felt the peerless sharpness from the other side of the space. Xue Hao of the Xue family and Ning Fan of the Ning family both revealed solemn expressions at the same time. Without a doubt, even the two of them would have to use all of their strength to withstand this sword technique. How exactly is Lin Chen going to withstand this sword technique? Dan Qianqiu's green eyes flashed with worry. When she looked at Lin Chen, who was inside the Abyss Dragon platform, her beautiful face couldn't help but turn blank. Not only Dan Qianqiu, even the other Sky Prides who were staring at Lin Chen felt the corners of their mouths twitch slightly. Their faces were filled with disbelief. He actually stood in front of Bai Chen with a face full of anticipation and even excitement. Even Ning Fan and Xue Hao, who were ranked 2nd and 3rd respectively, found it difficult to deal with this sword technique. It seems like we've still underestimated him. Mo Linglong of the Mo family stood on the western cliff of the One-Line Sky and shook her head with a self-deprecating smile. In the face of such a sword technique, she could only surrender. She definitely couldn't be like Lin Chen, who was secretly looking forward to it. Inside the Abyss Dragon platform, staring at Bai Ichen, who was using the 9 profound glorious sun sword, as well as the attribute light orbs that were crazily dropping from his body, how could Lin Chen not look forward to it? These were all extremely rare light attribute glowing balls. He couldn't wait for his opponent to display a few more moves. In the end, Bai Ichen's battle chi condensed into a 3,000 jong *3, 33 m per jong, tall armored figure. It wore a battle helmet, battle robes and a jade belt around its waist. It looked like a general who was guarding an important place. It held a huge light attribute energy sword in its hand. Bai Yichen stood in the middle of the armored figure's helmet. With a hideous smile, he suddenly brandished the Polar Star sword. The tip of the sword swept across the universe and slashed down vertically. Lin Chen's footsteps were agile and light like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. He continuously changed his hands to hit the ball. Strong green light swirled under his feet. 1 step wind, 9 steps hell. Rumble tilde tilde. The huge Polar Star sword slashed across the Abyss Dragon platform, leaving a shocking sword mark. It slashed Lin Chen's unyielding stone tablet into 2 halves. Taking 9 consecutive steps, Lin Chen carried the ball and fled 80,000 zhong away. The biting cold sword Qi pierced through the void and slashed horizontally, once again leaving a shocking sword mark 2 feet deep on the Abyss Dragon platform. Lin Chen elegantly carried the ball and turned around. His footsteps were continuous, as if he was stepping on the stars. His afterimages were everywhere, and he once again dodged the energy sword. The numerous prodigies were shocked. If they were hit by that huge energy sword, they would probably explode into a bloody mist on the spot. Although he only dodged, in a certain aspect, Lin Chen is even more terrifying than Bai Yichen. It's not over yet. The sword is getting faster and faster, some of the Dan family prodigies suddenly exclaimed. The third sword attack was even faster than the previous one. Lin Chen had just stabilized his movement technique when the third sword attack came. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. His legs suddenly twisted, and green light swirled continuously. Lin Chen leaped into the void like a star. As he spun in the air, his arms transformed into metal elemental energy bloodline, a second type of special energy bloodline. Could he be a dual elemental bloodline user? This time, it didn't escape Yang Qianyun's eyes. Her green eyes flashed with 3 hexagonal stars. It was very mysterious. She saw through Lin Chen's every move and deduced it countless times in her mind. The next moment, Lin Chen's self-made basketball was surrounded by an indestructible golden aura. The moment it was wrapped, he revealed a mocking smile and threw the basketball out. Clang tilde tilde, boom tilde. The sound of metal colliding shook the entire Abyss Dragon platform. The huge force contained in the basketball shook Bai Yichen's huge energy sword away, causing his sword to slash through the air. The basketball bounced back. Lin Chen leaped into the air and caught the rebounding basketball as he spun. Unexpectedly, the huge energy sword came slashing at him again at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, the sword was only a few dozen feet away from Lin Chen. Bai Yichen got it. Lin Chen is going to be split in half. Bai Yichen, who was in the shadow of the armor, laughed sinisterly. Die. If you don't submit, I'll chop you up right now. Just when everyone thought that Lin Chen was going to be split in half at the waist, a purple flame suddenly spread out from his back. Lin Chen's pupils, which were surrounded by purple gold light, were calm and collected, and his expression was not the least bit flustered. From beginning to end, a cynical smile hung at the corner of his mouth. You want to chop your brother Chen up? You're dreaming. Chapter 342. Boom tilde tilde. The roar of wind and thunder surrounded the entire Abyss Dragon platform, and Lin Chen's figure instantly teleported into the void. His afterimage was cut into nothingness by the energy sword, turning into a wisp of purple-green smoke and disappearing, so fast. His movement technique is a little tricky. Murong Changsheng, who had always been cold and indifferent, frowned for the first time. Waves of demonic energy rose above his head. Luo Qingyu closed her fan and stood there, her crescent-like brows furrowed as she muttered to herself. I thought he was a shameless wastrel. I didn't expect him to have some ability. The speed of the flaming purple phoenix wings mainly depended on the pure strength Lin Chen controlled in his body refinement level. Lin Chen now had 5,300 dragon power points, and his pure strength was comparable to an early-stage quasi-venerable. In this state, the flaming purple phoenix wings superimposed with 500 million points of wind-type bloodline was the wind prison hell king step. The speed Lin Chen displayed this time was so fast that even the 4 heavenly kings found it difficult to deal with. Looks like you can't do it, little guy. Lin Chen hit the ball with one hand and hooked his finger at the 1,000-foot-tall armored energy giant in the void. F***CKU. Bai Yichen, who had always been elegant and cold, was angered by Lin Chen to the point of roaring like a wild beast for the first time. He controlled the armored energy giant formed by his light-type battle chi and held the Polaris sword in his hand, waving it continuously like a gust of wind. The sword was only a little bit away from hitting Lin Chen every time. With the superimposition of the flaming purple phoenix wings, Lin Chen's speed was like adding wings to a tiger. He moved more freely on the Abyss Dragon platform, like a fish in water. The bouncing ball spun and bounced on his fingertips, and he shot a shot from time to time, shaking off Bai Yichen's sword. Oh no, if this goes on, Big Brother Yichen will lose for sure. The Bai family's geniuses were so angry that their teeth itched, and they were terrified. The leader of the group, a heavens-proud daughter of the Bai clan who was at the middle stage of the 9th level, said with a serious expression. That might not be the case. For example, Lin Chen's exquisite and profound movement technique requires an extraordinary amount of battle chi. If his battle chi is exhausted, then it will be cousin Bai Yichen's chance. A sharp glint flashed across the woman's beautiful eyes as she spoke word by word. When that time comes, it'll be time for Big Brother Bai Yichen to strike back at him. Rumble tilde tilde. For the first time, the trembling space and the Abyss Dragon platform started to shake violently. Every time Bai Yichen swung his sword, 1 to 3 light attribute light balls would drop. Most people could see that the current Bai Yichen wanted to fight with Lin Chen to the very end. Whoever ran out of battle chi first would most likely win this battle. Bai Yichen's expression was somewhat pale as he continuously chewed on high-grade pills. However, there was a limit to the amount of battle chi that could be refined and replenished. If he consumed too many pills, his meridians would be broken and his cultivation would drop. In the worst-case scenario, he would become a cripple on the spot. I don't believe that you, Lin Chen, can maintain this speed forever. Bai Yichen controlled the energy giant and slashed several times, following closely behind Lin Chen's footsteps. Sword chi soared into the sky, sweeping through the surroundings. As it plowed through the dragon platform, it left behind shocking sword scars. Every slash of Bai Yichen's 9 mystic sun sword was enough to divide mountains and cut hundreds of li of rivers with just a wave of his hand. If not for the space within the dragon platform being sturdy enough, the power of the battle would have already threatened the people outside the one-line sky. Bai Yichen closed in step by step. In front of him, Lin Chen was as insignificant as an ant. However, his smooth dribbling and throwing had never stopped. The entire Abyss Dragon platform was filled with afterimages of his dribbling and spinning. In the end, Bai Yichen forced Lin Chen to the west of the dragon platform. His movement technique's speed finally slowed down. In the end, Lin Chen's battle chi was exhausted, and he was forced to the edge of the dragon platform. F***CK, you don't have any battle chi left, right? Go ahead and jump. Dribble. Throw. Continue to F***king show off. Bai Yichen's pale and hideous face couldn't help but laugh maniacally. In the end, he was still the one who held on to the end of this battle. Amidst his maniacal laughter, his sword suddenly slashed down diagonally. Light elemental sword chi, which shook yin and yang into chaos, slashed down layer by layer, like a sword of divine punishment from above the 9 heaven. It's still not certain who will have the last laugh. Lin Chen's lips curled into a confident smile, and his mental cultivation technique was suddenly activated. At this moment, heaven and earth roared. Boom tilde, boom tilde. As space distorted, a low rumble was transmitted. With Lin Chen as the center, a huge energy vortex entered his body and transformed into his battle chi at an extremely fast speed. Bang! The vast light elemental sword chi slashed down diagonally. Lin Chen's afterimages appeared again, and he easily dodged this aggressive slash. I've never heard of such a strange request. Do you want me to continue jumping and dribbling? Sure. This handsome guy will satisfy you. Lin Chen dribbled and laughed loudly, causing the mouths of many prodigies to twitch. That scene just now can't be wrong. It's definitely not something that can only be triggered by a high-tier mental cultivation technique. It's a phenomenon that can only be triggered after experiencing the baptism and refinement of the sacred fire and absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This kid actually absorbed the sacred fire so quickly. Is he crazy? Regardless of where he obtained the sacred fire seed, it's a divine item for breaking through bottleneck. The most perfect way to use it is when a quasi-venerate enters the yuan venerate realm. Could it be that he still has the confidence to find and safely absorb the second sacred fire seed? The most despairing person was none other than Bai Chen. He thought that he had finally held on until Lin Chen's battle chi was exhausted. He didn't expect that this guy had actually swallowed the sacred fire seed and absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within 1,000 feet in a single breath. No. Look, what's that? At that moment, the prodigies of the Dan and Mo families exclaimed in unison. As the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, there were actually 4 additional words on the Abyss Dragon platform. Previously, everyone had been immersed in the speed contest between Lin Chen and Bai Chen. Almost no one had paid attention to what the sword marks left on the dragon platform looked like. Now that they took a closer look, there were actually 4 new words carved out. G-U-2, beautiful. G-U-2, beautiful. What the hell is this? Oh my god. Could it be that Bai Chen, who went all out, was still played by him? We were all wrong. From the beginning to the end, Bai Chen simply couldn't beat him. Bai Chen was just a toy in his palm. A terrifying fear welled up in the hearts of all the prodigies in the one-line sky. When they looked at the smile on Lin Chen's face again, it gave off a completely different feeling from when they first met him. That frivolous smile was completely devoid of the pretentious pretense it had been at the beginning. Instead, it contained boundless mystery and a domineering aura that looked down on the world. No one knew who it was, but as their teeth trembled slightly, they muttered to themselves. Just how strong is he? Chapter 343. When Bai Chen turned around and saw that the sword marks left behind by his fierce attacks had actually formed a sentence, "You're too beautiful." He was stunned on the spot. He had actually been fooled by him again. Could it be that from the beginning to the end, I was just rolling around in his palm? I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Phut tilde. Bai Chen's face was pale, and there was a sweet taste in his throat. When he vomited blood 4 times, the entire armored giant maintained by battle chi instantly vanish. His eyes rolled back, and when Bai Chen fell to the ground, he had already fainted. Anger attacked his heart, and his blood was in chaos. He, who was originally hanging on to his last breath, actually fainted from anger. Yang Qianyun's slender fingers dotted the ancient book. The rapidly flipping ancient book was overflowing with star-like rays, deducing endless heavenly secret. Finally, Yang Qianyun retracted her fingers and looked deeply at Lin Chen in the dragon platform. How strange. Until now, I still haven't been able to deduce Lin Chen's origin and fate. How could he have such a strange fate? There isn't even the most basic omen of good or bad luck. This person doesn't seem to belong to this world. How unreasonable. Yang Qianyun's thoughts were fruitless. Seeing that Bai Chen in the dragon platform had no reaction, she smiled gracefully. Bai families Bai Chen challenges Lung family's representative, Lin Chen. Winner, Lin Chen. 5 consecutive victories. According to the rules, if the 10 great geniuses are defeated, their battle points will also belong to the opponent. Therefore, Bai Chen's 11 battle points belong to Lin Chen. The moment the results were announced, many prodigies had solemn expressions. With 11 battle points plus 5 battle points, Lin Chen's accumulated battle points had already surpassed anyone who was currently participating in the dragon platform. It was enough for him to participate in the top 8. In the top 8, there was a 50% chance of encountering the 4 heavenly kings. Is there anyone else who wants to continue the challenge? Yang Qianyun stood in the air like a graceful butterfly, waving her slender hand lightly as she smiled faintly. The moment she said that, all the prodigies in the one-line sky fell silent. Who would still dare to challenge him? With Lin Chen's unfathomable strength, if she went, she would either be playing basketball with him or attending a beauty show. Wasn't she just asking to be humiliated? Even the mysterious black-robed young man who had fought with Lin Chen in the Tomb of 100 Venerables was in the one-line sky. He shook his head and sighed, his heart filled with bitterness. In the beginning, the two of them were still able to exchange a few moves. But ever since Lin Chen had secretly learned his black dragon palm, the distance between the two of them had been like heaven and earth. Yang Qianyun was not surprised by this result. Right now, only the 4 heavenly kings could shake Lin Chen. Since that's the case, let's begin the final 8 battles of the Battle Dragon Arena. The participants of the top 8 are Luo Qingyu, Murong Changsheng, Yi Yanxia, Ling Tian, Shui Hao, Ning Fan, Yi Qingyu and Lin Chen. When Yang Qianyun announced the top 8, Lin Chen was still busy picking up his attribute light balls. Host has received 7 million points of elementary light attribute energy. 5 million points of elementary battle chi essence. Host has received 13 million points of elementary cultivation method soul essence. 2 billion points of elementary blood chi essence. Host has picked up an attribute light ball of a cultivation method. You have received the high-level blue rank sword technique, 9 profound glorious sun sword. This time, the number of attribute light balls that Lin Chen had picked up was not small either. In the past, Lin Chen had only picked up a few or more than 10 attribute light balls of the cultivation method soul essence. The total number of attribute light balls would only add up to a few million points. However, the attribute light balls that Lin Chen had picked up this time were worth millions or even tens of millions of attribute points of the cultivation method soul essence and light attribute energy, worthy of being one of the top 10 geniuses of the quasi-venerable realm. The quality of these attribute light balls is really awesome, Lin Chen praised from the bottom of his heart. When he raised his head and looked at Yang Qianyun, the beautiful woman's hands were changing rapidly. 8 arrow tokens with different colors floated in the air and shot towards the 8 participants of the top 8 at the same time. The top 8 will begin tomorrow. Participants only need to infuse their battle chi into the arrow token to see the first color of the arrow token. Those who draw the same color will be their opponents in the top 8. The order of the participants is yellow, green, blue, and blue. After dawn tomorrow, the 2 who have obtained the yellow arrow token please enter the Abyss Dragon Arena. After announcing the results, Yang Qianyun tapped lightly in the air and returned to the one-line sky. Top 8 her. I wonder how many attribute light balls I can pick up this time. Lin Chen held the arrow token in anticipation. He leaped and returned to Han Yizhi and the other's side. Class monitor, Yizhi congratulates you in advance for becoming the champion. Han Yizhi smiled faintly. Lin Chen shrugged. I just want to play basketball in peace. Han Ziyun heard this and rolled her eyes coquettishly. Lung Yuechi said worriedly as ripples appeared in her beautiful eyes. How is it? Are you confident? Winning or losing is secondary. Your safety is the most important. Lin Chen felt warmth in his heart and nodded confidently when he sensed the rare worry on the cold and beautiful woman's face. No problem. Although the 4 heavenly kings are strong, I'm not someone to be trifled with. I dare not say that I'm the strongest, but at least in terms of looks, they've already lost to me. Lin Chen's words made the beauties burst into laughter. After chatting for a while, Lin Chen sat cross-legged and circulated his mental cultivation method. He absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and refined it into his battle chi. After receiving the baptism of the sacred fire seed, Lin Chen used only 15 minutes to recover all his battle chi that he had lost earlier. Apart from that, Lin Chen could also vaguely feel that his mental cultivation method had touched the limits of its limits. Reading from the system, the proficiency of the 9 calamities of creation had always been at 95%. Even though Lin Chen had picked up a large amount of elemental energy balls from the Abyss Dragon platform and raised all 9 elements by hundreds of millions of points, it was still 95%. The last 5% was still a mystery. Perhaps only when all 9 elements break through 1 billion points will the mental cultivation method of the 9 calamities of creation be perfected and allow me to break through the final limit of this mental cultivation method. Lin Chen retracted his gaze and exhaled. At this time, it was already dawn. At this time, as if they had already expected this, more and more ancient families' geniuses flew to the one-line sky and gathered together. Every match in the top 8 would be a battle between the younger generation of the ancient families. This was an opportunity to witness the birth of history. If not for the fact that they had other matters to attend to, no one would want to miss this grand occasion. Lin Chen took out the arrow token that Yang Qianyun had given him and injected a trace of battle qi into it. Wang. The arrow token emitted a faint blue light. Lin Chen's arrow token was blue. The order of the first round of the top 8 was yellow, green, blue, and blue. Lin Chen's first round was the finale. Finale? That's good too. At that time, I can take all the attribute balls from the first round. Chapter 344. Lin Chen put away the arrow token, got up and walked to a cliff, standing together with Lung Yueqi and the others. Han Yizhi smiled when she saw that Lin Chen was ready. Class monitor, the Bai family said last night that they would make you pay in blood when their top genius, Bai Ming, returns. But speaking of which, Bai Ming's strength is extremely dazzling. As the number 1 of the top 10 geniuses, he actually didn't participate in this battle dragon arena. Han Ziyun was puzzled. Heavenly demon sword Bai Ming. Lin Chen shook his head and laughed. That guy might be hiding somewhere to heal himself. The young man in white that Lin Chen had encountered in the battle with the 9-headed earth demon hound was most likely the Bai family's heavenly demon sword Bai Ming. It was rare to see someone with a quasi-venerable cultivation level and such an overbearing sword technique among the younger generation. His characteristics were very similar to Bai Ming's. The time limit is up. The quarterfinals officially begin. Participants with yellow tokens, please enter the Battle Dragon Arena. Yang Qianyun stood on the east side of the Abyss Dragon Arena. When she spoke, all the prodigies looked at the 4 heavenly kings and Lin Chen. Who were the yellow arrow tokens? Boom. A sword gleam flashed across the sky as a cold-looking man in white entered the Abyss Dragon Arena. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and stood with a sword on his back. His expression was cold like ice that would not melt for thousands of years. His sword was not out of its scabbard, but 3,000 sword gleams formed a sword wheel behind him. His aura was unstoppable. The moment this white-robed man entered the arena, everyone's expression became abnormally solemn. The 4 heavenly kings. Ling Tian. I didn't expect Ling Tian to start the quarterfinals. What a terrifying sword intent. Just by staring at his back, I can already feel the piercing pain in my eyes, the legendary sword Venerable's bloodline. He's a born sword genius. It's said that before he entered the Holy Fire level, he fought a veteran Yuan Venerable to a draw. Many prodigies from the ancient families sucked in cold breaths. According to the battle results, Ling Tian was the most likely one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Sword Venerable's bloodline to become the strongest of the generation. He started the first battle right from the start. Rip tilde. The blood-red light was like a blade. As it entered the void, it stepped into the Abyss Dragon platform. The blood-red clothed young man walked forward slowly. His face was handsome yet gloomy, and his eyes were filled with seriousness and caution. Xue Hao from the Xue clan. He's in the first battle of the quarterfinals. What a pity, he'll definitely lose against Ling Tian. Many geniuses sighed. Everyone was fervently discussing how many strikes Xue Hao could take from Ling Tian. Lin Chen activated his purple-gold pupils and saw the state of their bodies and their battle qi. Xue Hao's battle qi was of the rare blood attribute. It was like a giant beast of blood energy lurking in his body. Ling Tian, on the other hand, was even more frightening. His bloodline rippled with a sharp sharpness, as though an ocean of sword qi was hidden within his flesh and bones. Xue Hao is at the early quasi-venerable stage, while Ling Tian is at the late quasi-venerable stage. In the case of 2 people of the same level, the difference in cultivation is fatal. After a few breaths, Lin Chen felt a piercing pain in his eyes. This was the first time he had encountered such a phenomenon after activating his purple-gold pupils. Damn it, the bloodline in Ling Tian's body is so terrifying. If I look at it any longer, I'll go blind. Withdrawing his purple-gold pupils, Lin Chen rubbed his eyes and cursed in his heart. The first battle of the quarterfinals, Xue Hao from the Xue family versus Ling Tian from the Ling family. Let the battle begin. Yang Qianyun tapped lightly with her jade-like hand, and the flashing yellow arrow tokens in their arms were put into her bag. Boom tilde. Azura bloodstain technique. Xue Hao's hand seals changed rapidly, and his body released a blood-like battle qi that surged on the surface of his body. His celestial battle soul showed signs of transforming into Yuan Mansion by a large margin. His cultivation had stepped into the mid-stage of quasi-venerable. Many geniuses' eyes suddenly became very serious. Xuehao had actually used the Xue family's unique high-level secret technique right from the start. Ling Tian, draw your sword. Xuehao roared in a hoarse voice, and his battle qi condensed like a ferocious dragon. That will depend on whether you have the ability to make me draw my sword. Ling Tian said coldly and disdainfully. Xuehao was so angry that his veins popped out. Is that so? Then let's try this move. Blood demonic azura hand. His blood qi was like a dragon, surging and roaming in the meridians of Xuehao's arms. He suddenly grabbed out with his palm. The Yuan Mansion in his dantian burst out with a power that could shatter stars and split the moon. Through the grade 6 weapon, Blood Owl Claw, it transformed into a bloody palm that was several acres in size. Most of the people began to hold their breaths. Xuehao had used a killing move right from the start. What everyone did not expect was that Ling Tian did not even draw his sword. His eyes contained 3,000 sword lights, and he casually raised his finger, gently drawing a line in the void with his fingertip. An ear-piercing and sharp sound of silk tearing could be heard in the void. Kai tilde. Bang! A faint sword light flashed past, and the bloody palm exploded into a bloody mist on the spot. Many geniuses were dumbfounded, and their hearts trembled. The killing move of the number 3 of the top 10 geniuses, an attack that was infinitely close to the level of a Yuan Venerable, was actually broken so easily. Oh! Xuehao felt something sweet in his throat, and he almost spat out blood. He took a dozen steps back, and his expression was one of disbelief. Is that all you've got? Ling Tian looked down on everyone, and his lips curled into a disdainful smile. What a joke, I don't care about the 4 heavenly kings. Die for me. Xuehao roared to the sky, and his hands clasped together. The grade 6 battle qi, Blood Owl Claw, that he wore, condensed a huge amount of blood qi and demonic intent. Ka tilde tilde tilde. The demonic intent and blood qi turned into a blood-red battle saber. The blade was condensed from battle qi, and there were dragon patterns engraved on it, as well as secret drawings of distorted human faces. Apart from that, there was a faint sound of some creature gnawing on bones from the saber, and it was eerie. Big Brother Xuehao was actually forced to use the blood slaughter 1,000 slashes in one move. It can't be helped. His opponent is Ling Tian, who is most likely one of the 4 heavenly kings. The geniuses of the Xue family were shocked, and their palms were sweating as they stared at the situation in the Abyss Dragon platform. On the other side, Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he swallowed his saliva excitedly. What a domineering battle technique, and it's dropping attribute light balls. In Lin Chen's eyes, Xuehao's attack had dropped a few dozen attribute light balls. Blood slaughter 1,000 slashes. Xuehao raised the blood-red battle saber and slashed down with both hands. As the blade swept through the void, large cracks appeared on the spatial crystal walls. This is a little interesting. Ling Tian smiled coldly, and the green jade divine sword on his back was suddenly unsheathed. Clang tilde tilde. Grade 6 sword, Dragon Abyss 7-star sword. Even from thousands of feet away, everyone could feel the unique sharpness of the Dragon Abyss 7-star sword. It was also a grade 6 weapon, but in Ling Tian's hands, it had a completely different power. Chapter 345. A grade 6 weapon was something that only a Yuan Venerate could control. While a few Heaven's Dipper sovereigns could barely control a grade 6 weapon, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to truly unleash its might. The sword was 3.5 feet long and embedded with 7-star jades. The body of the sword was ethereal and profound, and the hilt was like a dragon's head. It was like a coiled dragon, and its sharpness was like the sun and moon. Ling Tian was awe-inspiring, his white robes picturesque. He stabbed out with his sword, piercing through the blood-red battle saber. The hilt of the sword rotated, and the blade suddenly twisted. Swish, swish, swish. Thousands of sword rays shot out from the blade. Bang tilde tilde. One sword. Xuehao's ultimate battle technique had been broken. Xuehao spat out blood and retreated violently. He was being forced back by the sword rays. He gritted his teeth, and the blood owl claws overlapped and pushed out fiercely. Demonic blood armor. 1,000-feet-long blood-red battle aura circled the void, condensing into 100-feet blood armor to protect Xuehao, blocking the sword rays. Ling Tian's eyes were like stars, and with a flash of sword light, the Dragon Abyss 7-star sword was pulled out in reverse, and a needle-like sword light was released. Clang tilde. The space crystal wall broke. This seemingly ordinary sword strike had cut Xuehao's powerful blood armor into two halves. Xuehao was bathed in blood, but his eyes still flashed with a violent and savage battle intent. He tapped the air alone, and his footwork was like an illusion. His battle aura tore the spatial crystal wall apart, and he turned into a blood-red light, escaping into the void at extreme speed. If you only have so many trump cards, then let's end this. Ling Tian slowly closed his sharp eyes and threw the 7-star sword into the air, stabbing it into the ground of the dragon platform. He spread out his hands, and his palms suddenly pushed towards the sky, and shouted coldly, "Break!" The entire Abyss Dragon platform was instantly filled with sword aura, and thousands of sword rays emerged from the ground. The thousands of swords shot out, piercing through the void. Kai tilde tilde. A shadow hidden in the void was pierced by the sword rays, and blood spurted out. Xuehao's blood spurted out in an arc, and fell to the ground. He, who was lying in a pool of blood, had already fainted, unconscious. At this moment, the entire arena fell into a strange silence. 1 sword to break the skill, 2 swords to break the defense, and 3 swords to break the body to determine victory. Most of the Heaven's favorites thought that if Xuehao gave it his all, he would be able to put up a good fight. It was even possible that the fight could go on for hundreds of rounds. However, Ling Tian only used 3 swords to send him off the stage. The might of the 4 heavenly kings was well deserved. Sheathing his sword, Ling Tian turned around and left without any emotions. Ling Tian wins the first battle of the quarterfinals. Yang Qianyun announced the result, and a trace of surprise flashed through her beautiful eyes. The honorable sword bloodline, huh? It doesn't look like a descendant at all. It looks more like a bloodline inheritance and memory awakening. In this battle, Xuehao dropped a total of 89 attribute light balls. It's a pity that Ling Tian didn't drop a single attribute light ball. Lin Chen licked his lips and said excitedly, "I wonder how many attribute points I can get from this guy if I meet him. I'm really looking forward to it." Standing not far away from Lung Yueqi and the rest, the Dan family prodigies saw Lin Chen's excited and expectant look, and they couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle. After seeing Ling Tian's strength, this guy could still show such an excited and expectant look. It seems that I still don't know much about him. Dan Qianqiu was shocked, and her beautiful eyes glanced at Lin Chen from time to time. Some of the top 10 geniuses who had fantasized about themselves finally recognized the gap between themselves and the 4 heavenly kings after witnessing Xuehao's battle. This is too strong. Who can shake the position of the 4 heavenly kings? If the 4 heavenly kings didn't meet each other in the first round of the quarterfinals, I'm afraid no one can beat them, right? Maybe that Lin Chen has the possibility. Don't King talk nonsense. No matter how monstrous Lin Chen is, he's only a heaven dipper 8. Can he turn the sky upside down? Don't you know the gap between a heaven dipper realm and a quasi-venerable? Moreover, the combat power of the 4 heavenly kings is close to the Yuan Venerate realm. While many prodigies were discussing, Yang Qianyun waved her hand lightly. "The second battle of the quarterfinals, please come on stage." Swoosh, 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 swoosh. 2 figures fell into the arena almost at the same time. The woman on the left had a sexy and enchanting figure. Her lips were red and she was dressed in red robes. Her eyebrows were curved like half moons and her bronze skin exuded an exotic beauty. There were 2 blood-red battle axes hanging on her slender waist. It was Yi Yanxia, one of the 4 heavenly kings again. The other person was dressed in black robes and had a saber hanging on his waist. His face was handsome and cold. He was Ning Fan of the Ning family. The second place of the top 10 geniuses against the 4 heavenly kings. The second battle of the quarterfinals, Yi Yanxia of the Yi family against Ning Fan of the Ning family. Yang Qianyun waved her hand and their arrow tokens which were shining with green light floated in the air. "Young lady Yi Yanxia, please enlighten me. Ning Fan cupped his fists slightly. The battle saber hanging on his waist roared like an evil dragon. He unsheathed his saber in an instant and it was like a galaxy flowing in reverse. 1,000 jong asterisk, 33 m per jong, long saber chi that was shaped like a galaxy swept across the entire Abyss Dragon platform and slashed at Yi Yanxia. Just in time. Yi Yanxia smiled warmly. Her jade-like hand held the blood-red battle axe hanging on her waist. His purple-golden eyes were suddenly activated to the highest level. Lin Chen stared at Yi Yanxia without blinking. He did not want to miss any details. Under Lin Chen's probing, Yi Yanxia, who was at the mid-quasi-venerable realm, did not circulate a single trace of battle chi. She raised the blood-red battle axe with one hand and swung it down. That seemingly slender and delicate arm of the beautiful woman emitted a pure strength that even Lin Chen was shocked by. It was like an ancient barbaric dragon launching a surprise attack on its enemy. Asterisk boom. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the battle axe was swung vertically, splitting heaven and earth and crushing everything in its path. She forcefully tore apart Ning Fan's saber chi with pure strength. 8,500 dragon power points. Lin Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. Yi Yanxia's pure strength had already exceeded 8,500 dragon power point. No, it's not over yet. Dan Qianqiu and Mo Linglong exclaimed at the same time. The moment the white saber chi was destroyed, it turned into countless rays of starlight and gathered into a saber chi again. I'm not that easy to deal with. Ning Fan suddenly shouted coldly. Then, he pulled out another short saber from his waist and merged the two sabers together. His aura force soared to the sky. 100 transformations of black heaven, sovereign extermination / Ning Fan suddenly swung the two sabers together, sending out a green and white saber light. The surging saber force turned into an ancient white whale with a sky-devouring chi and charged at Mo Linglong. When the white whale charged at Ning Fan, its chi soared into the sky, causing cracks to appear on the several hundred jong asterisk, 33 m per jong, tall spatial crystal wall. The surface of the dragon platform actually cracked because of the might of the attack. It's almost equivalent to an attack from a Yuan venerable realm expert. Ning Yunlan's calm expression revealed a rare excitement. The corners of Yi Yanxia's lips curved into a faint smile. The moment she held the blood-red battle axe with both hands, she raised it above her head. Lin Chen's purple-golden eyes could clearly see that her pure strength was rising steadily. 9,500 dragon power point. 9,999 dragon power points. Chapter 346. Holding the axe with both hands, Yi Yanxia swung it vertically. Her mid-venerable realm cultivation base suddenly erupted and she shouted coldly. Cloud desolation / absolute 4 directions. The faint red axe light was like an attack that could split heaven and earth. It easily tore apart the crystal walls of the dragon platform that were reinforced by the barrier like tofu. Chi tilde asterisk the ancient white whale was split into two on the spot. The greenish-white blade light shattered and vanished into nothingness. The axe light slashed into the dragon platform, shaking the entire platform and turning into 4 rays of light that charged at Ning Fan. His expression was filled with panic. His movement technique was like a dragon diving into the sky. Ning Fan took a step forward and disappeared into the void. Just as he tried his best to dodge the 4 rays of light, Yi Yanxia approached him like a fleeting light. The moment she swung the battle axe, Ning Fan, who was close to her, felt a series of sonic booms. His eardrums were pierced and blood spurted out. The blood-red battle axe was as violent as a ferocious dragon. Ning Fan activated his defensive combat technique. His battle chi surged and he raised his blade to block the attack. Bang tilde boom tilde Yi Yanxia swung her axe 3 times in a row. They broke Ning Fan's personal treasure and broke his defensive combat technique. The last attack even broke his arms. I surrender. Just as she swung her 4th axe, Ning Fan raised his hands and surrendered. Everyone was shocked. He was drenched in sweat. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. Panting heavily, he cupped his fists with his broken arms. I admit defeat in the face of the might of the 4 heavenly kings. Yi Yanxia smiled sweetly. You're also very strong. You forced me to reveal a little of my pure strength. The top 10 geniuses who ranked second could only last 5 rounds against Yi Yanxia. The 4 heavenly kings are indeed monstrous. Keeping her battle axe, Yi Yanxia leaped into the sky and returned to her position in the one-lane sky. Yi Yanxia wins the second battle. Yang Qianyun suddenly announced the result. The audience was still filled with sighs. 43 light balls with different attributes. That's barely enough. This Ning fan, on the other hand, has a rare light attribute battle chi. It's quite beneficial to me. Lin Chen stroked his chin. Yi Yanxia's performance had exceeded his expectations. She had 9,999 dragon power points. She was only one step away from reaching 10,000 dragon power points. If she took this step, Yi Yanxia would be able to contend against a Yuan Venerate with pure strength. When the time came, her battle chi would advance to the Yuan Venerate level. Her battle chi and physique cultivation would make her demonic in both areas. Her combat strength would grow to a terrifying level among her peers. Just as Lin Chen was thinking hard about how to deal with Yi Yanxia's troublesome pure power, the third battle began. The third battle was between Luo Qingyu, the exceptional beauty, and Yi Qingyu, the dark horse other than Lin Chen. However, the whole place was suddenly filled with unprecedented shock and bewilderment. Everyone was surprised and shocked not only because of Luo Qingyu and Yi Qingyu, but also because of Lin Chen. That's right, the name list for the third round had been released, so there were only 2 people left in the first round of the top 8. These 2 were the opponents of the fourth match, Lin Chen and Murong Changsheng. Murong Changsheng was the only successor of the Murong family. Among the younger generation, he was the only person whose spiritual power could reach the transcendence realm. It was said that he had obtained the inheritance of an ancient almighty and obtained many spiritual secret techniques. Coupled with his own special physique, his spiritual power cultivation had soared. No one in the younger generation could escape from his spiritual secret techniques. One look could cause one's spirit to sink and lose all will to fight. That was because there were only a few methods to defend against spiritual power attacks. Everyone might have 1 or 2 treasured weapons to defend against spiritual power attacks, but their understanding and attainments of spiritual power could only be said to be rather poor. They were extremely lacking in countermeasures. Once, 2 Yuan Venerates had tried to kill Murong Changsheng because of a feud between ancient families. He had used his spiritual illusion technique to control them, causing one Yuan Venerate to die and the other to be injured. In terms of difficulty, Murong Changsheng was even more terrifying than Ling Tian. He was the most difficult one to deal with among the 4 heavenly kings. Although Ling Tian's sword moves were ever-changing and had reached the peak of the younger generation, at least there were traces to be found. However, Murong Changsheng's spiritual secret techniques were simply untraceable. No one even knew when he would make a move. Or rather, even if he made a move, one wouldn't know. This kind of opponent was the most terrifying. Humph! Murong Changsheng snorted disdainfully. When he looked at Lin Chen, the corners of his mouth curled into a disdainful smile. Lin Chen also looked at him at the same time. Their gazes collided in the void. So many attribute light balls. Ha ha ha. Looks like I'm going to make a killing this time. Lin Chen licked his lips. The way he looked at Murong Changsheng was like a hunter examining his prey. Am I seeing things? Lin Chen, this brat, is still smiling. He's crazy. How can he still smile when facing Murong Changsheng? Forget it. Is there anything in this world that Lin Chen can't do? I'm actually looking forward to the fourth battle. Some of the geniuses saw Lin Chen's hunter's gaze and the curl of his lips and felt their scalps go numb. Looking at the Abyss Dragon Arena again, Luo Qingyu was going against the Yi family's dark horse, Yi Qingyu. Qingyu. Young Master Qingyu, speaking of which, our names are somewhat similar. Don't you think it's fate that brought us together? Yi Qingyu smiled gracefully. Just as a smile appeared on his handsome face, it stopped abruptly. Luo Qingyu's peak quasi-venerable aura swept through the entire arena. In terms of cultivation base, Luo Qingyu was the person who had entered the Holy Fire level and was closest to the Yuan Venerate level. Glib tongue, get down. Luo Qingyu's beautiful face curled into an extremely handsome and elegant sneer. He waved the white feather fan in his hand slightly. Above his head, two huge flaming golden crows suddenly condensed. The terrifying temperature burned the space crystal walls until they were distorted and broken. Sacred flames bathed his slender figure, making him look like a prince in a fairy tale. He was sacred, pure, and elegant. The female geniuses present were mesmerized by him. Yi Qingyu's expression changed slightly. A grayish-white sword glow circled around his body and turned into a shield in front of him. The golden crow's flames were as hot as the sun, shooting out thousands of feet of blazing light. Yi Qingyu's sword shield, which could withstand a peak quasi-venerable's attack, was being burned by the golden crow's flames and was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Outside the one-line skyline, Mr. Lin knew very well that Luo Qingyu was a beautiful girl dressed as a man. Therefore, when he looked at her body, he could not help but recall the feeling he had when he touched her that day. TSK, TSK, TSK. She's so handsome when she's dressed as a man. She's almost 1/10 of me. I wonder what she looks like when she wears a dress. However, why does her heart technique feel a little familiar? Lin Chen stared at Luo Qingyu. The flirtatious smile at the corner of his mouth fell into the beautiful eyes of Han Ziyun and Lung Yueqi, who were beside him, causing the two beauties to have some strange thoughts in their minds. This guy is so interested in looking at men. Could it be that he really likes men? Thinking of this, the two ladies looked at Lin Chen with some resentment and looked at Han Yizhi, who was beside him. Han Yizhi's face was slightly red. She stole a few glances at Lin Chen, causing the tips of her delicate ears to turn red. Chapter 348. The great mystic demon world enveloped the Abyss Dragon platform, and the terrifying spiritual pressure caused even the prodigies in the one-line sky to feel suffocated. In Lin Chen's eyes, countless corpses were constantly emerging from the swamp. Some of them had 6 wings, and they were like the corpses of ancient beasts, bursting with overflowing hostility as they attacked him. Lin Chen shattered the 6-winged corpse with a single palm strike, and the corpses that covered the sky were like waves of blood. They were like a pack of hungry wolves that had discovered their prey, aggressively pouncing towards him. Lin Chen skillfully controlled the divine wilderness 9 arts to face the enemy. Combined with his pure strength, he launched a series of fierce attack. In the eyes of the prodigies in the one-line sky, Lin Chen was crazily swinging his fists and using battle techniques around the Abyss Dragon platform. His pair of grey eyes had completely lost their divine essence. Your strength is not bad. Your fighting spirit and consciousness are also very strong. Although I can't forcefully control you, it's more than enough to trap you. Murong Changsheng stood at the edge of the Abyss Dragon platform with his hands behind his back. He leisurely walked around the Abyss Dragon platform, revealing a smile like a cat playing with a mouse. He didn't need to make a move at all. He only needed to wait for Lin Chen to fall into the illusion, exhaust his battle chi and energy, and even some life-saving trump cards. Then, he could attack and take down Lin Chen. Dark Dragon Palm. Lin Chen, whose mind had gone berserk, executed the Dark Dragon Palm. He perfectly combined his pure strength with his dark battle chi and slammed his palm on the ground of the Abyss Dragon platform. Boom! Bang! 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 The spiraling layers of dark gas and 3 layers of dark dragon energy released a power that could shatter stars. It fiercely shook the ground, and the Abyss Dragon platform was on the verge of collapse. At the place where the palm struck, a spiral-shaped crater that was several feet wide appeared. At the edge of the crater, there were 3.5 feet deep cracks. Many people felt their scalps tingle. What a perverted battle technique. If it hit an ordinary quasi-venerable, they would be F*King smashed to pieces. It's a pity that this Lin Chen is a natural monster. If he hadn't met Murong Changsheng, he might have had a good battle. Some prodigies felt pity for Lin Chen. Even Yi Yanxia of the 4 heavenly kings revealed a look of surprise. What a profound battle technique. It's a perfect fusion of Dragon Battle Chi and Dragon Battle Chi, in a very mysterious way. Then, it was released by Dark Battle Chi. If I could obtain this battle technique, my battle strength might be able to increase to the next level. Yi Yanxia was secretly shocked. Murong Changsheng frowned and clicked his tongue. At this moment, Lin Chen, who was scurrying around, slowed down. His battle chi and battle was dragon platform. He had finally had no dragon chi. He used his movement technique at an extreme speed. As the purple phoenix wings flapped, purple flames rolled. Lin Chen's body turned into countless afterimages as he retreated continuously. King's King, his battle, and with Lin's battle. Battle Murong Lin, here's my chance. Murong Changxing's eyes shone like lightning. His palm rotated with a faint demonic intent, locking onto Lin Chen's back. It's over. Lin Chen is going to lose. This thought flashed through everyone's mind at almost the same time, except for one person. That was Lung Yueqi. Her cold and beautiful face revealed a trace of a smile for the first time in this emergency situation. Really, this little guy makes people worry all the time. Just as the beautiful woman's smile sounded, Lin Chen suddenly turned around and faced Murong Changxing. He pushed out with both hands. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Lin Chen had broken through the illusion? However, when everyone subconsciously looked at Lin Chen's eyes, his pupils were still grey. He hadn't broken through the illusion at all. His consciousness was still in the illusory world. This moment of imminent peril caused Murong Changxing's heart to feel a sense of danger. Something's wrong. What's wrong? What's wrong with this kid? Murong Changxing originally planned to retreat, but his heart hesitated. It was also this moment of hesitation that the grayish-white talisman light was pushed out from Lin Chen's palm. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Slow rune. Lin Chen's rune energy dropped by 40 million points. 40 million points of slow rune could even slow down the level 6 nine-headed earth demon hound for a while. In an instant, Murong Changxing had a slight reaction. He activated his two great defensive treasures, the longevity yin-yang robe and the purple mystic armor. At this moment, all the geniuses' mouths were slightly agape as they stared at the situation in the Abyss Dragon platform in disbelief. What kind of move is this? My battle chi and movement were affected. And he broke through my illusion of the great mystic devil world. Murong Changxing showed shock and panic for the first time since stepping into the one-line sky. However, he was filled with even more doubts. Lin Chen's pupils were still grey. He still hadn't broken free from the illusion of the great mystic devil world. No, he hasn't broken free from the illusion, but how can he see through my real body? Murong Changxing didn't have time to think or doubt. The moment Lin Chen used the slow rune, Azura 9 Brilliance transformation was activated again. Thunder Punishment transformation, Dark Dragon Palm. Thousands of lightning bolts roared all over his body. Lin Chen's battle chi cultivation temporarily advanced to the middle of level 9. His arms were pitch black and awe-inspiring. Dark-type battle chi like a dark abyss filled the air. There were also layers of 6 layers of dark energy entangling like giant dragons. In the system status bar, Lin Chen lost another 6 million points of rune energy. His palms slammed on Murong Changxing's chest. The violent pure strength combined with the dark battle chi was like 10,000 giant dragons roaring together. Even with 2 great defensive treasures, part of the terrifying 6-layer dark dragon energy still penetrated the defense of the treasures. Puchi tilde. Murong Changxing fiercely spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was suddenly sent flying, and the sound of his ribs breaking could be heard. The moment his palms touched Murong Changxing's body, the corrosive rune was immediately activated. Lin Chen's rune energy decreased by another 10 million point. Lin Chen raised his right palm and fiercely slammed it on the top of Murong Changxing's head. This time, it was also the 6-layer dark dragon energy. Not good. Murong Changxing's heart was filled with panic. If this palm hit him, his head would shatter on the spot. While his battle chi was frantically resisting Lin Chen's slow rune, Murong Changxing immediately transferred the energy of the 2 great defensive treasures to the top of his head to protect his vital point. Bang! His palm shook the top of his head. This time, the power of the dark dragon palm was more than 90% block. Lin Chen seemed to have expected this. His left hand rotated, and he was ready to strike again. He backhanded his palm towards Murong Changxing's abdomen. This palm was still the Dark Dragon palm with the charge rune's 6-layer Dark Dragon energy. Kai tilde tilde. Bang bang bang. More than half of Murong Changsheng's 2 great defensive treasures were damaged. His abdomen was injured, and he spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood, mixed with a few pieces of flesh. Murong Changsheng's internal organs had been displaced by Lin Chen's attack. Even a Yuan Venerate's physical body would most likely be seriously injured or even killed by Lin Chen's fierce attacks without the protection of battle chi, let alone his mid-quasi-venerate body. Lin Chen's Dark Dragon palm was so fierce that everyone present was stunned. Chapter 350. Demon Statue Azura's Fury. Murong Changsheng laughed maniacally the moment he chanted the incantation and formed a hand seal. The 3-headed, 6-armed Azura demon statue above his head roared into the sky and released a spiritual wave that caused heaven and earth to tremble. It was like a hurricane that could destroy everything. In an instant, wherever the spiritual sound wave passed, the spatial crystal walls of the entire Abyss Dragon platform cracked inch by inch. Even though the prodigies standing outside the platform had the protection of the spatial crystal walls, they still felt dizzy at this moment. Most of the prodigies felt as if the entire world had been turned upside down. They couldn't even stand properly. More than 50 prodigies fainted on the spot due to the spiritual shock. Everyone was shocked. Just the aftershock of the spiritual attack had such terrifying power. If Lin Chen was in the great mystic demon world, what kind of terrifying attack would he face? At this critical moment, Lin Chen was about to use the slowing rune to counterattack. His spiritual power was like the sea and rivers, constantly expanding and rising to a whole new level. His spiritual perception domain expanded by 3 times, no, 5 times. The great mystic demon world he was in suddenly collapsed on its own. This is. Lin Chen was overjoyed. He couldn't care too much about it. He suddenly used a slowing rune with 20 million points of rune energy to slow down the spiritual attack by a bit. The sluggish rune was not only effective on living beings, but it could also slow down everything within a designated area. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Taking advantage of this gap, Lin Chen's hand seals changed again as he circulated the Grand Beginning Bible. The endless spiritual vortex that filled the void suddenly expanded several times. It spun extremely quickly, constantly breaking down and dispersing the massive amount of spiritual attack. It was as if a person charged over with 100 tiger power, but Lin Chen used a soft method to redirect the opponent's strength to another position. His spiritual power actually broke through. Murong Changsheng's Dharma characteristic realm spiritual power immediately sensed the abnormality, and his pupils shrank. His mental energy revolved continuously, scattering the mental attacks in all directions, crashing into the surroundings of the dragon platform. Impossible. Even if he enters the Transcendence realm, he won't be able to withstand my Azura's wrath. Murong Changsheng's hair stood on end in anger. He no longer had his previous arrogance and indifference. His hair danced in the wind. In fact, Lin Chen didn't take the terrifying mental attack head-on. Instead, he used the slow rune and the Taisha holy scripture to push the mental attack to the side. It was exactly the same as when they faced the Black Demon Hornet. However, Murong Changsheng's Azura's wrath was more than 10 times more terrifying than the Wasp Tide. Lin Chen had to rely on the slowing rune to have a chance to imitate the previous method. Murong Changsheng's palms were filled with demonic music. Endless spiritual wails and demonic battle aura swirled around his palms as destructive fluctuations overflowed from his palms. Demonic sound palm of great sorrow. Brother Chen, I'm not afraid of you now. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with a ruthless light, as if he had nothing to lose and was not afraid of wearing shoes. He actually took the initiative to charge forward, his palms chopping down like knives. His spiritual energy transformed into snowflakes and slashed out like sharp blade. Taisha Saint Slash. Streaks of spiritual energy blade light crisscrossed the void and clashed with Murong Changsheng's demonic sound palm of great sorrow. In terms of battle aura, Lin Chen was weaker and was at a disadvantage in the battle. However, with the combination of the charging rune and pure strength, coupled with his strange and unpredictable speed, Murong Changsheng was actually unable to take him down in a short time. His spiritual energy actually broke through on the spot. What a monster! That's the spiritual energy of the transcendence realm. I didn't expect him to be able to fight Murong Changsheng to this extent. A small number of prodigies who could still stand up and maintain their rationality stared intently at the battle. The battle between the two sides began to heat up. At first, Lin Chen was only at a disadvantage. However, as he fought, he also picked up the attribute light balls that fell from Murong Changsheng's body. The more he fought, the fiercer he became. The ancient Azure Dragon with the Azure Dragon Shadow also continuously supported Lin Chen in the battle. One man and one dragon attacked together. Although the Transcendence Realm's mental strength could detect the ancient Azure Dragon's tracks, it required a high degree of concentration. Murong Changsheng did not have the time or opportunity to see through the ancient Azure Dragon's tracks in the midst of an intense battle. After the two sides fought for more than 200 rounds, Lin Chen had already begun to gain the upper hand in the battle. This brat's spiritual energy secret manual is very mysterious. He can actually control multiple spiritual energies at the same time to fight. Together with that strange Azure Dragon, I will be exhausted to death if this continues. I can't save my final killing move. Murong Changsheng gritted his teeth and pushed his palm forward. The demonic sound palm of great sorrow was blasted 1,000 feet away. The spiritual ring flickered, and a pitch-black scroll flew out from Murong Changsheng's head and rotated in the air. When the pitch-black scroll appeared, something in Lin Chen's arms seemed to be pulled, throbbing faintly. Layers of mystic runes were inscribed on the scroll, depicting the ancient holy demon era. Giant demons shook the world and were sealed in the pitch-black scroll. The mystical demon scroll was Murong Changsheng's greatest secret. The ancient inheritance he obtained was related to this item. Even with his current talent, he could only peek into 1/10,000th of the secrets of this item and could only barely control it. Today, he was forced into a dead end by Lin Chen. Only by using this item could he possibly defeat Lin Chen. Murong Changsheng formed a strange hand seal at lightning speed. His remaining spiritual energy and battle chi were all injected into the mystical demon scroll. Mystical demon scroll, 100 demon sanction. The mystical demon scroll rolled out a vast black cloud, as if a demon from ancient times had descended. Seeing the vast black cloud, the other three of the four heavenly kings all revealed a solemn expression. Even as strong as they were, they also felt a fatal threat from the black cloud. This is an item of the demon race. Is Murong Changsheng a member of the demon race? Killing intent flashed in Yang Chenyun's green eyes, but it was immediately restrained and hidden. Boom. 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 Dozens of spiritual giant demons descended from the churning black cloud on the Abyss Dragon platform. Some were hundreds of feet tall, and some were hundreds of feet tall. Surging demonic intent rose from their bodies. Their bodies seemed to be made of steel. Some had the face of a human and the body of a beast, and some had the face of a beast and the body of a human. They stood on both feet and walked, holding giant axes or giant spears in their hands. Their bodies were grayish-white, and some of them had exuberant hair and dense scales. They were surging with killing intent. The arrival of the demons was as if they had returned to the ancient era of the demon race. Lin Chen's expression was solemn. 5-colored dragon chi coiled around his arm, and the 5 dragons' imperial spear flashed in his palm. Hey! This spear! Yang Chenyun pinched her slender fingers and calculated, revealing an interested smile. Interesting, the ancient war emperor's spear actually fell into his hands. Chapter 351. You're not the only one who's keeping a trump card. Lin Chen's metal-type battle chi circulated for the first time, connecting hundreds of specific meridians. His silver robe fluttered, golden light shone, and his eyes were like stars. With a golden dragon spear in his hand, he was like a god of war who had descended to the mortal world. Just as Lin Chen was about to use his strongest battle skill, a purple light shot out from his chest. The purple veil fluttered in the air. It was Lin Chen's illusory limitless dream. The illusory limitless dream overflowed with purple light and emitted a powerful mental suction force, causing those demon phantoms to erupt with painful roars. Many huge demon phantoms were constantly twisting, and strands of mental energy were being extracted into the illusory limitless dream. What's going on? This is a peerless secret skill of the demon catalog. Murong Changsheng's expression changed. He activated the demon catalog, trying to absorb his mental energy and battle chi back. The speed at which the illusory limitless dream absorbed his mental energy became faster and faster. Murong Changsheng watched helplessly as a large portion of his mental energy was extracted. Those monstrous mental demons were constantly twisting and turning into mental energy strands that were being extracted and absorbed into the illusory limitless dream, and finally turned into ashi. Even Lin Chen, who was prepared to fight to the death, was dumbfounded. He had not expected this at all. The illusory limitless dream overflowed with brilliance and turned into a wisp of smoke that drifted back into Lin Chen's palm. The purple veil trembled slightly, and a soft and obscure voice like a young girl's echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Mars. Master, Lin Chen was shocked. After absorbing Murong Changsheng's mental energy, the illusory limitless dream actually had a little spirituality. What a magical treasure! If I let it absorb a few more large amounts of mental energy, could it still have the intelligence of a human? The illusory limitless dream wrapped around Lin Chen's arm like a small snake, and then the light dimmed, turning into an ordinary purple veil that was inconspicuous. Murong Changsheng knelt on the ground in a daze. His secret technique, which was enough to threaten any of the 4 heavenly kings, couldn't even harm a single hair on Lin Chen's head. Participant, Murong Changsheng, do you still have the strength to fight? If not, the outcome of the battle will be decided. Yang Qianyun transmitted a warning to Murong Changsheng. When he raised his head, Lin Chen, with a spear in one hand, and the ancient azure dragon aggressively attack. I surrender. Murong Changsheng raised his hand in a sorry state and shouted hoarsely. Hearing these words of surrender, the geniuses outside the one-line sky were all shocked. The battle has ended. The victor is Lin Chen. The moment Yang Qianyun announced the result, all the sky prides present were shocked. Defeated. As one of the 4 heavenly kings, Murong Changsheng was actually defeated by a mere heavenly dipper realm level 8, rising step by step, Lin Chen. A new heavenly king was born. The 4 heavenly kings were officially changed to the 5 heavenly kings. Many sky prides thought that the battle between Lin Chen and Murong Changsheng was even more exciting than the finals. Yang Qianyun's beautiful eyes stared at the strand of purple muslin wrapped around Lin Chen's arm and couldn't help but exclaim in her heart, "What a young man full of secret." Murong Changsheng's eyes were about to crack. He carefully put away the mystical demon catalogue, viciously and regretfully glanced at Lin Chen, and his figure flashed, escaping from the Abyss Dragon platform. Then, Yang Qianyun said seriously, "The top 4 have been determined. The semi-finals will begin in 3 days. Those who get the same color arrow token will be the opponent in the semi-finals. Everyone, please be prepared." As soon as her voice fell, 4 arrow tokens were distributed to the hands of 4 people, namely Ling Tian, Luo Qingyu, Yi Yanxia, and Lin Chen. Lin Chen received the arrow token with one hand, put it into his arms, put away his spear, and removed the Azura 9 Brilliance transformation. He took a deep breath and looked around the arena. There were still hundreds of attribute light balls left in the Abyss Dragon platform, all of which were left from the previous quarterfinals. The battle with Murong Changsheng was especially intense, so Lin Chen didn't have time to pick up too many attribute light balls. Other than the attribute light balls, there were also 2 blue gold treasure chests floating in the air. Host has received 5 million points of rune energy, 2,300,000 points of spiritual power, 15 million points of dark energy, 79 million points of elementary skill essence. Host has received 28 billion points of elementary battle chi essence, 7 billion points of elementary chi blood, 4,800,000 points of metal energy, 10 million points of elementary skill essence. The attribute light balls this time were second only to the ones accumulated in the Abyss Dragon platform over the past few days. Lin Chen's originally weak state had recovered to 90%, and his battle chi cultivation was advancing toward late-stage level 8. Host has opened the blue gold treasure chest and received the characteristic rune evolution stone. Host has opened the blue gold treasure chest and received the special spiritual battle skill, Azura's Wrath. The last blue gold treasure chest made Lin Chen overjoyed. It turned out to be a spiritual secret manual. It was the super powerful spiritual attack that Murong Changsheng had used before. If it weren't for the Genesis Holy Scripture's special spiritual power control method and the slow rune, Lin Chen would have been shaken into an idiot by that spiritual attack. What a great harvest this time. I've broken through to the Transcendence realm and received a top-grade spiritual secret manual. Lin Chen grinned and leaped back into the one-line sky. Class monitor, are you alright? Did the illusion cause any mental trauma to you? Why don't you forfeit the next round? Han Ziyun was even more worried than Han Yizhi. She was afraid that Murong Changsheng would cause permanent damage to Lin Chen's mental state. I'm fine. In terms of results, I'm sincerely grateful to Murong Changsheng. Lin Chen chuckled. The prodigy of the Dan family beside him heard this and broke out in cold sweat. Mother **K, you're thanking him? Then why did you make his chrysanthemum region bleed? That's how you **King thank him. Lin Chen was racing against time. After exchanging a few words with everyone, he immediately sat down cross-legged and sent his consciousness into the system. System, I want to learn Azura's Wrath. System notification, Azura's Wrath is a top-grade blue battle skill. If you want to perfectly inherit it, you will need to spend 300 million beginner technique essence. Do you want to inherit it? Hearing this price, Lin Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. He had inherited many advanced blue battle skills, but none of them cost more than 40 million. A top-grade blue battle skill cost 300 million? Looking at his 1.9 billion elementary technique soul essences, he realized that most of them were from the Battle Dragon platform where the top geniuses of the spiritual state gathered. That was why he had the chance to collect so many of them. However, thinking of the power of Azura's Wrath, Lin Chen gritted his teeth and said, I want to inherit it. System received. Consumed 300 million beginner technique essence. Inheriting Azura's Wrath for the host. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Inheriting the battle skill only took 1 day. In the remaining 2 days, Lin Chen studied how to combine Azura's Wrath with the mind control method of the Taisha Bible. At this moment, everyone in the one-line sky was looking forward to the battle, not wanting to miss a single moment. The first semi-final round was about to begin. It was a real battle between heavenly kings. The first battle was between Yi Yanxia and the sword genius, Ling Tian. The second battle was between Luo Qingyu and the fifth heavenly king, Lin Chen. Chapter 352. Yi Yanxia vs Ling Tian. On one side was a peerless swordsman, while on the other was a peerless genius who cultivated both battle and physique. On the Abyss Dragon platform, the two of them faced each other. Yi Yanxia held her axe with both hands. She had to go all out against Ling Tian. I have no interest in beating up women, but if necessary, I won't show any mercy. Ling Tian's expression was cold as he slowly drew his sword. The sword was unsheathed, and the sky shook. Whirlwind swept away the clouds, and the 7 stars of the dragon abyss. You'll regret it if you look down on women. Yi Yanxia swung her blood-colored axe and slashed across the sky. The ferocious and domineering axe radiance cut through everything, creating a deep crack on the surface of the dragon platform. How domineering! Her first attack is comparable to an early-stage Yuan Venerate's attack. The expressions of the 10 great geniuses changed slightly, and they couldn't take their eyes off the battle. Lin Chen, who had just exited his cultivation state, activated his purple-gold eyes and observed the battle with interest. Yi Yanxia has indeed used 9,999 dragon power from the start. Combined with her mid-stage quasi-venerate cultivation, her every move has the strength of a Yuan Venerate. Ling Tian, who was standing proudly on the Abyss Dragon platform, sneered disdainfully. He wiped his 7 stars of the Dragon Abyss sword with his fingertips and swung his sword diagonally. The blade flowed with a faint golden aura, insignificant skill. Even if it's fused with battle techniques, it's only brute force and no technique. Let me, Ling Tian, show you what a true ultimate skill is. The golden aura of the 7 stars of the Dragon Abyss suddenly expanded, and the sword aura soared into the sky and slashed down. High Heaven Sword Art, Golden Dipper reverses heaven and earth. The golden aura was invincible, and it turned into a vertical slash of sword aura that cut through Yi Yanxia's axe radiance on the spot. The dragon platform shook violently. Heh! Yi Yanxia let out a muffled groan, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Her beautiful figure flashed, and her afterimage tore through the void. Her dual axes hacked wildly, and the force of her axe was so violent that it could crush mountains and rivers. She wanted to force her way closer to Ling Tian and start a close combat that was advantageous to her. High heaven sword art, dark rain sweeping cloud. With a cold snort, the dragon abyss sword in Ling Tian's hands turned cold and austere. Brandishing it with extreme speed, the sword light in the sky turned into countless droplets, resembling a violent storm. The blood-red battle axe swung, leaving afterimages in the air, and collided with the raindrops of sword light. Clang tilde, clang tilde, clang tilde, bang, bang, bang. The two figures tangled together. Her delicate body was covered in injuries, and she didn't even have the strength to stand up. Ling Tian landed on the ground, and his white robes were like snow. He held his sword in his hand and pointed it at the beauty's neck. "Do you admit defeat?" Yi Yanxia gritted her teeth. Her face was pale, and her eyes were dim as she spat out a few words. Yanxia concedes defeat. Ling Tian sheathed his sword. Just like the previous round, he was confident and at ease. He had advanced to the finals. Most of the prodigies lamented that it was a pity that they hadn't been able to see the final decisive battle. They thumped their chests and sighed deeply. However, the small number of people who had seen the final round fell into a strange silence. Is this the true strength of the new sword venerate, Ling Tian? He only used 3 types of the Ling Tian 5-element sword technique and defeated Yi Yanxia, who is also one of the 4 heavenly kings. How terrifying. An ordinary Yuan venerate can only die in front of him. Some of the top 10 prodigies revealed unprecedented fear, and their understanding of Ling Tian rose to a whole new level. When Yi Yanxia ignited her bloodline, her combat strength was equivalent to a mid-first level Yuan venerate. She was still suppressed by Ling Tian. If he used his full strength, he might be comparable to a second-level Yuan venerate. Lin Chen took a deep breath. He didn't have much confidence in facing Ling Tian. If it hadn't been for the attribute light balls, Lin Chen wouldn't have wanted to provoke an opponent of this level. However, he could only fight to the end now. Yi Yanxia dropped a total of 48 attribute light balls, while Ling Tian dropped 5. Looks like I'll have to collect the attribute light balls first. Lin Chen looked around the Abyss Dragon platform and rubbed his chin as he muttered to himself. The second battle of the semi-finals, Lin Chen vs Luo Qingyu. Yang Qianyun announced impatiently as she collected the 2 tokens that were flickering with green light. After exchanging a few words with Han Yizhi and the others, Lin Chen leaped up and entered the dragon platform. Luo Qingyu gracefully stepped into the dragon platform, causing many female prodigies to be mesmerized. Luo Qingyu, who had always been elegant and graceful, couldn't help but release a murderous aura when she saw Lin Chen. Lin Chen seemed to recall something when he sensed the gaze of the beauty. He shrugged his shoulders and laughed mockingly. "Beauty, the situation was urgent, so I only touched it casually. Furthermore, it was a mirror image clone. Why are you so angry?" Luo Qingyu's pretty face flushed red, but her murderous aura intensified as she spoke coldly. "Lecture, I'll make you pay the price later." Chapter 353. Luo Qingyu's expression left Lin Dong dumbfounded. "All I did was touch your mirror image's chest. Is there a need to be like this? You're making it seem like I'm not going to recognize you after having a one-night stand with you. Am I such a person?" Luo Qingyu's delicate hand gripped the white feather fan tightly as she waved it. Water-type energy surged out like a golden mountain and turned into a huge ocean, drowning the entire Abyss Dragon platform. The huge ocean waves looked violent, but everything was under Luo Qingyu's control. She controlled every strand of energy so that it didn't spill out of the dragon platform, but it filled the entire dragon platform, leaving Lin Chen with nowhere to hide. There was no chance for him to escape from her attack range. Her late-stage quasi-venerable cultivation suppressed the entire area. Fire-type energy condensed into a sky, and flaming golden crows soared in the sky, surrounding Lin Chen. Blue sea fish tide. Flying swordfish formed by battle chi surged into the ocean waves. The power of each swordfish was no less than the full force attack of a quasi-venerable. They formed a group and charged towards Lin Chen with great momentum. The scene was especially spectacular. It's indeed the improved version of the chaotic 5-spirit technique. Interesting. In front of the 9 tribulations of Genesis, the chaotic 5-spirit technique is nothing. Lin Chen laughed heartily as he used the 9 brilliance transformations. His cultivation reached the mid-stage of the 9th tier. His 9 types of battle chi were all converted into special energy bloodlines. He activated the divine wilderness 9 arts and pointed his finger rapidly. Earth-type battle chi broke through the ground and formed a prison. Boom, boom, boom. 4 mountain peaks that were hundreds of meters tall instantly formed around Lin Chen, blocking most of the flying heaven swordfish. When a small portion of the flying heaven swordfish surged towards Lin Chen, he blocked all of them with his myriad Yuxian armor. Although 60% of the 4 mountains were destroyed, they blocked half of the ocean waves. 5 elements attribute: earth counters water, golden crow blazing sun. Luo Qingyu formed a seal with her slender hands, and the golden crows in the sky swooped down, turning into 3 blazing pillars of fire. They were like 3 new suns, emitting unprecedented heat. Soft water, freezing sky finger. Lin Chen continued to embellish, and the blue light of the frozen star shot out. Moreover, with Lin Chen as the center, the vast water-type energy broke through the air and appeared, turning into 3 water dragons that coiled around the blue light that cut through the void. Bang! Bang! Kai! Lin Chen's improved version of the frozen skyfinger was still able to block all of Luo Qingyu's attacks. 10,000 trees forest sea. Luo Qingyu gritted her teeth and waved her feather fan as if she was unwilling to admit defeat. Tens of thousands of shocking trees, each several feet in size, rained down like a violent storm. Rumble. 10,000 shocking would contained an extremely strong force and power. One might not be of much use, but if there were 1,000, 5,000, 10,000, that was enough to shake the entire Abyss Dragon platform. His golden arm carried a strand of aged gold chi. Lin Chen held the 5 dragons' imperial spear and skillfully circulated the divine wilderness 9 arts. The rune energy decreased by 700,000 points. Whoosh tilde. The golden dragon spear transformed into a golden dragon shattering the heavens, filling the sky with invincible golden spear shadows, piercing through and tearing apart the battle chi shocking wood. Of the 5 elements, metal restrains wood. The battle between the 2 of them became more and more intense. It was truly a visual feast for all the prodigies present. Their mental cultivation methods were similar in nature. They contained battle chis of many different attributes, and when they combined the battle chis of many different attributes into a combination attack, their attacks were extremely terrifying. Before each attack, Lin Chen seemed to be able to predict what kind of battle chi attribute Luo Qingyu would use to attack him. Every time, he would be able to immediately find the corresponding attribute to counter it, and use the divine 9 arts of desolation to counterattack. The entire Abyss Dragon platform was filled with streaks of metallic aura that pierced the sky, slicing through the air and sweeping across the void, causing one's heart to tremble in fear. Immediately after, blazing flames interweaved and danced in the air like a deluge of heavenly flowers, incinerating the aura of heptametal. After the explosion, sparks flew in all directions, and the power bloomed one after another. As the water flooded the dragon platform, thousands of huge waves swept across. The dense earthy aura of thousands of mountains stood around the dragon platform like an immovable black tortoise. When they collided, it was even more shocking. The battle between the 2 of them was an eye-opener for all the prodigies. They couldn't take their eyes off the battle at all. This wasn't a battle between the 2 of them. It looked more like a collision between 2 extremely large disasters from the ancient times, forming a torrent of energy that was tearing at each other. Why do I feel that their mental cultivation methods are a little similar? I have the same feeling too. The trajectory of their battle chis is very similar to that of the 5 element. However, it's obvious that Lin Chen's method is superior. His elemental battle chis can actually be converted into special energy bloodlines. Doesn't this mean that he has 5 types of special energy bloodlines? If Lin Chen's cultivation could reach the level of a quasi-venerable, the outcome of this battle would be obvious. The elemental restraints are too severe. Furthermore, Lin Chen didn't give Luo Qingyu any chance at all. Many prodigies could see that there was something fishy going on. Luo Qingyu, who was in the midst of an intense battle, was shocked. Why does he also have 5 elemental battle chis? Could it be that he is cultivating the same mental cultivation method as me? The more they fought, the more shocked Luo Qingyu was. The prodigal son in front of her was switching his elemental battle chis, which coincided with her mental cultivation method. Although Lin Chen's cultivation was only at the mid-stage of Heaven Star Border Realm Stage 9, his 9 tribulations of Genesis could convert elemental battle chis into special energy bloodlines and unleash the strength of an energy bloodline possessor. Furthermore, with the power of the recharging rune, his elemental restraints could reduce 70% of his opponent's attack power. As for the remaining 30%, even if Lin Chen's attack was only at the level of a quasi-venerable, he could still destroy it. Little girl, I'm more familiar with the chaotic 5 spirit incantation than you are. No matter how you change it, it will still be the same. Before you make your move, I will know what elemental attack you want to use. With a teasing smile, Lin Chen's secret voice transmission reached Luo Qingyu's ears, which stunned her. He actually knows about the chaotic 5 spirit incantation? Who is he? Luo Qingyu was stunned at first. Then, when she heard that he had actually called her a little girl, her face turned red from embarrassment. Her jade-like hand tossed the white feather fan lightly and pushed it out. The intense water-type energy condensed into a green wave that rotated. The temperature in the air dropped rapidly, and a large amount of ice shards and snow fell. Luo Qingyu's slender hand grabbed lightly, and the water elemental energy condensed into a huge frost claw. Frost claw of extinction. Lin Chen suddenly activated his earth elemental bloodline and used the 10,000 mountains armor. When the armor covered his body, Lin Chen held the 5 dragons imperial spear with both hands and waved it violently, smashing the frost claw in the most violent way possible. As expected, his mental cultivation method is the second half of the chaotic 5 spirit incantation. It is more complete and perfect than mine. Luo Qingyu was not surprised that her attack was broken. Instead, she was happy. But before she could be happy for half a breath, she bit her cherry lips and her eyes shone with unwillingness. This mental cultivation method could have appeared in anyone else's body, but why did it have to be this stinking hooligan? Thinking about what he did to her mirror image, Luo Qingyu was embarrassed and angry. Chapter 354. You seem to be very interested in my mental cultivation technique, right? At this moment, Lin Chen blinked his eyes and smiled. He sent a secret message to Luo Qingyu. To tell you the truth, my mental cultivation technique is the second half of the chaotic 5 spirit incantation. Do you want it, girl? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. Luo Qingyu stopped fighting and stared at Lin Chen in shock. It would be a lie if she said she wasn't tempted. Luo Qingyu knew very well what it would mean to her if she could get the second half of the chaotic 5 spirit incantation. She would have 5 types of super elemental battle chi that could be transformed into special energy bloodlines at any time. Even her ancestors couldn't find the second half of this mental cultivation technique even after spending half of their lives and all their connections. Lin Chen had fully demonstrated its potential and power. Even if I believe you have it, how can I be sure that you will give it to me? Luo Qingyu questioned as she stared at Lin Chen with her jade-green eyes. Of course it's a deal. I can give you the second half of the mental cultivation technique. However, you have to agree to my conditions. The conditions mentioned by Lin Chen made Luo Qingyu's eyes light up. She never believed in free lunches. If it was a deal, she would be more than happy to accept it. Tell me your conditions. Luo Qingyu sent a secret message to Shu Qiu without any change in her expression. The sudden silence of the two puzzled the crowd outside the arena. They were fighting fiercely just a moment ago. Why did they suddenly stop fighting? They seemed to be secretly communicating with each other. Yang Qianyun's jade-green eyes moved as she stared at Lin Chen curiously. What's going on? Why did the two of them suddenly stop fighting? Could it be that they realized the similarities between them halfway through the fight? That's why sparks of love were ignited between them. Love your head. They are two guys. What else do you want to happen between them? Just when everyone was wondering what was going on, the attacks suddenly started again. Luo Qingyu's face was filled with anger as she attacked Lin Chen ferociously. Lin Chen unfolded the purple phoenix wings and used his movement technique. Like thousands of illusory shadows, he dodged many of the attacks. At this point, Lin Chen seemed to smile. His lips moved slightly as he sent a secret message to Luo Qingyu. Luo Qingyu's attacks stopped once again. Before anyone could react, Luo Qingyu launched another round of attack. What did the class monitor say to make Luo Qingyu so angry? Could it be? Lin Chen made a cuckold out of Luo Qingyu and secretly said, "Is your wife so nice?" Fut tilde. As everyone started to speculate, Luo Qingyu stopped her ferocious attacks once again. Her expression was one of extreme struggle and sullenness. She clenched her teeth tightly, her expression fluctuating. "If I follow your conditions, will you really give me the second half of the Primal Chaos 5 Spirit formula?" Luo Qingyu furrowed her brows and stared at Lin Chen. "Why are you so long-winded? I, Marshal Lin, have traversed the 9 prefectures and 8 desolations. What I care about is my handsomeness and integrity. If you don't believe me, I'll give you the goods first." Lin Chen's words were shocking. He took out a jade bamboo scroll and tossed it to Luo Qingyu. Luo Qingyu reached out and caught it. She used her battle chi to check the contents of the jade bamboo scroll. She realized that it was the second half of the Primal Chaos 5 Spirit formula and the records of the Meridian route. "You're giving it to me so easily. Aren't you afraid that I'll take it and run away?" Luo Qingyu pretended to keep the jade bamboo scroll and smiled slyly. "It's okay. Even if you regret it, I'm confident that I can defeat you and take it back. Besides, I'm not afraid even if you run away on the spot. Without my hints, you won't be able to cultivate this mantra." Lin Chen was calm and composed as he chuckled. The 9 tribulations of creation was one of his biggest secrets. Naturally, he wouldn't hand it over so easily. Even if Luo Qingyu agreed to his conditions, she would only obtain 1/3 of the 9 tribulations of creation. She could only convert the battle chi of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth into special energy bloodlines. The remaining elements, wind, thunder, light, and darkness, were still in Lin Chen's control. As for the secret at the end of the 9 tribulations of creation, only Lin Chen knew about the final state of the 9 tribulations. "I promise you, but only this once." Luo Qingyu's beautiful face flushed red. Lin Chen stroked his chin and smiled slyly. "Let's make this clear first. If your performance doesn't satisfy me, I can reject you at any time. I'll take it that you're not sincere. If you go overboard, I'll reject you too." Luo Qingyu pretended to threaten him fiercely. Lin Chen smiled but didn't say anything. His spiritual ring flashed. At this moment, Luo Qingyu waved her hand gently. Layers of water curtains revolved around her and Lin Chen's figures to protect them. The group of sky prides was even more confused. What's going on? Are the two of them going to fight or not? The layers of water curtains revolved and finally disappeared. At this moment, Lin Chen and the sky prides outside the one-line saw a peerless beauty. Regardless of gender, everyone's gaze was fixed on the peerless beauty in the arena. They couldn't take their eyes off her. Her black hair was like a star embellishment. Her figure was graceful like a swimming dragon. Her soft, gauzy green dress was like clouds and mist. Her snow-white skin was clear and bright. Her eyebrows were joined together. Her lips were white and her teeth were white. She was like a goddess of Luo, stunning everyone present. Her steps were elegant. Her legs swayed gently and her fingers danced. There weren't too many decorations, but they reflected the endless brilliance and pure beauty of a beauty. Her slender waist twisted slightly. Her slender fingers tapped lightly on the void. Her slender hands moved nimbly like a swallow flying in the sky. She lowered her body and streaked across the clouds, elegant and otherworldly. So beautiful. This is the water moon dance. Legend has it that it was created in ancient times when a saintess prayed to the goddess of Luo to rain the spring rain on the earth. What a beautiful dance. But who is this peerless beauty? Oh my God. Who else? If Lin Chen isn't on the stage, the only one left is Luo Qingyu. Luo Qingyu is a girl. Oh my god. Young Master Luo Qingyu can actually dance with such peerless grace. What's going on? Are the two of them still fighting? Why did they change their clothes and dance halfway? Why are they still fighting? If they want to fight, go to the dance studio. When they saw the slightly protruding Adam's apple on Luo Qingyu's snow-white neck, the crowd was stunned. Lin Fan nodded his head in satisfaction. A woman dressed as a man and then dressed as a woman. I'm really a genius. Haha. After the water moon dance ended, Luo Qingyu walked towards Lin Chen. She nodded her head slightly and extended her slender hand. Lin Chen placed his palm on the beautiful woman's hand. The two of them started to circulate their mental cultivation techniques at the same time. At this moment, a huge amount of elemental light balls in Luo Qingyu's body started to transfer to Lin Chen's body. Host has received 90 million elementary cultivation technique soul essences, 3,500,000 rune energy, 60 million fire energy. Host has received 230 heavens path points, 40 million water type energy, 70 million elementary cultivation technique soul essences. Host has received a cultivation method attribute light ball. Advanced blue rank combat skill, blazing golden crow. Host has opened the blue gold treasure chest. Host has received a stage 6 elixir, yin yang life restoring elixir. Many high-quality elemental light balls were transferred to Lin Chen's body through Luo Qingyu's slender hand. Even if he didn't fight, Lin Chen still had a way to obtain the elemental light balls in Luo Qingyu's body. Chapter 355. At the Ice Valley in the extreme north of the Holy Fire level. A pillar of holy flame shot into the sky, illuminating the heavens. 3 seeds of holy flame had appeared at the same time. 7 Heaven Star Border Level 9 geniuses were lying in a pool of blood. They looked terrified and confused before they died. A handsome young man in white knelt on one knee on the snowy ground. He was holding a sword in his hand and was covered in blood. He looked dazed as if he could not believe what was happening in front of him. His left arm was missing, leaving behind a smooth and perfect cut without a single drop of blood. The handsome young man in white was Bai Ming from the Bai family. He was the one who had fought with Lin Chen before and was ranked first among the top 10 geniuses. At this moment, it was a graceful and charming violet-clothed young master that stood proudly before Bai Ming. He had a feathered crown on his head and a bronze sword hanging from his waist. His face was as fair as jade and his eyes were cold and evil. His pupils were green and he looked noble. What was more terrifying was the ancient black sword hanging from his waist. The body of the sword looked like it was made of iron. It was dark and cold as if there were countless abysses. The sword aura swirled around the hilt as if there were thousands of giant dragons. If the sword was unsheathed, it would cut through the sky. How dare you touch my prey? You're just an ant. The demonic young man's cold eyes didn't seem to belong to a human. Bai Ming's eyes gradually regained their last trace of rationality, and killing intent instantly dyed his eyes red. I don't believe it. I don't believe that there is such a ridiculous thing in this world. Bai Ming shouted hysterically as he waved his sword. His battle aura surged on the low-level rank 6 heavenly demon sword and a sword aura that could swallow mountains and rivers appear. Clang! Bang! A flash of lightning-like blade light was extremely fast. Before Bai Ming's blade chi could be released, his low-rank 6 sky demon blade was broken on the spot, and the blade light exploded. Bai Ming held his famous saber, and his eyes were unfocused. He suddenly froze on the spot. The young man sheathed his sword. Bai Ming did not even see when the young man drew his sword. More importantly, it was a rank 6 sword. How could a Yuan Venerate grade weapon be broken in half by a single strike? Even a top-level rank 6 weapon could not do that. Crack! With a clear cracking sound, an extremely faint blood mark appeared on Bai Ming's head. Roar! Expertise! Nest! Die! At this moment, roars and roars came from the Valley of Cold Ice. 2 gigantic creatures rushed out from the snowy mountains and rushed toward them. The 2 ferocious beasts were as tall as 1,000 feet and as majestic as a mountain peak. Their snow-white fur was as hard as steel, and they had 4 arms. They were level 6 ferocious beasts, 4-armed snow-fiend apes. Their bloodthirsty eyes stared at the demonic young man. They could actually speak human language. They were class 6 dire beasts with higher intelligence. Ants will not become stronger just because their bodies grow bigger. The demonic young man sneered in disdain and pressed his fingertips against the hilt of his saber. A beam of light that resembled a dragon burst into the skies. Clang! The saber light traveled thousands of miles, like the sacred saber of the Son of Heaven, splitting the heavens and earth. The charm of that saber strike stunned time and years. It reflected the last brilliance of the 2 class 6 dire beasts before they fell. The ominous-looking young man sheathed his saber, and the 2 snow-fiend apes exploded into dust on the spot. Even their ferocious beast cores had been sliced into pieces. Instant kill. 2 class 6 dire beasts could not even escape from a saber strike from this young man. What was even more shocking was that his cultivation was only at the late stage of Heaven Star Border Realm Stage 9. Bai Ming looked at this scene in shock. The demonic young man took the seed of holy flame and left slowly. The moment before his head cracked open, Bai Ming heard the last sentence of his life. It is normal for you to not believe that there is such a ridiculous thing in this world. After all, this world is just a plaything of God. The demonic young man's indifferent voice was blown away by the blizzard. Bai Ming's head exploded into 2 on the spot. Who exactly was this person? One Line Sky, Abyss Dragon Arena. Lin Chen proposed 3 conditions for the trade of the second half of the chaotic spirit technique. First, he wanted Luo Qingyu to forfeit the competition. Second, she had to channel her battle chi to Lin Chen according to his request. Third, Luo Qingyu had to dress up as a girl and perform the best dance she could. Of course, the third condition was just Lin Chen wanted to teach this bad-tempered girl a lesson. When Luo Qingyu's battle chi was about 80% complete to Lin Chen, there was no more elemental light ball left on her body. Lin Chen stopped channeling his battle chi. Alright, it's done. This is the secret to the second half of the chaotic spirit technique. It also contains the mnemonic to convert each elemental battle chi into an energy bloodline. Lin Chen let go of her hand and kept his promise. He passed the jade scroll that he had prepared beforehand to Luo Qingyu. Luo Qingyu was elated and her cheeks blushed. When she received the jade scroll, she hurriedly scanned through it. After confirming that there was no mistake, she waved her hand and the boundless water screen surrounded her again. When she appeared in front of everyone again, she had already returned to the handsome young master Luo Qingyu. Other than Lin Chen, none of the sky prides outside the one-line sky could guess whether she was a man or a woman. I choose to forfeit this battle. The first sentence that Luo Qingyu said when she was dressed as a man shocked everyone. What's going on? Why did young master Luo Qingyu forfeit? There must be a dirty deal behind this. The 2 of them seemed to be negotiating something just now. Obviously, the negotiation was successful, right? Many sky prides were discussing among themselves. Ling Tian crossed his arms and looked at Lin Chen indifferently. Is he the opponent of the finals? He's just a Heaven Star realm cultivator. From Ling Tian's point of view, Lin Chen was not as difficult to deal with as Murong Changsheng. He just happened to have the myriad fantasy net that could restrain Murong Changsheng's mystical demon catalogue. However, that item was not much of a threat to Ling Tian. As for the trump card that Lin Chen had revealed in the battle with Murong Changsheng, Ling Tian only needed to be wary of the secret technique that could slow down one's battle chi and movement. Yang Qianyun looked at Luo Qingyu and Lin Chen meaningfully and then announced, the opponent has forfeited. The winner is Lin Chen. The participants of the finals have been decided. Lin Chen will fight against Ling Tian. The finals will be held in 5 days. This result was completely within Lin Chen's expectations. Before Luo Qingyu left the Abyss Dragon platform, she pretended to roll her eyes at Lin Chen fiercely, which made her look even more charming. Why are you rolling your eyes? I'll teach you how to play basketball next time. Lin Chen even waved goodbye happily and then collected all the remaining attribute light balls on the Abyss Dragon platform. This time, the remaining attribute light balls were left behind by Ling Tian and Yi Yanxia during the battle. Some of them were dropped by Luo Qingyu when she attacked. Host received 30 billion elementary health points, 13 billion elementary battle chi essence, 5 million rune energy, and 150 heavens path points. Suddenly, Lin Chen found 2 blue gold treasure chests at the edge of the Abyss Dragon platform. He did not know if they were left behind by Yi Yanxia, Ling Tian, or Luo Qingyu. He reached out and opened them. The system screen popped up. Host opened the blue gold treasure chest and received 200 million elementary cultivation technique essence as a reward. Host opened the blue gold treasure chest and received Phantom Rune Fragment, 3-1. Chapter 356. Lin Chen's eyes widened as he froze on the spot. Wasn't this a little too sudden? He had obtained the last fragment of the Phantom Rune. Lin Chen opened the system and ignored all the attributes. He locked onto the level 3 Phantom Rune's description in the rune function. Phantom Rune can copy the host's strength and release a phantom doppelganger. The doppelganger can use the same attacks as the host and is compatible with the host's 3 special rune effects. The doppelganger has the host's combat consciousness and can also communicate with the host's consciousness. The strength of the doppelganger depends on the rune energy consumed by the host. The more rune energy consumed, the more damage the doppelganger can withstand and the more attacks it can perform. From the description alone, it's indeed the strongest rune. As for how strong it is, I'll have to test it in actual combat. Just as well, I have the best opponent to test the rune against this time. Lin Chen suddenly turned to look at Ling Tian, who was outside the one-line sky. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Even though Lin Chen and Luo Qingyu's results were out of everyone's expectations, everyone still wanted to witness the peak of the younger generation. The final battle, Lin Chen against Ling Tian. Lin Chen took all the attribute light balls in the Abyss Dragon platform and successfully advanced to late-stage Tier 8. Yi Yanxia's remaining energy attribute light balls gave Lin Chen 280 billion points of beginner HP, which was almost comparable to killing a Class 6 Dire Beast. His pure strength soared to 6,800 dragon power point. Late at night, many prodigies were still inside the one-line sky. Lin Chen was sitting cross-legged. The Azure Dragon's origin in his dantian was burning with a faint green flame. The ancient Azure Dragon was refining an unprecedented energy. It was the Class 6 Dire Beast core of the 9-headed Hellhound. Lin Chen had a better understanding of the 4 Heavenly Kings' strength after his battle with Murong Changsheng. With his own strength, he might not be able to get first place. Just in case, he let the ancient Azure Dragon swallow the Class 6 Dire Beast core before the semifinals to cultivate and refine the energy in the Dire Beast core. With my help, the ancient Azure Dragon will be able to absorb the Dire Beast cores several times faster. I wonder if it can finish absorbing them before the finals. Lin Chen's heart was filled with anticipation. He activated his mental cultivation method, and the 9-colored battle chi turned into an energy wheel that revolved around the origin of the Azure Dragon. Lin Chen wholeheartedly assisted the ancient Azure Dragon in refining the Class 6 Dire Beast core. He had been cultivating for the past 5 days. Han Yizhi, Lang Yueqi, and the others stood guard by his side. Anyone who tried to get close to Lin Chen was repelled by Lang Yueqi. During this period, even Yang Qianyun who wanted to see Lin Chen was stopped by Lang Yueqi. On the morning of the 6th day, the first rays of the morning sun shone into the sky. The Azure Dragon's origin in Lin Chen's dantian had expanded by a third. At the final moment of the finals, Lin Chen had assisted the ancient Azure Dragon in absorbing the Class 6 Dire Beast core. Lin Chen looked at the dragon veins in the Azure Dragon's origin. 950 dragon veins were nurturing dragon energy that could move mountains and fill seas. Very good. The ancient Azure Dragon with 9,500 dragon power, late-stage Tier 8 cultivation base, and Transcendence Realm spiritual power. As well as various elemental energies with attribute values of more than 600 million, plus 500 million rune energy and a brand new phantom rune. When Lin Chen opened his eyes, his aura soared into the sky, revealing a domineering battle intent that looked down on the world. With so many trump cards and combat power, if I can't even take down Ling Tian, I might as well kill myself with a piece of tofu. When the ancient Azure Dragon had nurtured 950 dragon veins, Lin Chen gradually felt that he had touched the limit. That was right, that was the limit of the Azure Dragon bloodline. Lin Chen's Azure Dragon bloodline was only at 50,000 points. The limit of this growth was estimated to be only enough for the ancient Azure Dragon to grow to beginner class 6. If the bloodline energy was not replenished after reaching class 6, the ancient Azure Dragon would not be able to advance. Lin Chen could only worry about these things in the future. On this day, experts gathered. After receiving the news, all the prodigies rushed to the one-line sky. When the Dragon Abyss 7-star sword vibrated slightly and the morning sun shone down, Ling Tian suddenly opened his eyes. When he got up, his figure flashed into the dragon platform. That's Ling Tian of the 4 Heavenly Kings. What 4 Heavenly Kings? It's the 5 Heavenly Kings now. It's here, the battle of the most powerful ancient families in the spiritual state. Who would have thought that a Heaven Star Border Stage 8 representative of the Lung family would make it all the way here? Some of the prodigies who rushed to the Abyss Dragon platform saw Ling Tian enter and couldn't help but discuss. As for the prodigies who had mocked Lin Chen before, they all hid behind the one-line sky, afraid that Lin Chen would discover them. Who would have thought that he would become one of the 5 Heavenly Kings? We all misjudged him. We are really short-sighted. How great would it have been if we had followed him like Lung Yu back then? The 10 prodigies of the Lung family also rushed to the one-line sky. When they saw Lin Chen on the other side, they realized that they were in completely different worlds and regretted it. This new 5 Heavenly Kings had once been a member of the Lung family. They had clearly had the opportunity to obtain such a fortuitous encounter and opportunity, but they had taken the initiative to let him go. When they heard that Leng Yu and the others had obtained 2 sacred fire seeds and an ancient Yuan venerate's inheritance, they couldn't believe it. When they arrived at the one-line sky battlefield and heard the prodigies discussing Lin Chen's shocking actions and achievements, they realized how stupid the decision they had made back then was. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Chen carried the 5 Dragons' Imperial Spear and appeared in the Abyss Dragon platform in a silver robe. He had an awe-inspiring demeanor. The finals of the Battle Dragon platform, Ling Tian vs Lin Chen, now, begin. Clang. As soon as Yang Chenyun said that, her sword was unsheathed and transformed into a dragon's roar. The gung metal sword Qi was indestructible as it slashed forward like a 1,000-foot golden waterfall. Metal slash. The afterimage was like a phantom. Purple flames and green light turned into a whirlwind that flowed around Lin Chen's body. His afterimage disappeared in a flash as he dodged the gung metal sword Qi. Rumble tilde tilde. The spatial crystal barrier protecting the Abyss Dragon platform and the one-line sky was on the verge of collapse. The prodigies who had arrived to watch the battle for the first time were shocked. This was one of the 4 Heavenly Kings who had advanced to the finals, Ling Tian. The power of this casual slash had already surpassed the mid-first level Yuan Venerate. Oh my god, facing such an opponent, how is Lin Chen going to win? If it were me, I would have been scared off by this sword aura. The prodigies of the Lung family gulped as they broke out in cold sweat. Azura 9 Brilliance Transformation, Sky Water, Lightning Punishment, Meteor Wind. Lin Chen's 3 special bloodline energies suddenly surged and erupted with doubled battle Qi energy, infusing it into Lin Chen's battle soul. An earth-shattering battle was about to break out. Chapter 357. Is this the boundary between the Heaven Star Realm and the Yuan Venerate Realm, the Dantian Origin Palace? Using his spiritual consciousness to observe the heavenly battle soul in his Dantian, Lin Chen discovered that 1/3 of his 9-colored battle soul had already transformed into a mysterious energy cave abode. This cave was the embryonic form of the Dantian Origin Palace. Once it was formed, he would step into the quasi-venerate stage. Finally, the interior of the cave would be formed into 4 new worlds. That would be the Yuan Venerate Realm. A cold sneer hung on the corner of Ling Tian's mouth, and his Dragon Abyss 7-star sword began to revolve around the raindrops of water-type sword Qi. With a slash of his sword, countless raindrops of sword Qi shot out. Sky-high sword art, mysterious rain sparks the galaxy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sword Qi raindrops looked insignificant, but they actually pierced through the spatial crystal walls and shot out at an extremely fast speed. Lin Chen flapped his purple phoenix wings and executed the Wind Prison Hell King steps. Every step he took was like a dragon leaping through space. Azure Dragon Possession. 1000 Demonic Lightning. With 9,500 dragon power points, Lin Chen maintained his high speed while brandishing the 5 dragons' imperial spear. Lightning bloomed like a torrential downpour and deflected all the sword chi raindrops that were aimed at him. Clang, clang, clang. The sword chi raindrops pierced through the dragon platform, leaving behind countless cracks. Lightning and wind. Furthermore, they are both bloodlines that can be converted into energy. Luo Qingyu, who was watching the battle from the one-line sky, was stunned. She immediately thought of the key point. No wonder he was willing to impart the second half of the chaotic 5 spirit art to her. It turned out that his cultivation method was far more than that. He still had some tricks up his sleeve. H, this hooligan is really cunning. Luo Qingyu rebuked. She did not really hold a grudge. Everyone had their own secrets. She was already very satisfied to be able to obtain the second half of the chaotic 5 spirit art. Inside the Abyss Dragon platform, Lin Chen swung his numb arm as a confident smile appeared on his face. It was deflected. Ling Tian was stunned. He did not know that Lin Chen's purple golden eyes had increased greatly after his spiritual power had broken through to the Transcendence realm. The position he had moved to was the area with the biggest flaw in the High Heaven Sword technique. Interesting. What's the matter? Aren't you going to summon that strange azure dragon of yours? Ling Tian did not immediately give chase. Instead, he held his sword with one hand and asked calmly. Sweeping his gaze across the surroundings, the Dragon Abyss sword glinted incessantly, ready to attack at any moment. Who knows? My azure dragon is very smart. It will only pounce on you when you are at your most fatal. Lin Chen, who was standing on the other side of the dragon arena, smiled. Against an opponent of Ling Tian's level, he didn't plan to take the risk of summoning the ancient azure dragon to join the battle. Ling Tian's swordsmanship was too powerful, and he could easily kill an ancient azure dragon with a casual swing of his sword. Instead of that, he might as well let his dragon force infuse into Lin Chen's body. You're afraid of my strength and don't dare to release it, right? All of a sudden, a mocking smile appeared on Ling Tian's cold face. He stepped into the air and turned into a streak of sword light. His speed was actually a notch faster than Lin Chen's full speed. It was much faster than when he was fighting with Yi Yanxia. Lin Chen was startled. He activated the Taisha Holy Scripture, and his transcendent stage spiritual energy turned into a snow-white blade that slashed out. Dragon imprisoning 10,000 wood. The Dragon Abyss sword pierced out, and a myriad of wood-type sword lights shot out from the tip of the sword. It actually pierced through Lin Chen's Taisha Holy Slash. The sword chi's sharp edge came, aiming straight for Lin Chen's head. With full concentration, the battle spear was filled with 5-colored dragon chi. Lin Chen swept through the air and smashed towards Ling Tian's waist. The tip of the spear tore through Ling Tian, but who knew that it was actually an afterimage? Because of the dense killing intent, Lin Chen mistakenly thought that it was an attack from the real body. Swoosh. The blazing high temperature caused the spatial crystal walls to distort. Ling Tian appeared behind Lin Chen like a ghost. The Dragon Abyss sword was burning with a crimson flame. He raised it above his head and slashed down. Fire Sword Dao, raging flames illuminate spring and autumn. The moment the Dragon Abyss sword slashed down, Lin Chen's pupils shrank, and a slowing rune with 20 million points of rune's energy appeared. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen used 2 of his ultimate skills, the 9 Heavens Berserk Thunder and the 10,000 Yuxian Armor. The lightning transformed into a dragon, and the golden battle spear and the 7-star sword collided. Peng tilde tilde. The aftermath of the collision, which was like the reversal of yin and yang, set off an energy shockwave that was thousands of feet high. When everyone saw the situation in the dragon platform, they couldn't help but take in a cold breath. In the center of the Abyss Dragon platform, there was a 1,000-meter-long sword scar. It was 0.5 meter wide and 10 meters deep, and there were also signs of severe burns. Lin Chen's left shoulder was torn apart, and blood stained his silver robes. His gaze was deep. He didn't expect Ling Tian to be so fast, and thus suffered a huge loss. In the void, Yang Qianyun stared at the 2 people on the Abyss Dragon platform. A trace of doubt appeared on her beautiful face. In her divination and deduction, there was no sign of Lin Chen's appearance. Secondly, the mysterious black star behind the tiger eating the dragon did not surface either. Lin Chen was not the mysterious star that she had deduced, nor was he one of the ferocious tigers that devoured dragons. He was like a nihility being who had no fate, appearing out of nowhere and intervening in this battle. As a result, Yang Qianyun did not get the answer she wanted when she hosted the Battle Dragon platform this time. Because she'd come for the sake of the black star that she'd seen while deducing the secrets of the heavens. From the looks of it, the heavens were hiding someone else. On the other side, the prodigies who were watching the battle between the two trembled slightly. Compared to the destruction of the dragon platform caused by the 10 great geniuses and Yi Yanxia, Ling Tian's sword was almost equivalent to a second-level Yuan Venerate. The only reason Lin Chen didn't die was because the rune of deceleration allowed him to dodge the attack at its peak. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as simple as injuring his shoulder. Clang! Sword Qi soared into the sky and transformed into a dragon's roar. Sharp sword Qi shot out from Ling Tian's body and pierced Lin Chen's rune of deceleration into nothingness. Although he couldn't see how Lin Chen's rune of deceleration was activated, he had long been on guard against Lin Chen's rune of deceleration. He had secretly accumulated a sword aura and was ready to break the rune of deceleration at any time. Given his strength and foundation, it would be extremely difficult for Lin Chen to find a flaw in his attack as long as he was on guard. Even the rune of deceleration, which had 20 million points of rune energy, didn't cause too much of a delay. Most importantly, Ling Tian had already deduced that Lin Chen would very likely use this strange secret technique as long as he was in danger or at a critical moment in his attack. The 4 heavenly kings were peerless geniuses who stood out among the billions of people in the spiritual state. Lin Chen had exposed too many of his trump cards in the previous battle with Murong Changsheng. In fact, if it hadn't been for the illusory Senluo's strange weapon that had absorbed Murong Changsheng's last forbidden technique of the demon race, the victor between Lin Chen and Murong Changsheng might not have been certain. I'd like to see how fast you can be. Lin Chen swallowed 3 top-notch grade 5 elixirs, the Yin-Yang Extreme Wind Elixir. This elixir had the miraculous effect of healing external injuries and could increase the circulation speed of one's battle chi by 30%. If it was wind-type battle chi, it would be 50%, and his speed would be even faster. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.